I did request one yesterday, and I would like to, and that was obviously I need to consider it. I would like to know the order of witnesses, because I know, Mr. Linus, you need to ensure that witnesses are moved around, and I know we need to get through Mr. Price and Mr. Lee today, and then you're going to consider where Mr. Lonergan fitted within next week's programme. So as long as I receive that sometime today, or by the end of today, that would be acceptable. That's fine. And then I will issue a revised programme on Monday.
Yes, ma'am. We'll send that through to you imminently.
Thank you. I won't be looking at it until a little bit later, so that's fine. So thank you for that. And can I just confirm that both advocates are content with, within reason, that the programme that you've both agreed to is achievable? Because obviously we have gone a little bit off-piste with some witnesses. They haven't been in accordance with the estimated timings that I was given, which sometimes happens, obviously. So is there more of an agreement that the estimated timings that were given are now a sort of acceptable?
Yes, ma'am. I think as far as the timetable is concerned, you'll see in the version that you get back that Shilston is technically still down for today, at least making a start, but going into next week. I think in all likelihood that's not going to happen, so she will go into Tuesday. That
was what I was thinking, looking at the timetable. Yes. Yeah, so it's going to be Mr. Price and Mr. Lee today, unless we are able. Yes. Okay.
So that's going to change. Obviously, from my point of view, my cross-examination's over. Mr. Felton took longer than was anticipated, which I'm sorry, but hopefully next week we can get on track a little bit more. There is a little bit of flex in the timetable. Even if Mr. McCurry is Mr. McCurry and Mr. Stanley, I suspect, are the two witnesses that Mr. Burton had the longest period of time allocated for. They come next week. But hopefully the other witnesses, we've got some leeway, a little bit of leeway in the timetable, so we should be able to finish next week.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Burton?
Yeah, yes, madam. From our perspective, well, we agree in short. What it generally tends to happen, certainly it's my experience, I imagine it's yours and Mr. Lyons as well, that things do start to speed up just because everyone's more familiar with the issues and things have been covered and ticked off. So there's no getting away from a fairly long cross-examination of Mr. Stanley, I'm afraid.
I expect that.
A fun weekend with discussing with Mr. Maguire, I think. But certainly some of the other witnesses that the appellant's calling will not take very long. Yes, Mr. McCurry may be a longer witness as well. But no, I'm confident we can get done. But I think there will be there's a question mark. There was already a question mark, as you know, madam, because of Mr. Felton's availability next week. He's another one who's away at half term, about when the Section 106 and conditions session should slot in. We haven't yet, unless, sorry, I've missed something, and I may have missed something in timetable discussions that don't, as it were, immediately involve me. I'm not aware that we've actually fixed a date for that yet. As you know, we'd rather set our hat at it being after next week so that Mr. Felton could attend, not from Wales or wherever he's going to be on holiday. But yes, I think on the basis that if we're not expecting to deal with conditions from Section 106 at a session next week, then there's certainly time.
Then on that basis, because I had provisionally slotted them in for next Friday, that was very provisional because it was something that we were going to discuss, because I understood that witness availability was maybe an issue. But on that basis, I do need to understand when there is a possibility and what week that can occur, because obviously I need to look at my timetable.
Perhaps Mr. Burton and I can have a chat about this outside the inquiry in the same way we did for closing, because I know we discussed dates on closings, but maybe we need to revisit those to slot in a short period for section 106.
That would be very useful to understand exactly who is going to be part of those roundtable sessions and availability of those participants.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then so if you can give me a number of dates, because I may not, it depends on how I can slot them in, but obviously they need to occur before closings.
Yes, perhaps, ma'am, what might be helpful is that I know you were keen to make sure that you had a date in the diary for the closing because of
Yes, which is the 24th.
Yes. Are you able
November.
to say, as far as your diary stands at the moment, do you have availability before in the week before that day of closing? So that week, I think we're down to the Wednesday, 24th. How's your availability earlier on that week?
I will have to have a look at my diary.
That's fine. I don't actually do that now, ma'am, but I'll discuss it with Mr. Burton. We'll get back.
I think there is some availability, but it may be limited.
Fine.
I certainly can't do the week before.
No.
Or the week before, so I can't do the, yeah.
Okay.
So that may be possible to have a shortish session to do, well, depending on how long it takes us actually to get through the planning obligations and conditions, etc. So it may not be as short as anticipated, but we shall see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I've certainly kept the Tuesday. I need to check with my clerks if the Monday's free as well, but I've kept the Tuesday of that week free. Just on today, madam, Mr. Feltman has drawn to my attention that he will be leaving at 4 o'clock to head off to holiday, and he's just looking into whether or not there'll be an issue with him maintaining a hotspot as he travels, or whether he needs to transfer hosting to someone else. I should be able to tell you exactly what the plan is at lunchtime, and perhaps by lunchtime we'll actually know whether we'll need to run past 4 o'clock as well. But just to flag that up, and there's one other thing which I must let my learned friend know as well as you now. During his chief, Mr. Price was asked a question about urban greening, and the answer that he gave means that I need to include an email exchange that isn't in the core documents, and I don't know whether it's been added to the core documents yet. Actually, it has. Mr. Lyons is nodding. Okay, well, that's great. I seem to be the only one who doesn't know whether it's been added, and I don't even know the number.
I was going to raise this because obviously these are documents being submitted during the inquiry, so they're not officially core documents.
No, they're not.
So I'd rather they actually weren't put in the core documents. Yes, they can be added. I know that Barton Wilmore list is different. They can be added to the Barton Wilmore list, but put them into, I think the Barton Wilmore one has inquiry submission documents. If they can, all of these can go in there. I know it may not make sense logically, and then obviously it can be added to the council's website as well. But it just makes it clear to any observers that these aren't actually core documents.
Yes,
they're
absolutely. They need
documents.
ID documents.
ID documents, yes, ideally, because that's what they are. And the reasons, so are both main parties content for that email to be added before I accept it?
Yes.
Because what's the, yes, you are, yes. So what's the reasoning for adding that, Mr. Burton?
Well, I'll come to it, Mr. Price, but basically the answer that he gave didn't accord with the understanding I had based on the email exchange. All will become apparent.
I'm just reading it now, actually, because I've just had it through this morning. I think I understand where you're going with it. So I will leave you to cross-examine on that. I've also received an extract from the proposals map. And again, if you if I think the council wanted that added, that's what my case officer has advised me. If you can just let me know why that needs to be added. And again, it's not a core document. So
I think the proposals map extract was proposed to be added by us.
oh, by yourself, right? Okay.
Yeah.
On.
It was just in relation to policy that related to retail frontages that was being discussed in evidence with Mr. Feltham. We thought it would be appropriate for you to see the proposals map that's identified in the retail frontage policy, so you can see where the frontages are.
Okay, so it's showing the extent of the shopping frontage.
Yes. So it was a document that's already part of the core strategy, as it were. The core strategy is already in the core documents. We just thought it was appropriate to have that extract and proposals map added as well.
Okay. All it's showing me is the green line, which is shopping frontages. It doesn't tell me whether it's primary, secondary, other, or anything like that. So is that what you wanted sent through and to show me?
I'm just being told. So, you know.
All I've got on there is green.
Right. I think, as I understand it, that was just what is shown on the proposals map as cross referred to in the policy. So I think we can't say there's anything more to add, because that's simply what the proposals map is.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's fine. Are there any other updates, or obviously I've also had an updated core documents list, which now needs to be amended to make sure that these additional documents, starting with the architect's presentation, actually, because that was an inquiry document rather than a core document.
The only thing I'm thinking about this, madam, is I don't know whether see that proposals map is obviously an electronic thing. Probably works slightly different. I've actually, as you can see, I've
yes
got the
old-fashioned proposals map.
And I'm looking at this because it's actually got an inset for Tolworth, but it doesn't look quite. I mean, you can't see what I'm holding up, can you? Doesn't look quite like that one.
I think let's keep that document in as the electronic extract and proposals map.
Yeah.
Mr. Burton's looking at a paper version. We'll do that outside the inquiry, and if we need to discuss it with the councillor, update you next week when we're looking at other planning matters, we can do that.
Okay.
Just to check
it's not a big thing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any other comments or updates that I need to be made aware of at all before we make a start? No. Okay, great. If we can move on then, Mr. Price, are you ready to continue? Have you got all of the documents up that you wish to do? Right, thank you. Mr. Burton then, please, if you would like to start, well, continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Madam. I can't see Mr. Price.
That's happened. No. Sorry, let me just.
I was just about to say that.
Reconnect.
You can hear him.
You can hear me, but you can't. No, I'm afraid I've just closed something down by accident.
Bear with us, ma'am. We'll have Mr. Price rejoin the meeting.
Thank you.
He's dropped off the participants list. We just need to rejoin the meeting.
Hopefully that's better.
Yes, great.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning to you, Mr. Price.
Good morning.
So, picking up again. So, I want to discuss multifunctionality with you, but I hope we won't take too long about it. Now, just to put it in its context, because obviously we're agreed about the requirement on the facts of this case, where the multifunctionality issue, as it were, goes to, can we agree, is obviously it's not reducing the requirement, but it goes to whether the required play space, the 1285 square meters, is being delivered despite there obviously being not all of it as only formal play space.
No, I don't think multifunctionality is about that. Multifunctionality is about overlapping uses of play and amenity space.
All right. Well, can we just agree one thing, that have I understood correctly? Not all of the play space is being delivered as formal play space.
That is correct. Yes.
That's correct. Right. Okay. Now, as Mr. Felton has made clear, the delivery of the 1285 square meters of play space is not something the council takes issue on. It's satisfied that your deck and your two terraces up above on T2 and T3 are going to provide that play space, as you've shown on your landscape plan. Just one point on the landscape plan to put that in its context, Mr. Price. Is this right? You've been involved from the start, as it were, from the first landscape plan with the submission that's in the core documents.
I have been. Yes, I've been involved in the design of this scheme and prepared the planning application drawings.
Yes.
Relating to landscape.
Yes. And that's what I thought, because there's a DP on the submission drawings, which I inferred was you. And I don't necessarily think we need to turn them up, but it's right, isn't it, that the landscape plan has evolved since the first submission landscape plans to what we have with your proof?
There has been a little bit of evolution, yes.
Yes, yeah. I mean, as far as I can tell, Mr. Price,
small details.
Yeah, I mean the change that, as it were, that I noticed was that whereas with the submission landscape plans, there are none of the bits of formal play space dotted around the travel lodge and North Point. They then appeared as areas, but without any detail at the appeal stage in a July 2021 version, and now we've got them in your appendix, and we've actually got you've got the detail in.
Correct.
Yeah, great. Okay. Okay, well that's helpful. Right, let me just let me just look with you, please, Mr. Price, at what the SPG says about multifunctionality. So it's the Mayor's SPG, CD 519. Could you take that up, please? I know I think you have it electronically.
Right, I have that open. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And could you turn, please, to chapter 4, which starts at internal page 48, electronic page 58. That should get you there.
Right, I'm there. Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. So you should see a page in front of you that has the first, I think, 4 paragraphs of chapter 4, 4.1 to 4.4. Take a moment, please, just to remind yourself of what they say. But what I'm suggesting to you is explaining is that the chapter is about setting benchmarks and applying them.
Yes, I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And just move, please, through the pages. We see there's a section A to the chapter, which is about assessing the current provision in an area. If you just move through that until you get to electronic page 62, Mr. Price, which is internal page 52. Can we pause at paragraph 416, please? And tell me when you're there. And just take a moment to read it. Don't need to read it out loud, but
yes. Okay.
Great. And just a few points, see if we can agree some of the essence of this. Obviously, it's talking about it in the context of assessing existing provision, but it starts by saying that if I could put it this way, that essentially London has had to cut its cloth and arrive at a lower standard, the 10 square meter standard per child, than they might apply nationally. That's the first thing.
Yes, but that's because the national standards apply to a lot of sort of wider green spaces in the sort of recreational sphere. So this is central London. It's an urban.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious why. It's just explaining that's what it's done. And then 2 further points. Obviously, it does state in terms that standards for play provision are in addition to other quantitative standards for open space, but opportunities for multifunctionality should be explored.
Yes, they should be optimized. Yes.
Yeah, optimized. Sorry. Yes. Optimized. Yeah. And then we go on through the chapter, and we go into section B, which is the bit that concerns new development. Paragraph 4.21. Could you just get to that, please?
Yes.
So that tells us, look to figure 4.2 for the steps to reach the requirement for new development. And we see that figure, don't we, at electronic page 66, so document page 56. And just go to that, please, Mr. Price.
I'm there, thank you.
Yeah, so that's the process to reach the requirement, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
and obviously we've done that. We've reached the requirements.
Yes, we have.
Yeah. Now, then when we go just to the next page, could you just, we get to paragraph 4.24, and we've got another comment there, haven't we, at the bottom about the standard for play provision being in addition to other quantitative standards for open space provision. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah.
But that is to open space strategies.
Yes. Yeah.
Things like the provision of parks.
Yeah. Yes. No. Absolutely. I mean, yeah. And then we get to the next paragraph, 4.25. Now, you, in your proof, Mr. Price, at paragraph 5.115, you refer to the closing sentence of paragraph 4.25, don't you? Yeah, 5.115. If I've understood correctly, the quote, the first quote there is the closing sentence.
Yes.
Yeah. Read the whole paragraph, please. Now, tell me when you've done it.
Yes, I've read it.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Now, given what we've just worked through in chapter 4, these words calculating the appropriate provision, it's talking about calculating the play space requirement, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And the other quote you have in your paragraph 5.15 is paragraph 4.31, I think, isn't it? Just a bit further on.
That's correct.
Yeah. And this is talking about whether open space provision may count towards the play space provision, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Good. And just to pick up one term in that, this phrase, there's this phrase genuinely playable. And for that, we need to go back to the glossary, don't we, at Roman page 6, which is electronic page 8, I think. Because there we've got the definition of playable space. Is that right, Mr. Price?
That's correct.
Yeah, great. And so obviously the question is not, if I put it in perhaps layperson's terms that I can understand, it's not a question of whether children could play in the space, but whether it's, quote, genuinely playable, with that playable definition of playable in the glossary applied.
I'm struggling a bit with the tenses, but
okay,
to me that's things like the same sort of thing.
Oh, sorry. Well, let me explain what I mean. Just looking at that definition of playable space. So, one can say that children can play conceivably in all manner of spaces, but that's not enough. It's got to be genuinely playable, and playable is explained here in this glossary. So there could be a difference between places that children could play in and places that are genuinely playable.
I would agree that children can potentially play anywhere that's safe, and arguably the whole of the level 2 deck children could play in. Yeah.
But it's got to be genuinely playable. So there are obvious limits on what is genuinely playable, and to take a hypothetical example, if you've got an area where adults regard it as their domain to sit and read quietly, that may not be genuinely playable.
At the same time, yeah, that would be a conflict.
Yeah. I mean, that's, you know, I just try to get a handle on the kind of thing we're talking about. Yeah. In any event, as I said, the parties are agreed that you can get to 1285 square meters. What I need to discuss with you, I think, Mr. Price, is the outdoor amenity space, and I want to go to the quantum of that. Okay. Now, so that's the next heading. Now, there are some different elements to the outdoor amenity space. And can I take them in this order, please? Now, the first element I want to discuss with you, Mr. Price, is the amount of private outdoor amenity space. Okay, so that's the first subheading. Now, could I ask you, please, to turn up CD 17, which is the planning statement, and I'll immediately, I'll also ask you to turn up CD 26, which is the updated planning statement, but just so we can see the progression.
Sorry, Mr. Burton, what was the reference for the updated?
So, sorry, have I given a false reference?
No, I just didn't hear it.
Okay, I was aiming for CD 116, which I believe is the planning statement.
16, not 17.
I think it's 17 is the planning statement, 26 is the updated one. Is that right?
Oh, apologies. What have I done here? Yes, sorry. I've written 17 and I've said 16. Yes, 17, Mr. Price, please. And when you get that up, please, Mr. Price. Mm-hmm. If you turn, please, within it to electronic page 21.
Okay, so
sorry, 2020. It's electronic page 20. And I'm aiming for paragraph 5.3.
I'm with you.
Great, thank you. I don't know if it's got internal page numbers that can be seen on this, but you're there. So it says in headline terms, the key features of the proposed development are, and if you go down a number of bullet points, you'll get to a line that reads provision of 5,589. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And the second sub bullet point is 1,439 square meters of private balcony amenity space. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Great. Now, that follows through then into, if you go now to CD26, which is the updated planning statement. And as you might expect, it hasn't changed that much, but it's now at page 9.
Okay, sorry.
It's now at page 19, Mr. Price, that paragraph 5.3.
Yes.
And we'll see if you can get to that page 19. You should see this the same. It's the same sub bullet that I'm directing your attention to, the 1,439 of private balcony space. Mm-hmm. You see it?
I can, yes.
Great. And then the final one to pick up is the appellant's statement of case, which is CD 4. If you could turn that up, please. And paragraph, if you turn, please, to electronic page 19, and in the sub paragraphs of paragraph 4.3, it's 4.3J, second bullet. Again, we've got the 1,439 of private balcony amenity space. See that?
Can we just, I'm just struggling to catch up with you there.
Sorry. So CD 4.4.
Yes.
And electronic page 19, please.
And those are numbered, so I think I'm on page 20.
Down
at the bottom, I think.
Yes, you are indeed.
Right. Okay. So.
Yes, I was just trying to work out how on earth it can be page 20, but it's electronic page 19. I won't try to work that out.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have J.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. And as you know, Mr. Price, the council is in agreement about the 1,439 square meter figure for the balconies. So I'm slightly surprised to see in your proof, and I certainly don't recall Mr. Felton's 1,439 being challenged, that you say it's, if I've got this right, you say it's actually 1,860 square meters. Have I correctly understood that's what you say?
You have correctly understood that.
Okay. Now, can I just ask, Mr. Price, you don't acknowledge anywhere that your figure departs from what's in the appellant's statement of case or the planning statements, do you?
No, I don't.
No. And I've looked obviously with care at your proof, and you don't in your proof, do you, provide an explanation for how that figure is made up, including at the paragraph that has some text about it, which is 6.4.11, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what you say there is that that private amenity space on the balconies and the level 2 terraces. Now, the level 2 terraces.
The level 2 terraces.
Yeah.
The level 2 terraces on my landscape plan in Appendix 1.
Yeah.
Are the areas around the northeastern side, the side facing onto the amenity deck. There are some areas there that provide private amenity space for the residents living on level 2 in towers T2 and T3.
But they're the balconies.
They are, but because there are some that actually sort of face out onto level 2.
Yeah.
They are part of the podium, so we've not called them balconies. We've called those terraces.
Okay. Yes. I mean, you. Okay. So, I mean, Mr. Price, you were. I think you were here for Mr. Felton's cross-examination. I didn't hear him, as I say, I didn't hear him cross-examined or challenged on his 1439 figure. Did you?
I wasn't there for that, so I will have to take your word for it.
Okay. Well, what you're, I mean, I think what you're inviting me to look at is the areas with the planking, the wooden planking, which I think, and all the balconies have got that wooden planking in detail. Is that right?
Yes, they're not balconies at level 2. They're on a podium, but yes, those areas are the ones shown with planking.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well. Okay. I think in the circumstances, Mr. Price, what I'm going to have to ask you to do is, I mean, is it? Yeah. So, is the figure of 1439 for balconies agreed?
The figure for 1860 was provided to me by the architects. It is a calculation for the balconies in T1, T2 and T3, and includes those terraced areas that we were just referring to on the level 02 amenity deck.
Sorry, so you haven't even worked it out yourself?
It's a building element, so I have taken that from the architects.
Well, yeah, you can imagine my confusion, Mr. Price. All right, now, can I need to therefore ask you questions on a hypothetical basis, and I hope you'll understand why, because I need to ask you questions on the hypothetical basis that what's in the appellant's statement of case, the 1439 square meters, is the correct figure for the private balcony amenity space. Okay. and I appreciate that's not a figure that you're going to agree to because the architects have given you a different figure, but I need to ask you the questions on that hypothetical basis. Okay. Now, can you take up your proof and go to page 18, which is where we have your table 3, please, Mr. Price.
I'm there, thank you.
Thank you. So what I have done with that figure that you don't agree, but I'm inserting, it is I've put in 1439 for the private amenity space, and then 227, your 2273, your 137, your 123, and then the play space of 1285. Okay. Now, as a matter of maths, that takes me to 5257, and you might want, I don't know if you want to check that or you're happy to accept that as
it's approximately that. I will accept that figure.
Yeah. So that would mean that taking the 1439 as the figure, which I know you don't accept, and then adding the rest of your figures, that would mean against the agreed requirement of the 6694, I make it as a matter of maths, it's a shortfall of 1437. And again, would you like to check that, or are you happy with the figure?
Can you run through that again?
Yes. So I've taken the 5257 figure, which is where one gets to by adding the 1439 plus your figures,
yeah, from
the agreed requirement of, and I hope I haven't misstated it, but 6694. And that produces a difference of 1437. As a matter of maths.
Okay.
Yep. And of course, one can see what that is in percentage terms. I have calculated it. It's almost exactly 21.5% short of the 6694 square meters. And again, would you like to check that? Or are you happy to accept that?
I will accept that. Hypothetical percentage.
Yes. No. I've underlined the hypothetical. Obviously, I appreciate because I've taken the 1439 as the starting figure. You're not going to accept that. Now, as you know, there's a difference, of course, between you and Mr. Feltham as to whether all of the deck, and I think it's really about what if we follow it around is 2F is legitimately counted as amenity space. You're aware that that's a dispute, correct?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Now, we agree, I think, Mr. Price, do we, that as a matter of principle, not all space is necessarily good enough to be amenity space, broad principle.
As a broad principle, yes.
Yeah. And we looked yesterday at we looked yesterday at the SPD, and I took you to what that said about footpaths. As again, speaking just in terms of broad principles, it's not just about what a particular space, part of space is intended for. It also involves other considerations like around the quality, and including what the microclimate is going to be there. That those would all come in as a matter of principle to the consideration, wouldn't they?
To varying degrees, yes.
Yeah. Now, starting to now come down from the level of principle to focus on this particular case, would you agree that it is relevant in this case that this will be a development where for however many hundreds of flats in the Tolworth Tower, there will be no private outdoor amenity space at all?
That is correct. Some apartments do not have balconies.
Sorry, that's obviously a matter of fact. We're all aware of it. What I'm asking you, I'm exploring with you, Mr. Price, to see whether you agree, is that fact that they have no outdoor amenity space, private outdoor amenity space at all, is relevant to this question of, is the communal area good enough to be amenity space?
We're providing, yeah, we are providing amenity for the whole community, and yes, that does include that private amenity space, because of your policy, which says if it's not available as private amenity space, it should become part of the communal amenity space. Sorry, the council's policy.
Yeah, no, it's all right. We all understand what you're getting at. Okay, not quite answering my question though, Mr. Price. Let me put it in another way. Would you agree that because this is a development, let me compare it to another development that's come up, Surrey House, where all the flats had their own balcony. So they all had some private outdoor amenity space. Okay. Now this is a development where there are however many hundreds of flats in the Tolworth Tower that have none at all. And in those circumstances, would you agree that that is relevant when we're looking at the space on the deck? It's relevant to whether that space is good enough to be amenity space.
Only in so much that we are classifying it as amenity space, and yes, that has to have a certain quality to it. But I believe this is a high quality amenity space.
So, and because this is a very interesting and important point to explore with you. Is your position that it actually makes no difference to the standard, the quality that the space has to meet in order to be genuine outdoor amenity space, that those flats in the Tolworth Tower have none at all of their own?
Not everybody wants their own private outdoor space. But I think I do agree with you. I think it is really important that we provide the highest possible quality amenity space that we can, and I believe that we have.
Okay, I'll try one last time. Is the reason you believe it's particularly important because those flats in the Tolworth Tower, how many there are, will have no private outdoor amenity space of their own?
It's important for all of the residents, each and every one of them.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean that is actually what I thought had been your approach, Mr. Price, that you actually haven't made any, you haven't drawn any distinction between this scheme with hundreds of flats without any private space of their own, and other schemes that do have private outdoor space of their own. That's right, isn't it?
Some of the flats have private outdoor space, some don't. But yes, I have applied the same design strategy that that is appropriate for that large podium garden.
Yeah, you're talking about design strategies. I'm talking about the question of whether an area, part of an area, is good enough to be amenity space. So do you understand what it is I'm asking my questions about?
Okay, I think if I get this right, you're applying the elements of the design to a table in a policy which is sort of very broad brush, which has these items on it. And it needs to be, because you're applying policy to all sorts of developments. I'm talking about how I've approached a design for this space specifically for this project. And maybe there's a difference, but I'm a designer. I'm looking to create the best quality space for the people that will inhabit this in the future.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Price, of course you are. What I'm interested in exploring with you is the difference between you and Mr. Feltham, the council, as to whether it should all count. Okay. Now I'm going to move on, because we've spent long enough on this point, and come to the detail and see if we can make some progress here. Now, again, I didn't hear. You're aware that Mr. Feltham has his total figure, which of course is less than the 5257 figure I set out earlier, by in the order of about 600 square meters, because he doesn't consider all of the deck should count as amenity. Okay. Now, can we look, please, at your plan and look at some features? Now, at the southern end of the deck, we see the bridge over, or however one describes it, between what is called North Point and the Tolworth Tower, correct?
Correct.
and there's a kind of way through under the bridge, correct?
Yes, there is.
Now you have included in your figures, am I right, Mr. Price? The entire area between the southern end of North Point and the northern side of the Tolworth Tower, correct?
I have included that.
Yeah.
Because it creates the circular connection through, and as a covered space, it has doors either side, and you can walk through it and complete the connection.
Now, I mean, you agreed with me yesterday that as a matter of principle, fact specific, of course, but as a matter of principle, when the SPD says don't include footpaths, that may be, that may be the case, fact specific. Surely that is a paradigm example of something that is, it's just a way, it's just a way through. I mean, it doesn't get more paradigm than that, does it?
This is a garden for all of the residents that are in there. It consists of footpaths, just like any other garden has, planting areas, play areas. We've got we've even put garden areas on this one. I think these routes around it add to the amenity value of it. And I think it's important to have that connection there. Not everybody will come onto the deck from T1, so they won't do a loop and come around and come back into T1. Plenty will come down from T2 and T3 and will use that as part of their circulation through the garden.
I mean, you're not seriously suggesting that this is an area where people would like to sit and read a book, are you?
I'm saying that it adds to the function of the garden space.
Yeah. Because I mean, necessarily one needs to be able to get to the to get around, of course, but I mean, being able to get around to places that are actually pleasant to be in doesn't mean that the areas that you need to use to get around to those places are amenity space, does it?
It does if they're part of the garden.
Well, that Mr. Price, is just, I mean, that's just another way of saying it does if they're on the deck.
That's not part of the travel lodge or T1. It's a covered walkway that people have come along later on and put some glazed sides to it. It's got doors through it. There are doors either side into the buildings.
And of course, even if we look at this area climatically, and could I ask you, please, Mr. Price, to turn up Mr. Lonergan's proof of evidence, which is CD 9-6, and could you please turn to the very final appendix. Now, what's on here? Now I hope I'm not the only one whose core document version of Mr. Lonergan's doesn't have his Appendix 3. What do you have, Mr. Price? Do you have a document that runs only to Appendix 2?
I have Appendix 3.
I have Appendix 3 as well.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Well, I've got it in hard copy. So the final page is a diagram that, in broad terms, Mr. Price, it goes below is it more or less than 2 hours on the 21st of March, and it actually sets out gradations below that. Do you see?
I do.
Yeah. And this area we've been talking about, and but perhaps could you move between Appendix 2 and Appendix 3 so we can see what's happening here. So we can see that in terms of 2 hours, none of this area that we've been discussing until you get down to, well, until you get out from the north point, gets more than 2. You can see that on Appendix 2. You see?
Yes.
And then when we go to Appendix 3, then we see that everything to the east looks, I mean, I can ask Mr. Lonergan about this, but it looks to be in near permanent shadow on the 21st of March. I mean, by his color coding.
It is a covered space.
Yeah.
The greenhouse is a covered space within the garden.
Yeah, well, I'm not even talking about the covered space though. Now, I'm talking about the. I'm sorry. I mean, we've been talking about the whole area between the North Point and Tolworth Tower, and what we can see also is that the area to the east, which isn't covered, but it's in what appears to be permanent or near permanent shadow on the 21st of March. You see what I mean?
Yes, I can. Yes, yeah. I can.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I'll invite you. Do you want to reconsider your decision to include this space in your calculation, Mr. Price?
Which part are we talking about? The covered space or the external space adjacent to it?
I'm talking about the area between the end of North Point and the Tolworth Tower and this pool of shadow to the east.
It still provides the circulation around the garden. It has value, and from the top deck, you'll be able to look out over those lovely big TPO trees. It has amenity value.
Okay, and Next area I want to look at with you, please, Mr. Price, is you have included in your calculations, as I understand it, all of these, what's the correct shape term? All of these submarine type beds that are on the outside of North Point and the Travel Lodge, the slightly curved beds with, I think, a bit of seating set in the very front of them.
Those submarines, as you call them,
Yes,
are actually planters. So they will be filled full of plants.
yes.
And will provide amenity and biodiversity value. And yes, we do have seating next to them, so people can sit there and look out again over the trees that I've just been talking about. So it's a nice open view there and a green one.
Yeah.
But yes, they are part of the amenity space.
Yeah. See, I mean, thank you for confirming that they're planters, because I mean, a few points about these. Firstly, they are serving a purpose of providing an extra buffer, aren't they, between the flats in North Point and the hotel rooms in the Travel Lodge and the deck?
No, Area 2H is about providing a buffer between the garden and the Travel Lodge. And as you'll remember from my evidence in chief, that area is sort of below the line in my calculation.
Yes, well, we can see. I mean, I can see that. We can see that from your plan. Obviously, because these are planters, other than the benches, it's not as if anyone is going to be sitting in them or doing anything else in them, are they?
This is the crazy thing about how you design or define amenity space. It's a garden. It will have soft landscape in it. Does it mean that you can't have any planting in your amenity spaces? It's crazy. No,
Mr. Price. I think perhaps you're not quite following what I'm getting at here, because as you know, Mr. Price, there's all sorts of soft landscaping across your deck that the council is happily agreeing to include in its figures, isn't it? I mean, we can
Thank
see
you. That's good of you.
Yeah, well, you know that, Mr. Price, because you know what Mr. Felton's figures are that I should say he wasn't challenged on. But we've got all this soft landscaping shown down in area 2A and 2F and so on and so forth. That's all been included. The council's point about this, which you obviously you don't agree with it, but I need to put it to you, is that these submarine-shaped planters, that they are going to serve as defensible space for the North Point flats, the Travel Lodge rooms, which you don't agree with, and that you can't, and clearly, other than the bench set into them, no one's going to be sitting on them, standing on them, or anything like that, are
they? No, they're not, and I hope they're not going to be sitting and standing on the other shrub beds that you've talked about.
Well, I have to doom you to disappoint them, because if the children are doing what they should be climbing every one of those trees. But anyway, yeah. So and look, something else you said, I just want to pick up there. mean, of course, people derive amenity from what they see. A view is terribly important, and no one's going to disagree on that. But just because something may be a pleasant thing to look at doesn't mean that thing that's being looked at is amenity space, does it?
No, I mean, if you're talking about the trees now, I suppose they are protected for their public amenity value, and I'm arguing that they have some value to the residents as well because they can enjoy them. But I mean, the actual space that's important to those important sort of amenity features is the ground that they grow in, because they wouldn't be there without it.
Right, let's go on to a further area now. You have included, this is right, isn't it, Mr. Price? You have included all circulation space on this deck, correct?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, and that includes, for example, the footpath that we see that leads between the two areas of artificial grass to is it the travel lodge?
Yes, and I've included that because people walking from one of the sort of green lobes to the other one will use that path.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's no question people are going to use the paths. I mean, they wouldn't be doing much good a job as footpaths if they weren't being used. You've included, haven't you, the area that is where I think everyone from T2 and T3 would actually come in and out down between those two buildings. It's actually happens to have a 2F near it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got benches out looking out onto that space. It is circulation, but people will also be sitting in that area too.
Yeah, well, people will sit on the benches, but
and people will stand in that space, leaning out over the top, looking at I mean, all the things that are happening in the plaza below.
All these footpaths running around. It would be a problem if people were sitting on these footpaths in terms of circulation, wouldn't it?
Well, in the areas where it's wide enough to have other activities taking place like yoga. I mean, people might be, as I said yesterday, teaching their little toddlers how to ride and things like that. They do vary in width, and it just gives people a bit of flexibility to just choose what they want to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, just whilst we're considering this question of footpaths and circulation, do you still have, Mr. Price, and if not, could you get it up again, the updated planning statement, which is CD26?
Is that May 2021?
On
the front cover?
I think so.
I'm sorry, but it just hasn't got the full title on the tab on the screen. Okay, so yes, I will say yes to that answer, that question.
Yeah, it is May 2021. Could you turn please to paragraph 5.36, which is electronic page 27, and
so
tell me when you're there.
5.36.
Yes, 5.36. Thank you. What you should see there is a paragraph that reads, it's also proposed at second floor level to convert the roof level of the established car parking into a large communal amenity deck that would serve T1, T2, T3, and the travel lodge. Now, were you aware that it was also to serve the travel lodge?
I'm not aware, and I believe that that is just referring to that emergency access that runs through, which is gated off from the area. So I believe that's what that's referring to. I don't for 1 minute believe that we are providing amenity space for the people in the travel lodge. Or play space for that matter.
No. Sorry, Mr. Price. Let there be no confusion about that. But what you certainly are providing is a route, a circulation route, aren't you?
We are providing the eventuality, if it ever happened, for people to be able to, in an emergency, leave the building through an existing door and onto the safe area of the T2 amenity deck.
And then I think, I mean, look, the difference is
it's not general circulation. This is an emergency provision.
Yeah. Clearly, Mr. Price, we're not going to agree. We're not going to agree on any of these topics. But I need properly to air them with you. I think I'll do one more, and then we'll call it a day, because we won't agree. And Madam Inspector will just have to reach a view on this. But there's this feature of the ramp, which is this kind of circular thing.
Yep.
And as I understand it, you've said, well, you can count that. You have counted it. You can count it because you will climb on it. Did I understand you correctly?
That's correct. If we need to provide the 12 to 17 years with a sort of more active play facility, then that's how I see that space being detailed out in the conditions. If that's not the case, then they'll have that as a seating area, and it'll be their sort of youth gathering space off the main area.
But I mean, this circular thing that's there on the ramp, and Madam Inspector can see it on a site visit, of course. But I mean, this is not going to be a bouldering wall, is it, or anything like that?
As I say, the detail is yet to be brought forward. It's not high enough for a bouldering wall, but it doesn't mean to say it's not a bit of fun and a separate space. We need to cap it in the same way that we're showing the ramp that's capped, because I mean, I'm sure as you're talking about it, you've obviously been to sites, but currently at the moment that ramp up it comes up from the level below on the bottom of the semicircular space, and then runs up to level 2 on the top. So for all of that, we're having to sort of platform that out with a lightweight structure just to create a space that flows into the rest of the T2 deck. That's all part of the design.
Yeah, no, I look, I mean, as you know, Mr. Feltham's he's included your deck, but he's not included that the circular
That's
item.
fair enough for him not to do that, but I am going to.
Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. So, in any event, obviously, I've done the exercise with you, Mr. Price. We're not going to agree. Madam Inspector is going to go on site with your plan, and she sees where we differ. In terms of daylight, sunlight, I will, of course, pick those up with Mr. Lonergan, and I'll pick wind up with Ms. Shilston. So I'm not going to trouble you on those points. Just one, there was one point you mentioned in your chief that I have to say piqued my interest and caused me to raise in terms of microclimate and things like that, and daylight and sunlight, made me kind of sit up, because you said that you saw no distinction between, as I understood it, quality of amenity between artificial grass and real grass. Did I understand you correctly on that point?
I don't think I said it in quite those words, but as whether I consider it an appropriate surface for what we're asking it to do, I think that it is one. I think some of these play areas, of course, would be a sort of rubber play system. I think the point that I did make was that it is used by schools for these sort of informal play areas. And I also made the point that people are using it in their own front and back gardens, and that it's an acceptable surface as a lawn finish, if for want of a better word.
Yeah. Have you ever had to sit on a piece of artificial grass on a genuinely hot day?
I can't remember if I have or haven't.
Okay.
So if I did and it was a dreadful experience, I can't remember that. No.
Okay. Well, they're made of plastic, aren't they? Artificial lawns.
They are, yes.
Yeah. And what happens with them on a genuinely hot day is that, unlike natural grass, of course, they heat up. So you sit down on the plastic lawn, and I'm afraid it feels really rather hot. You haven't experienced that yourself, though?
I've not, and I don't know if that applies to all artificial grass. I don't know how many of these things you've experienced, and what's your sort of knowledge is of the different types.
Well, it's important that I draw an acceptable line as to the questions and actually giving any evidence myself, Mr. Price. You'll understand. But do you accept the principle that because they're made of plastic, they do heat up?
I'm not going to accept that, because it will vary between different products. There is a whole range of artificial grass surfaces available.
Right. One further point on outdoor amenity space in terms of quantum. Are you able to help with this, Mr. Price? It's right, isn't it, that there's no policy requirement for outdoor amenity space for offices, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And if there were, of course, floors of offices in the Tolworth Tower, along with floors of residential, that would necessarily reduce the number of residential units in the tower compared to the appeal scheme, correct?
Yes, that is, yes.
And so what would happen, because there's no requirement for outdoor amenity space for offices, is the requirement for outdoor amenity space would reduce, correct?
Through your policy, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And bearing in mind, of course, the council's figure, bearing in mind that figure, which I appreciate is a hypothetical because it relies on the 1439 for private amenity space, but that figure that we discussed of 5257, which is about 600 square meters more than the council's figure, depending on the amount of office, one could, of course, reach the point where there was no shortfall against requirement, correct?
Hypothetically speaking, yes.
Yeah. Okay, right. Final topic, Mr. Price, is urban greening. Firstly, presumably you'd accept that all of the all of the natural features that you're proposing here would require some degree of maintenance to differing degrees.
Yeah, yes. All soft landscape, there is no maintenance landscape. There's always a degree of maintenance required.
Yeah. And just because maintenance is required, is that's not a reason not to go as, or obviously, to try to hit the urban greening target.
It depends. I mean, there's some things require so much maintenance that people just don't do them. You can't sort of just say that as a simple statement. Costs come into everything, and although landscape maintenance is generally considered a low-cost item, there are things that we put in that are not low cost.
Okay. Now, on the particular point concerning opportunities for vertical greening, were you here for Mr. Maguire's evidence, Mr. Price?
I'm sorry, no, I wasn't.
Okay. Were you aware that his evidence was not challenged in any way?
Well, I wasn't there, so how would I know either way?
Well, someone might have told you that.
Right, no, they didn't.
Okay. Now, when he gave his evidence, and this is a document that's recently gone in as an inquiry document, there had been an exchange, were you aware, between the time of your report that is appended to Mr. Stanley's rebuttal? So that was your report entitled Vertical Greening Report. there'd been an exchange between the council and your client about vertical greening, which was an exchange further to that report. Were you aware of that exchange? And let's turn it up so you can see what I'm meaning.
Right.
So it's it's an email exchange that ends with an email from Mr. Tanner of Barton Wilmore on Friday, the 8th of October, 2021 at 15:37. And it's titled Re F2250 Tolworth email on urban greening sent to Mr. Feltham.
Right. So where do I go to find this?
So it's been given a CD number 817, but as Madam Inspector rightly points out, it's not a CD. It should be an inquiry document.
Okay.
As to where you find it, Mr. Price.
I have found it.
You found it. Very good. Thank you. So the email reads, further to your query below, our consultant has responded accordingly. And then there's a quote. Are you the consultant being referred to, Mr. Price?
Yes, it appears. Yeah, that appears to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, do you recognise these words? I can confirm that we have considered all methods of urban greening in the landscape design and so on. Did you write those words?
Yes, I think.
Okay. And can you see the final paragraph? It says, regarding the example of climbing plant use that RBK raised, I can confirm that the service yard does not form part of the planning application, and so it's not included in the design. Okay. Now, the example raised, we need to go down to find Mr. Feltham's email to Mr. Tanner, which is towards the bottom. It's the text of it's at page 3 of 4, and we pick it up about halfway through. Further, I would add that the 2015 scheme did include other methods of vertical urban greening, including this from the 2015 DAS. And there's the quote, and that's what you're responding to, isn't it?
Yes, it was my understanding that that's what I was talking about in my evidence yesterday. Looking at page 72, it's the building that was closest to and fronts onto your road, and it had fins dropping down into the ground, into that sort of the soft landscape strip with the trees in it.
Yeah. Now, what you didn't, as I heard you yesterday when you gave your evidence in chief, Mr. Price, what you didn't say was the very reason that you gave in that email exchange we just looked at, which is that, well, you couldn't climb plants up there because it's outside the red line. So have you now accepted that it is in the red line?
What's in the red line?
Okay. Can we turn up CD14, please? And get to the site plan.
So is that presumably that's in the proposed folder or the red line and phasing?
Well, I mean, how would you I mean, the easiest thing I suggest is to go to the site plan, but we can, if you want, go to all of the red line plans. I mean, let's go to all the red line plans. So go into the red line and phasing folder and start at the ground floor, please. And
okay,
are you there, Mr. Price?
Yeah.
Now, the area that the council is, was asking about, has it been considered climbing plants up here? Is the area between I think it's the back, I presume, back office of the M&S, and then there's this walkway, isn't there? And then the service yard, and then we eventually get to Ewell Road. Working, if you're looking at the document in landscape as it appears, just working up the page. Yeah.
So if I just bear with me, but so we've got the sort of area that is from the building facade facing on to Ewell Road. There's the section that's sort of underneath the soffit, the sort of overhang, and then you get to the road. There's some parking there, and then there's the soft.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Now that area is all within the red line, isn't it? I mean, it's terribly confusing.
Yes,
but it is.
Yes, yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, so that reason that was given in the exchange, and let me make absolutely clear. We go up, go to level 1 as well, so you could see where the red line.
Okay.
Sits at level 1. Now this as it were, we now have to remember that now we're at level 1. Obviously, the red line, of course, is not including what may be further back of office for M&S, or I'm not quite sure what that is. But because one is, as it were, superimposing the ground floor, obviously the service yard area is still in the red line.
And so what are you calling a service yard? Is that the area of is that the road and the parking spaces at ground level?
Yes, I'm calling that. I believe that's what's being referred to as a service yard.
Right. And that's so okay. So if I look at the one underneath.
Yeah. And then.
Okay. Yeah, I can see.
And then to complete the picture, we get up to level 2.
Right. Is that very different from 1?
Well, yes, because the red line.
Is, yeah. No. Okay. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think it's all of the amenity deck. Yeah.
Yeah. It's about where the M&S offices begin at, I think. So right. and then having done that, one I think has an understanding. So can we agree? Yeah. Can we agree that at ground level, clearly that within the red line, there's space that which is not space that people are going to be driving on, where one can have the base of the roots of plants that go up. Question as to how high they go up, but plants that go up, vertical plants.
It's still circulation, and it's in the area of the overhang.
Yeah, but what you said in chief. This is what you said in chief.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
You said with a double height space from ground to anywhere where climbers could connect. So I have to put some sort of trellis in between.
Yep.
You said that would block access all the way round. Can't see M&S wanting that. Need to find some space and see how the margin around the building drops down into areas of circulation.
But wait, isn't there any access into travel lodge there? Am I looking at a different part of the plan? So
what I'm go back to the ground floor, Mr. Price.
Yeah.
Back to the ground floor red line. There
isn't that access into travel lodge on the left hand side?
Yeah, on the left hand side. But we've got a long area between that travel lodge access in and where the red line has a big indent, which is basically immediately under Tolworth Town.
Isn't that area where M&S gets deliveries to?
And yeah, hold on, Miss Price. Look, there's a long area there,
right?
And my point is that we can see there's some in and out access egress, but it's not remotely all the way along that area between Travel Lodge and the indent that there's people or vehicles going in and out of the building, is it?
Okay. Well,
do you see what I mean?
As an operator, Travel Lodge will want to keep that frontage open. So I don't think that they'd allow us to sort of creep along and then give them a narrow slit in front of their sort of reception area that's there. So we're left with M&S, which I don't know about how the trucks pull up, how they offload. I'm guessing they come as close to that curb as they can. They're probably longer trucks and they'll pull in and pull out. Without talking to M&S, I would not want to agree to anything along that facade.
Well, you see, really, that's the council's point, actually, Mr. Price, and you put it very neatly. That there's a policy target to pursue, and you've just told me that no, you haven't asked M&S, you haven't explored the possibility of putting some greening in here, and that's the position, isn't it?
I haven't asked M&S about this, and I can't answer for any other members of the team whether we have explored this with M&S. You are correct.
Okay, thank you. Can I also ask you referred to discussions with Ms. Shilston at the design stage. Did you also sit down with the building services engineers at the design stage and discuss urban greening?
They were part of design teams where it was discussed. As for specific discussions with them, no.
did you discuss with them possibilities for urban greening around the various plant houses?
I didn't. I thought the plant was on the roofs, but yeah, no, okay. If there are separate items within and at the ground level, then no.
Well, I mean, actually, I'm happy to ask you about the roofs, because there are these plant houses proposed for the roofs. Why wouldn't you explore greening around those plant houses?
Right. Well, we did look at green roofs for the top of the towers.
I'm not talking about green roofs around the plant houses.
I'd question whether or not that's actually feasible to achieve. Some of these plant houses require ventilation. We've also, I presume you're talking about some sort of climber structure with trellises around them.
Well,
to do that, we'd have to put soil, additional soil up there, potentially irrigation.
Look, Mr. Price, have you explored it with the building services engineers or not?
Not with the building services engineers, but I don't think it's a feasible solution.
Well, it sounds to me as if the reasons you've just given are something that we wouldn't know one way or the other whether it's feasible without discussing it. Isn't that right?
It's not something that we do. So to say that I'm sort of jumping to a conclusion and not using an experience-based assumption would be wrong, if that makes sense.
Did you discuss with the building services engineers the benefits of urban greening in terms of reducing cooling demand?
I don't remember that being a specific point of conversation between me and them. It may have been brought up in other design teams when I wasn't there.
But you're, just to be clear, you are and have always been the landscape, the greenery person on this.
I am. I'm the landscape architect, and as is our lot, we don't go to all of the design team meetings. So I can't confirm one way or the other. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Okay, understood. Thank you, Mr. Price. Could you just, if you just give me one moment, I need to ask my team, who are obviously not in the same room as me, whether they have any further questions they believe I should be putting to you, Mr. Price. And I don't know if my team are able to confirm, Mr. Feltham, on the WhatsApp we've got going. I hope I'm not just talking into the ether.
No, I am looking at that now.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Phelps. Thank you very much, Mr. Price. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. That's the end of cross-examination, but what I would like to do now is take a break, because you have been on the witness stand for 2 hours, or a little bit less, because we didn't start on the witness stand till 11:46, as I noted. Mr. Linus, if you are content, I would like to take a half-an-hour break. And then we will come back and you will do your re-examination of for Mr. Price. So Mr. Price, just a reminder that you're not allowed to talk to anybody at the moment about the case. So can I suggest that it's 26 minutes past, so can we be back at 5:02?
Yes,
12 then? Thank you. I'll adjourn for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The time is now 11:55, so I shall resume the inquiry. We have everybody back. Thank you. So, Mr. Linus, please, if you'd like to start your re-examination, please.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Just a few questions, if I may. Mr. Price, can we turn first of all, please, to the play space SPG produced by the Mayor, CD 519, and turn to PDF page 34 if you're using that electronically, paragraph 4.24.
Sorry, that was page
PDF page 34.
34.
Okay. And you're asked some questions about the back end of that paragraph, the bottom of that paragraph, where it refers to benchmark indicative curves.
Sorry, I think I've got the wrong page here. It's 34
PDF
hard.
34.
34. Right, not page number, but the actual.
No, PDF 34.
Yeah. Okay.
Paragraph 4.24. At the end of that paragraph, it says committed to standard for play provision is in addition to other quality standards for open space provision applied in open space strategies. I just wanted to confirm the position with you. Insofar as it refers to in addition to open space provision applied in open space strategies, to what extent, in your view, does that apply to private communal space standards or something else?
It applies, as I stated during cross-examination, it applies to something other than the private spaces. It's the public spaces.
Yeah. So again, as far as this case is concerned, how relevant is it in your view, that part of paragraph 4.24 to the issue of multifunctionality as far as other spaces are concerned?
It is relevant.
And you were asked questions as well about 4.25 towards the end of that paragraph in the second column. It said the possibility of creating multifunctional space was specifically addressed and had been in appropriate provision. You'll see there multifunctional space.
Sorry.
I can't hear you, Mr. Linus.
It's page 67 we're on at the moment. If you're using the PDF browser.
Sorry, ma'am. Did you say you couldn't hear me?
I can't hear you, Mr. Linus.
Let me move the speaker. Sorry. The speaker is being shared by Mr. Price and myself. We'll just see if we can move it regularly between us. Is that better, ma'am? Right, thank you. You're asked questions about 4.25 as well, Mr. Price. Towards the bottom of that paragraph on the right-hand column of the same page. See that?
Yes.
And there's reference to multifunctional space. See chapter 3 should be specifically addressed and calculating appropriate provision. Now, can we just go back into chapter 3, please, and go to paragraph 3.24 first of all. You have that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And there is a reference there to the creation of incidental playable spaces dependent on the creative use of public realm, provide enjoyment and discovery for children and young people, for example, through the creation of landscaping and high-quality public art. These spaces with good design being multifunctional, offering a range of leisure and recreational opportunities for users of all ages, as well as being playable. Okay, so if we, again, looking in chapter 3, as that paragraph required us to, if we look to see what incidental playable spaces means, one can turn back to Roman numeral page 7, please.
Yes.
And incidental playable is public space where recreational features such as landscape and high quality public art make it playable. Okay, and that is set out in the context of the definition of multifunctional space on the left-hand column. Do you see that?
I do.
Yes, multifunctional with a shared public space or communal space. Do you see that?
Sorry, Mr. Linus.
Yes.
You will need to speak into the speaker. It's really hard to hear you when you're speaking away from the speaker.
Okay, very well, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Multifunctional space. We were on page 6 of the SPG. Multifunctional space is a shared public space or communal space. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and again, just to go back to another reference, still in chapter 3, can we go back to 3.36, please? On internal page 39, 3.36. Young people often enjoy being near activities or simply watching the world go by. Sensitivity required, how in each individual space the best possible balance is to be struck between, on the one hand, providing specifically for young people, on the other, ensuring that they're seen as a legitimate presence in shared public and communal space. Do you see that?
I do.
So again, to what extent, in your view, Mr. Price, does the concept of multifunctional space include or exclude shared communal space?
Well, it includes it. It's black and white.
Thank you very much. And if we go back to paragraph 4.31 in the SPG, page 58 internally, paragraph 4.31, which you were taken to as well. And the point was put to you that where open space provision is genuinely playable. Did you recall those questions?
I do, yes.
Thank you very much. And again, when one applies that to the circumstances of this case, what view do you take about the space that you've adopted as multifunction or
Right.
crossover space being genuinely playable?
Right, they are genuinely playable. It's a mix of formal play spaces with equipment, and it's informal play with all the landforms and other features that make it genuinely playable.
Thank you very much. Now, you were asked some questions about the balcony space and the move in the statement of case from, I think it was 1439 to 1860 square meters. And I think you explained the approach that was taken, particularly at level 2. I mean, just so the inspector has it, what view do you take about why you have included that space within the figure of 1860?
They are private amenity spaces for those dwellings facing onto the level O2 deck.
Thank you very much. Then next, please, you're asked questions about footpaths. And can we go back, please, to CD 516, which is the residential SPD from the council, residential design SPD, and go to 3.57 first of all. This is the paragraph you were taken to. When providing amenity space, the following will not be counted, and then footpaths you see in that bullet point. Can we just look at paragraph 3.56, please? It says essentially provision should be made for open spaces to fulfill a number of functions: hangout, washing, sitting out, and then what does it say after that?
Taking a stroll.
Okay, so when one applies that concept of taking a stroll, which the SPD asks open space to do, how do you apply that to the open space as proposed here?
Well, you need a surface that you can stroll upon. So there has to be an element of footpaths and landscape spaces to stroll through.
Very much. Again, just take the alternative approach for now. Let's say that one needed to approach open space where one looked at only areas where you were sitting down or playing. What would that do in your view to the concept of open space provision or communal open space provision?
Well,
if you followed that approach?
It would reduce the quality of the space. You need to provide people with all of the experiences that we've been talking about.
Thank you very much. Next, please, quickly, you were asked questions on what Mr. Burton called the submarines to the north of the Travelodge building.
Yes.
And I think you said it would be so crazy to treat that as defensible space, which you weren't going to include in amenity space. Can you just explain why you regard that as a crazy approach, please?
Right. Well, sorry about the crazy word, but
don't be sorry.
Well, we've already provided the defensible space in 2H, which includes a separating strip of landscape and a screening climbers on trellis. So the separation is already there, the distinction between the hotel building and the sort of garden area beyond.
I'm just to test this proposition very, very briefly. If for whatever reason one were to take out those submarines just from the plan that's proposed, what would that space be used for?
It would be used for strolling.
Yes, and would that be included or excluded from the calculation?
It would be included.
And in your view, would it be better or worse as a form of amenity space provision if that was done?
Well, no, I obviously I'd feel that we need those in the scheme, and they offer seating as well as.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Your asked question about artificial grass, and I think, in fairness, we learned a friend. He was aware of the issue relating to giving evidence, but just to confirm the position for the inspector, I mean, are you aware of any evidence at all? Or let me put it this way: to what extent, Mr. Price, are you aware of evidence suggesting issues relating to the creation of heat in artificial grass that might be applicable to this proposal?
I'm not aware of anything. And again, I say this is an element of detailed design which will be conditioned and we will ensure.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And just standing back from that, we have points being made by the council about the areas of the scheme which are going to receive sun, and the concern being raised them being too hot for people to sit on the one hand. And then we've heard other aspects of the council's case which refer to areas of overshadowing. As an approach to this open space, on the one hand to say that the areas that get sun are too hot, on the other to refer to overshadowing, what view do you take about that as a sort of conceptual approach to the open space in this site?
Well, I mean, I see that as a positive because it will, again, enrich the experience. There'll be different microclimates and different opportunities throughout the year and throughout the days. So I find that as a positive.
Thank you very much. And finally, please, urban greening. Now, I just want us to set this in context, please. First of all, can we go to the design and access statement from the resolution of the grant scheme? I think is where this started. So it's CD 71C at page 72 to 3 of that design and access statement, please. So 71C.
No, sorry.
So that's, yep. And then scroll down to the next page, which I think is the one that has been under consideration before. It says Arcadia, this is assessing the service arrangements which currently take place in the existing park. Then it says externally the service yard will be clad in metal bins to match the existing condition. On the Ewell Road frontage, they will be brought to ground, which will allow for climbing plants to grow over the facade. Now, if one looks at the if one looks at the way the scheme at that stage was being addressed on the images, one looks towards the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, and one can see in between the middle and the right-hand tree, if you like, one sees a projecting service yard cover. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that part of the proposal in this case?
No, it isn't.
Okay. Do you know why it's not proposed in this case?
I don't actually know.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, just to understand then how.
Sorry, I didn't suggest it was though.
Well, I'm just confirming the position.
Okay, all right.
Let's move on, please, to the rebuttal statement that you prepared, Appendix G, to the energy rebuttal, please, Mr. Price. So it's CD 915.
Right, I do have a hard copy of that one.
And if we go to it's PDF, page 306, for those who are looking at it on screen. I just want to understand, please, Mr. Price, if we go down to PDF page 311 of that document, one can see figure 3, the east elevation. See that?
Yes.
Now, I think what you have done there is to isolate the fins that are at, as I understand it, first floor level in that box. Is that right?
They are at the
Okay.
double height first floor level.
Yes. Okay. So, again, just can you explain very briefly to the inspector why you have regarded the use of those fins in particular as unacceptable for green route provision, as you said, 217?
Right. So, are we talking climbers or are we talking
Either?
Either. Well, the issues with the climber are.
Adam, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I genuinely don't. I don't understand how these are relating to my questions.
I need to ask questions about the use of green walls or climbers for this part of the scheme to set the scene for questions I'm going to ask about the ground floor, which appear to be what Mr. Burton is asking about.
Well, can we just focus on the questions and answers I have with Mr. Price though, because I wasn't talking about green walls, and Mr. Price knew I wasn't talking about green walls. So I'm
I've asked a question about urban greening in the context of either green walls or vertical or climbers.
But I don't understand why, because I wasn't asking Mr. Price about green walls.
Well, if you're
I mean, it's got to arise from the questions.
But there is a point being put on the use of the ground floor on this elevation because it's part of the red line within the application site for urban greening purposes. And I'm asking Mr. Price to give his view on the feasibility of that, having regard to what he has said in respect to other aspects of the site. I'm asking him to identify which parts of his evidence, as far as other aspects of the site, may be relevant to the point that are being put on the ground floor. That's simply what I'm asking, Mr. Price.
But it didn't. I have to say, it didn't sound like it was arising out of my questions.
Perhaps if you let Mr. Price explain, you'll see, ma'am.
Well, the proper process does have to be followed. It does have to arise out of my questions.
It is right. It's dealing with your question, Mr. Burton, because the treatment that Mr. Price is describing is the process he went through as far as urban greening generally is concerned in relation to the first floor level. I'm going to ask him to explain the extent to which that's also relevant to ground floor. Simple as that.
Well, I've said I think all that I need to on this, madam. Obviously, you'll take a view.
Thank you. Mr. Linus, continue, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, Mr. Price, can you just explain what you considered as far as this eastern elevation is concerned, please?
Well, resulting from the sort of image that we've just been looking at here, I've been looking at the feasibility of actually putting climbers on any of these facades. And I think I said this in Chief yesterday. It's a double height space. To get something up to the next floor level is extremely challenging. And in my experience, to have a trellis like that with planters, with climbers planted into it, it doesn't work well.
So I think thank you. If I understood it, again, Mr. Burton, I'm sure will tell me if I've got this wrong. But as I understood it, the reference is being made to looking at the ground floor rather than the first floor, particularly in the service yard. And just to orientate ourselves, I know you haven't marked it in red on figure 3, but as I understand it, we're looking at the area between the ground floor and where it's been marked red on your plan. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, just to again see this in plan form, I think we were taken to one of the phasing plans. Doesn't really matter which plan we look at. It's there in a number of forms, but CD14 includes red line and phasing drawings, including a ground floor plan. You see that?
Yes, I do.
What I'm trying to do is just understand this, trying to help the inspectors understand the relationship between what's in your Appendix G and what's in this plan.
Yeah.
So if we see the red line, and Mr. Burton pointed out where the red line is, and there's a dashed line just above the red line that runs horizontally. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and one see in between the two some what appear to be circles. What do you think those are?
Well, they're bollards, yes. They are bollards. I've seen that sign.
So what do you think? What do you think the dashed line indicates?
I think that is a pull-in bay for delivery lorries.
Okay. Now, if one goes back to your Appendix G plan, and one in that context, you said in that Appendix G document you identified the area at first floor level for fins. If we're looking at that ground floor level, having regard to the plan of the ground floor we just looked at, what view do you take about the feasibility of urban greening proposal generally in that area, given its relationship with the fins at first floor level?
It's if you drop the fins down, you put a trellis in there or planting, you can't. It's the loading.
Okay, and if we just to confirm the point, if we go to CD 114, please.
Struggling with my mouse.
It's a transport assessment, which should include a delivery and servicing plan.
I'm having a problem with my mouse. Am I allowed to look over? No. Right.
Can we provide Mr. Price, please, with a copy of CD 114?
It's alive.
I think we have it electronically now, Mr. Price.
Right.
Do you have it?
So 114.
Well, that's the delivery and servicing
Plan.
plan.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, thank
We
you.
open that and
Yep.
go to PDF, page 15.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so we see the approach to delivery. So if we see on that plan, the figure within that page, you've got Resi delivery, M&S delivery, Travel Lodge delivery. Just ask you to record that. And then page 28 within that document. PDF, page 28. One sees the tracking for service vehicles as well.
Yep.
Again, you can scroll down and see other tracking information for vehicles coming in. And bearing in mind the use of this area for servicing as indicated there, and the relationship between the area at ground floor level and first floor level, again, what view do you take about feasibility of urban greening measures at ground floor level under first floor level?
It doesn't work.
Thank you very much.
It's physically impossible.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. I haven't any further questions, Mr. Price, so I will release you from any further questions and from the witness stand. So thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Linus, do you want to now call your next witness, please?
Yes, ma'am. Could you just give us 1 moment? We need to have Mr. Price vacate the seat next to me, and for Mr. Lee to.
That's absolutely fine.
We're using the same speaker. Just take 2 minutes. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you.
And while Mr. Lee's setting up, perhaps to save take, given the stage rats in the inquiry. Am I still on the speaker, ma'am? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. There are some documents that Mr. Lee will need to refer to as he goes through his evidence, apart from his proof, including some core documents that we've already looked at in the course of the inquiry. Rather than spend time taking those up, what I propose we do is just give the relevant references to you for your note, rather than spend time getting them up on screen. If for whatever reason we need to go to the documents at a later stage, we can, but I'm aware of the time, and I want to give Mr. Burton a proper opportunity to ask the questions he needs to.
That's fine. Thank you.
Right, I see Mr. Lee is in position. Looks to be ready. Ma'am, I'll introduce Mr. Lee from his main proof of evidence. Your peers, Lee, you're a member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, qualified in the General Practice Division, and you're a RICS registered valuer. You're a member of the Society of Industrial and Office Realtors in the European chapter, and you're the holder of a Bachelor of Science degree in Real Estate Management from Oxford Brookes University. You're a principal at Avison Young, an international real estate services provider with 120 offices across the world. You're based in London office, and you've got responsibility for the Southeast office team. You have 21 years experience specialising in office agency and investment, and you act on behalf of landlords, investors, developers and occupiers in office properties and development sites in the southeast of England, predominantly outside central London. You give further details in your proof of your earlier career after beginning at King Sturge in 2000. I won't read those out, but anything to add, are all those details correct, Mr. Lee?
Those details are correct.
Thank you very much. Now, again, what I'd like to do, just to summarise your position for the inspector, please, is deal with your broad position under a number of headings, please. as far as the scope of your evidence is concerned, we're dealing with Inspector's Issue 2 and Reason for Refusal 2, part of it, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So first heading, please, context, Kingston and Tolworth generally. And I've been through this in part with Mr. Felton, but can you summarise for the Inspector, please, the main points you want to raise about the wider context within Kingston as far as employment land is concerned, please?
Yes, I think I'd just like to sort of say that really Tolworth within the Kingston borough is not recognised as a particularly strong or prominent office market and hasn't been for a number of years. There are various studies that the council have done themselves that back up this opinion, such as the economic analysis study, which one of the findings I highlighted in paragraph 2.5 of my proof is that of the Kingston Centre's ability to attract new office occupiers is less strong in the future than it has been in the past, and the requirements for office space are for better quality modern space and for small startup businesses. It then goes on to say that the key challenge for the council is in the shift from older, outdated space to providing new space which meets modern business needs, which, as I'll explain later, and have done in my proof of evidence, that I do not believe Tolworth Tower is able to or capable of.
Thank you. And that, ma'am, is CD78, Economic Analysis Study. I think in your proof you mentioned the Economic Baseline Study as well. Mr. Lee, is there anything from that you might need to identify?
Yeah, the Economic Baseline Study, which is CD79 and was referred to in 5.6 of my proof of evidence, goes on really to sort of characterise the demand that is in the wider Kingston borough, and probably most pertinent here with regards to Tolworth. And it goes on to state that 91.7% of businesses in Kingston employ less than 9 people, with 83.7% employing 0 to 4 people. And there are only 30 businesses that employ 250 people or more, which in turn makes up 0.4% of the business space in the borough. This to me demonstrates that the overwhelming majority of demand is driven by small businesses, and in some cases, very small businesses of less than 4 people. As I'll explain later, the tower is not suitable to be split into small units in a viable and economic way, in my opinion. Also, whilst on the economic baseline study, figure 28 on page 44, which I know was ran through Mr. Felton, indicates that, you know, the 10% drop in demand for offices within Tolworth and the wider borough, just indicating the direction of travel of office demand.
Thank you very much. And then there's been the Tolworth area plan as well, Mr. Lee, which you mentioned in your evidence too. Now, we've been to that with Mr. Felton as well. We know what position the council takes on that document, but again, is there anything in that which is relevant to the Inspector, please? I think it's important that, you know, on page 15 it draws the conclusion that Tolworth is not considered to be an office location, due amongst other things, due to a lack of demand. Thank you very much. Now, we know that you have prepared the office viability report, which is at CD 129. Rather than sort of taking that out and running through it, please can we just provide for the Inspector your summary as to the position as far as Kingston and Tolworth generally is concerned, as set out in the office viability report, which I'd call the OVR. Yeah. From now on. Yeah, the OVR demonstrates that you know, there has been declining occupation since the late 1990s. That was picked up in the appendices, which is the Catania report, which observes that Tolworth Tower had reached the end of the road as a viable office building that will attract occupiers. The market since that report was produced in 2015, with first of all the Brexit decision and then the COVID-19 pandemic, has got worse rather than better, I would surmise. And as such, I think that the conclusions of that report, which appeared to be accepted at the time,
are still valid today.
Thank you very much. Now, so what view do you take about the general picture in the market in Kingston generally, Tolworth generally?
Well, I did some in my proof of evidence. You'll see that at Appendix 1, I carried out analysis of take up within the Tolworth area as opposed to the wider borough, and this I used with our own research and CoStar, who are the leading provider of commercial information in the UK. On average, and this included, and I think it's important to say that in terms of we haven't just cherry picked here, but this included a re-gear of a substantial amount of space, 32,000 square feet, to Frederickson, who were already within Tolworth Tower, and some might argue that you wouldn't actually include that, but we did, and that basically gave a 5-year average of just over 10,000 square feet of take up per annum.
Just to help the inspector, can we look at Appendix 1 to your proof then, please, just to be clear what you're talking about there. There's references to Tolworth Tower within that appendix, and you just said there a re-gear for Frederickson. Can you just explain what that means to the inspector and how that influences how you should approach this table, please?
Yeah, so a re-gear is in essence when you've got a sitting tenant who wants to extend or change or vary their lease, in this case to take an additional period of 12 to 18 months, and they're effectively not new demand and new take up because they're already within the building, but it is a transaction that took place. So I thought in balance I should include it within this, but it could be argued that you could ignore that, at which point the long running average per annum would then drop to just shy of 4,000 square feet per annum over the 5-year period.
Thank you very much. And as far as other elements of this appendix are concerned, there was the issue raised yesterday about the last few years, which I went through with Mr. Felton. Just explain your position as far as the last few years is concerned, please.
Yeah, so I in response to the question as to whether the space had been marketed beyond 2015, I included the last 2 marketing brochures that have been produced, which I included in Appendix 2. As you can see, one is what would be described as a high quality brochure covering several pages, with some enhanced imagery of the tower and what it could look like, to appeal really to the widest possible audience in terms of selling the benefits of the tower, and then also a more standard marketing flyer produced by Catania Commercial themselves.
And to what extent did that feed through into the entries into Appendix 1?
Well, as you'll see in Appendix 1, there were 2 lettings in the tower that weren't previous tenants. One was to Tekin International on the 8th floor, which was in May 2017, and the other one was Fine Foods, again on the 8th floor, and that was in March 2017.
We'll come back to how all this sits within the wider scope of your evidence shortly. Can we just place this then in the context of the history of the Tolworth site itself? You have the history of the occupation in the Office Viability Report, CD 129, which refers to the Catania report. So what picture would you give of the Tolworth Tower generally, please, historically?
So the brief history is chapter 4 of the Office Viability Report. it looks at the various different ownerships that have happened, the 2 administrations within the last 10 years at the tower, and the declining occupancy, and really sort of, you know, a bit of history as to how it was designed, with, you know, how people used offices in the 1960s compared to the modern technology needed today. In particular, I think this is important in terms of repositioning the building, you know, if it was to be retained as offices, and what will need to be done. As the Catania report makes clear, from their marketing, their feedback was that, you know, many occupiers are put off by the lack of a raised floor. If you then put a raised floor into there, given the slab to slab heights within the building, you're falling substantially below the current British Council of Offices guidelines, which is sort of seen as the benchmark for refurbished sort of office buildings, and guidance on that.
So if one takes the history that's recorded in the OVR, you know, what sort of levels of vacancies are we looking at as a broad sweep on a historic basis, in your view, Mr. Lee?
Well, you're looking at between 60 and 70%, and up to 75% in 2017, which is the sort of figures that I've been presented with.
Thank you very much. And you say in your evidence that the building will be sort of functionally obsolete. In your view, we struggle to attract sufficient demand. Can you just, again, you started doing it in your evidence there, but explain to the inspector the issues that you've identified in your proof relating to the suitability of the site for offices, notwithstanding what appears in Appendix 1 in Tolworth Tower.
Yeah, I think that there are a number of issues with regards to the floors themselves. So just touching on that first, and then sort of almost work down to the bottom of the building, and then the approach. So sticking on the floors, typical with many 1960s developed buildings is a line of columns running through the center of the floor plate. How you approach these, and how other buildings have dealt with these probably slightly better, that are still functioning reasonably well as office buildings, is by either having the core not encroaching into the floor plate itself, which this one does, or by having it at one end of the floor. Instead, you've probably got the worst of all sort of aspects here, in terms of the core eats into the space about a third of the way into the floor. It then throws you out into the sort of space where the columns are. And so if you were to split up some of these floors for smaller occupation, you would lose a significant amount of space by effectively creating a corridor running down the middle of the floor plate. Now, you say that someone might not use that if they took the whole floor. However, if you were getting the whole floor away to an occupier, and could attract larger occupiers of 8,000 square feet or more, they would be paying for that space. So how they used it would be largely irrelevant to the landlord. Whereas if the landlord splits up the space, then they would effectively be losing that, which already on a building where the net to gross ratio is not exceptional, it would reduce it. Also, the majority of floors, as they were, currently had sort of 4 WCs per floor rather than 8, which, as you'll see in the last set of marketing brochures, that was a proposal to increase them to 8 floors on the 17th floor. 8 WCs on the 17th floor, as per the plan at the back of that brochure, which is more in line with BCO guidance. You'd also need disabled WC provision, all of which would increase the core size, as well as then losing out on having a corridor running through the floor plate, and your net to gross ratio could drop probably below even 60-40, which would then have pressure on various other things. So you would either have an increased service charge figure per floor, which would have to be added to any rent that you set, because the costs for maintaining the upkeep of the building on a full repairing and insuring lease basis would mean that you would in essence have to divvy up that amount by a smaller floor area, which would then increase the amount per square foot. So would lumber sort of extra cost onto trying to provide small, cost-effective space. So moving away from the floor plate, you'd then go down to the building itself. The building's always had a number of persistent issues regarding when it was originally let. The supermarket actually was the first space let at the building. It was let on a pre-let basis, and the Catania report, and they've dealt with the building for several decades, makes it clear that effectively the pre-let to the supermarket ended up compromising where the entrance to the tower eventually ended up being, and so what you've actually got is the entrance to 160-odd thousand square feet of offices tucked around the back of the building in a pretty unprominent location. And also, ironically, on the inspection I did of the building, I encountered the same issues that Andrew Armiger at Catania Commercial had noted in his report of a Marks and Spencer's lorry delivering at the same time due to the servicing of the supermarket being pretty much next to the entrance of a significant amount of office space. Once entering the office space, in terms of modern day reception areas, it's pretty underwhelming, and then you only have one option with the whole building in terms of servicing it, which I'll come on to if you're looking at ever having a mixed use in the building, is that you go straight then into that offset core and the lift banks there, and you have no other option really of accessing the tower other than from the car park at the top, which would obviously present security issues if you didn't have one main focal point for entering and exiting the building.
Thank you very much. Now we've seen in Appendix 1 that there was some earlier occupation of Tolworth Tower in 2017. I mean, to what extent should that be taken into account by the inspector when she's looking at your evidence about the issues with the tower now? Does that, in your view, demonstrate these issues aren't significant, or what approach should she take to the fact there was occupation in 2017?
There was occupation, and Fredrickson were the largest tenant. They were a financial firm that was looking to vacate the space. They actually did not take space in the southeast. They went out of the southeast office market. And prior to that, that left in 2014 were Close Brothers, who moved to modern office accommodation in Wimbledon. And the other significant occupier over the sort of last 20 odd years was the Inland Revenue, and the new the government's approach to, and the government property unit's approach has been to consolidate their estate, and they went for a purpose-built, brand new 300-odd thousand square feet development in Croydon.
Thank you very much. So, overall conclusions on issues with suitability, then, please, Mr. Lee, before we go on to look at the approach to marketing.
Well, I think we're seeing a number of larger tenants leave the space and not be replaced, despite a significant marketing campaign, certainly over the period up to 2015, which I don't think is in dispute. They were unable to attract large-scale occupiers, which ties in with the findings of the economic analysis and the office baseline study in terms of their interpretation, and the Tolworth area plan and their interpretation of the Tolworth not being a recognised office market or attracting significant demand.
Thank you. Now, if we just move on to marketing generally, I think one issue between us and the council is that although the marketing may have been accepted under the resolution to grant scheme as up to 2015, that evidence has aged somewhat, I think, as Mr. Felton put it. What approach do you take to the marketing and the state of the market most recently, please?
Yeah, so you know, as far as I'm concerned, the tower was marketed up until early 2018. Certainly, I'm aware that Catania Commercial were, you know, circulating those brochures. You know, they wouldn't have got them produced unless they were circulating them. And I think the evidence that they were circulating them is obviously in two lettings within the building, which are contained within Appendix 1. So I haven't done any further information on sort of marketing there, and so not bringing any new information to the appeal. However, I think that, you know, it's important to look back as well over that period from 2008, where I went to a number of different launches, rebranding, relaunches of the space with various different owners and developers, two of which, as I've touched on, went into administration, and their sort of plans for the building that were very ambitious, and I think that, you know, they certainly gave it their best sort of you know, stab at trying to attract demand to this area, and ultimately failing. And that was borne out by the vacancy rate at the time of purchase, which was, you know, 75% within the building.
And Appendix 2 to your proof, you put in material that has 2017 on it. Can you just explain what that material is, please?
Yeah, so the material in Appendix 2 of my proof of evidence is, I mean, the first one is a general setting the scene brochure, which is used, you know, to offer to the market almost any solution that, you know, a tenant might want that can be delivered, and how that, you know, how that is typically approached is that if a tenant says, right, Tolworth is exactly the location I want to be in, but I don't like the look of Tolworth Tower. What they're trying to say with this brochure is, you know, we can fit out floors for you. We can reconfigure floors as per the, you know, if you go down to sort of towards the back page of that brochure where it says proposed Cat A fit out options. This is becoming more regular now, and actually landlords are actually doing it. But certainly, you know, before, you would offer these, particularly in a market where you're slightly uncertain as to what the demand would take, whether it would be for cheap functional space or whether it would be for higher end fitted out space. And what they've offered here is sort of, you know, a mixture. You've got either budget space or fitted out space, and also then if you go on to the Catania produced marketing material. Again, it just shows the availability in terms of floors, suites, some small, some down as small as 2,985 square feet, up to full floors of 8,400. And I think it's also important to mention that prior to this, obviously, as the landlord took back fitted space, they were able to offer smaller units, and were clearly doing this in 2017, as you've had a letting of 300 square feet.
Thank you very much. So, I mean, if we have the resolution to grant from 2019, which was based on the Catania report, and we have the evidence in Appendix 2 to your proof, I mean, what view do you take about the extent to which the market has moved on since the preparation of the Catania report, having regard to the material in Appendix 2 to your proof?
Well, I mean, the market is the market. I think the southeast market, and the Greater London office market, it's fair to say, has been buffeted by several headwinds, as I touched on earlier. Brexit being the first one. So in June 2016, the Brexit decision was announced, and that caused uncertainty, and uncertainty generally sort of affects occupier confidence, and certainly the statistics coming out of market research over the last sort of 5 years have shown that, or over the last 10 years, shall I say, rather than 5 years, have shown that there has been a drop off as a general observation across the market. Clearly, the Greater London market, like the wider Southeast, is made up of a number of different smaller markets, and each perform differently. But I would say, having looked at recent take up in more established parts of the borough, such as Kingston itself, the take up has not been significant, and so you'd conclude that it has been affected by certainly that potential headwinds that was leading up to the end of 2019. Then obviously, since then we've had a seismic change in how office occupiers occupy their offices, which, as I'm sure as I'm sure that everyone's aware, that there's been plenty of column inches written on it. How is the return to the office going to work? How's the sort of working from home experiment that effectively came out of the restrictions put in place to combat COVID-19? How that is all going to pan out in terms of the office market, and certainly as we sit here today, occupancy is still below 50% of what it was pre-pandemic. I was in a building in Reading the other day that is on the investment market. It's got an energy supplier in there. We inspected on a Monday, and it's 155,000 square feet, bang next to a station with a substantial car park, and a Grade A building, led on a 15-year lease to them. And there were two people in the building in 155,000 square feet. So how the office world is going to come back is still undecided. There is greater movement, and certainly take up is picking up. So we anticipate that it will return, but how quickly it will return and whether it will ever return to the same levels as it did before, I think is still open to much debate, as you're seeing in the press.
Well, let's, in that context, can we move on to the supply position, please?
Yeah.
Now, you've included some of this material in the office viability report. Just summarise your position on supply, please, the inspector.
So within the office viability report, I focused primarily on Kingston and Surbiton, which are the more established office markets. And within there was 130,000 square feet and 15,000 square feet in Surbiton. And then, in addition to that, obviously, Lidl have been marketing 37,500 square feet within their new development, which is in Tolworth, to the south of the appeal site. If you add that into the 130 and the 15,000 square feet that was in the office viability report, then that gives about approximately 180,000 square feet.
And what do you say that tells us, Mr. Lee, is in the context of this case? What conclusions are you asking the inspector to draw from that extent?
Well, I would say there is a healthy level of supply within the market already within Tolworth, Kingston, and Surbiton.
Thank you very much. And the Tolworth area specifically, I think we've looked at your Appendix 1 already. Anything more we need to add on that?
I don't think so.
Okay. And known requirements. What do you know about any particular requirements at the moment, Mr. Lee?
I'm not aware of any requirements that have Tolworth as a location named on them. Okay.
Thank you very much. So the implications of losing office space for the overall supply position then, please, Mr. Lee?
I would say it's negligible. I think with the 5,000 to 6,000 square feet of workspace that is proposed within the scheme, together with 37,500 square feet that's been on the market with the Lidl HQ, that's due to complete at the end of this year. But obviously that was a forward marketing campaign to see if they could have interest and leases signed up to coincide with completion. That hasn't. That's still there. So you've got a significant amount of space, 43,000 square feet, say, give or take, and based on the sort of, as I said, the generous 10-year, 5-year average of 10,490 square feet, which obviously includes the re-gear. That's 4 years supply, and anyone would say that that's a healthy level of supply for a sub-market.
And just want you to comment, please, on the the realism or otherwise of accommodating or requiring this building to be used for office space in the future? What do you take about that going forward, please?
The difficulty I have is that, ideally the demand for Tolworth Tower would come from within the borough. The problem is that at present, there's 160,000 square feet of space. That's a significant amount of space for a market that has only transacted just over 50-odd thousand square feet in 5 years. And also with substantial competition from, within the borough, from the likes of Kingston, where there's, 130,000 square feet of space on the market. So I just think, one, the sheer quantum of space is too much for the market. I think the location is seen as challenging for office occupiers, particularly the congestion from the roundabout, a car-borne location. It's a car-borne location, but it doesn't have some of the benefits of an out-of-town business park. And then, a train station, but with a slightly sort of inferior timetable compared with the likes of New Malden, etc.
Thank you. And we know there's flexible workspace included within the application. What view do you take on that in the context of the supply figures we've been looking at?
Well, within the supply figures we've been looking at, if you take the last 3 years of take up, as I concluded in the in my proof of evidence, I think that'd be just over 2.5 years. I think I said 3. That was a mistake. But it's 2.5 years of supply based on again the rather generous sort of levels of take up.
And again, what we're asking the inspector to conclude from that, how would you view a 2.5 year supply of space available to meet whatever demand may be considered to?
I would say that's healthy, and the reason for that is that it might be asked if the space is let up, then your 2.5 years is gone. Well, yes, in a small market that is true. The likelihood, though, is that for small space, the key is the word flexible, and by flexible, it doesn't just mean flexibility of size; it also means flexibility of lease. And typically, that would be sort of short-term leases. So you would have a natural churn probably within that would definitely keep pace with the demand such as it is in the market.
Thank you very much. Now, next, please. The Montague Evans report, which you've covered in your proof as well. You comment on the assumptions made in that report, including demand for space within a refurbished tower, floors 11 to 21, with a mothballing of the space below. Can you just explain how that fits within your analysis as far as the long-term future of this building is concerned, please?
Yeah, I think that look, I accept that if you refurbished space and you put it on the market at highly attractive levels, there might be unseen demand that we're not seeing at the moment that could be attracted to the tower. My concern with the valuation and the approach taken is twofold. One, I don't think that mothballing space and space of that sort of size, I can't recall it being done anywhere, certainly out of choice. And I think with mothballing, in whatever disguise it comes, that there is risk with that. There's risk that the fabric of the building could deteriorate further, leading to larger expense, and that really, the appetite for risk, given that probably most developers and investors we're speaking to at the moment on any space with vacancy are taking a glass half empty rather than a half full approach at the moment, given the context of still no one quite knowing what the office market's going to look like, post-pandemic. I think that in my opinion, no one would look at it on this basis in the real world as opposed to, you know, the valuation world.
As far as the long term is concerned, Mr. Lee, I ask you about that, and place yourself in the shoes of the current landowner. Even, well, how's the valuation which you've accepted as a valuation? But looking in the sort of long term, the risk profile for the building, what would you say to the inspector about that, having accepted the valuation, as it were?
Yeah, I think, you know, I think the reality is that anyone who took that would look to try and derive some value from that space. And I think that it's also worth saying that the returns are so modest that there are better options out there for investors to invest to get a better return for the risks involved.
Thank you very much. Now, briefly, we've got an issue that was raised by the council as far as the residential over offices option was concerned, and that option was considered in your office viability report previously, and some points have been raised about the issue of risers and so on, particularly by Mr. Maguire. Can you just sort of set the scene for this, please, in a office of viability context, and explain the approach that you took in the OVR from an office viability point of view, please?
Yeah, well, I mean, in the office viability report, I was provided with a sketch diagram showing the impact on a floor plate, and I'm just trying to find which page it's on. I think it's chapter 6. So chapter 6, PDF page 15 and 14 on the hard copy. I was provided with a sketch diagram showing where various risers would go into the floor, and as I've already identified, there is you know, a spine of columns running down the middle of the corridor. Running down the middle of the floor plate. If you were then to have these risers in this location, and I'll come on to Mr. Maguire's point in a minute, but if you were to have them in this location, then you compromise the floor significantly, because you know, how could you configure desks and a working environment with risers punctuating a floor like that? To take Mr. Maguire's point, and I'm not a technical expert, so I'm assuming that you can gather all the services together at a point. Now you may lose a floor. I'm pretty sure you'd have to lose a floor in doing that, because otherwise I can't see how you get the fall. But I'll leave others to discuss the technical merits of that.
When you say fall, just to be clear, Mr. Lee, what do you mean?
The fall for waste.
Okay.
So the slope that you'd need for it to move freely.
Okay. Again, you say to lose a floor. Just explain, bearing in mind that I think the concept that's been raised is resi above offices at the lower, on a few floors at the lower level of the tower.
Yeah. Again,
what's the overall effect on viability is dealt with in your office viability report, but does it change anything you have concluded about the viability of resi over offices?
No, I mean, it improves the plan that's in the office viability report, but again, you would then have another central chimney, for want of a better term, with all the risers collected together puncturing the floor. And what it doesn't get away from then is the problem of, is this building capable of a mixture of uses within it? And in my opinion, it's not, and I'll explain why. I think that buildings with a single core, where residents, if it's residential and commercial, whereas residents and commercial occupiers would effectively have to use the same lifts, the same staircase, same means of escape, causes all sorts of problems, and has a negative impact on both the residential and the commercial in terms of desirability, and then in turn viability. If you look at the most successful vertically stacked schemes, probably the most well known would be the Shard. You cannot get from one point, so the hotel in the Shard, into the offices without going down to the bottom of the building in a dedicated riser and core, coming out of the building and then going into a separate entrance. And that's a purpose-built vertically stacked building. And where we see offices and residential combined with perhaps some of the more modern examples in around Battersea and Nine Elms, again, they're very clear to have the residential and the commercial access being totally separate. I think together, it just doesn't work, and it's certainly in a challenging location anyway. And this is no Battersea and no Nine Elms, and certainly not London Bridge. In a market where demand is as thin as it is in Tolworth, to put in front further inhibitors to demand, I think would lead to a scheme that, quite frankly, would sit there with large amounts of vacancy and probably end up back in a planning appeal.
Thank you very much. Now, just finally then, please, can you just summarise to Inspector how you would, taking all this evidence together, conclude on the policy tests that have been identified in the evidence?
Yeah. In terms of the office viability report, I think that I've concluded there that with the large majority of occupiers being 10 people or less, and the difficulties of converting the tower to satisfy that demand, I think the policy aspirations of E1 in the London plan have been met and tested in terms of in terms of releasing what is effectively obsolescent office space for other uses, after exploring whether it can be accommodated for smaller suites.
So if we take this just in terms as planning policy E1, is the whole office space retention of that justified on viability grounds in your view?
The whole of it?
Yes.
No.
No. Why not?
Because the sheer quantum of space, okay, and the fact that it's not tailored to where the local demand, such as it is.
Okay. As far as partial occupation is concerned, viable over the longer term in your view?
No, for the reasons I've stated before, due to the configuration of the building, the shared core, and still dealing with riser issues to some extent.
And as far as policy DM17 is concerned, and the core strategy, what view do you take about that policy, please?
In terms of policy DM17, I believe that rather than 2 years of marketing material, there's over a decade of marketing material associated with the tower, and could go back further. I appreciate that it's not up to the point and the date of the inquiry, but I've seen no change in the direction of trend, which was a declining office market in Tolworth since the marketing stopped.
And let's assume that one takes from the Montague Evans report that there is a level of demand which has been, I think, well, technically the word is assumed, as Mr. Scott was very keen to tell us within that report. How does that play in the longer term context of the policy objectives at which DM17 is aimed?
Well, I think that I think that if you look at DM17 and look at retaining space that can be used and is viable for office use, I don't see how having 90-odd thousand square feet that is tailored at a market that is different to the current demand could be satisfied. I struggle with that, and I think that developers and investors would struggle with that. I accept that you can generate demand by offering exceptionally cheap terms, but whether the rewards in doing so would justify taking the risk, and it is a risk because at the moment it's trying to satisfy unidentified demand, then to that extent, I think that policy DM17 as it currently stands has been satisfied by the marketing today.
Thank you. And finally, if you just step back and just assume that the scenario identified in the Montague Evans reports played out, you have a tower which is available for 11 to 21 on its floors for office occupation, with nothing happening in the rest of it, and the condition of the site and the accesses and so on remaining. What in your view would that say about Tolworth complex or Tolworth generally as an office location?
Well, I think that you're attracting the whole sort of reasoning behind creating the demand there would be that it be highly economical, cheap office space. So I think you'd have a very transient market. I think you'd have the potential that if business conditions changed, you could have large chunks of vacancy back. And also, you wouldn't have the tower functioning properly in terms of generating the revenue and the service charge to effectively reinvest within the asset. The margins would be so tight that actually what you'd end up having is a further deteriorating asset. And yes, there'd be obviously structural elements that legislation will mean that would have to be upkept, but the appearance is likely to deteriorate further. And it'd be, effectively boxed off, I would have thought.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Here's my questions in chief.
Thank you. I'm just going to finish writing my notes. Thank you. What I would like to do is break for lunch. If I do have any questions, I'm going to do it possibly following cross-examination or after re-examination. Okay, not at this point. So I'd like to break for lunch now. So can we be back here for 2:10?
Could I just raise one point, madam? I mean, it's partly to do with timing. I may have been misunderstanding or misreading rather. It looked like Mr. Lee was at times reading possibly from notes or something like that. If that's not the case, I apologise. But if it is, it might speed things up. If he does have some notes that I could actually see them, it will save me going and checking my notes of his chief. That's the first thing. The second thing is, just to flag up. Obviously, we've had a chunk of chief. I'd be very surprised if I'd be finished my cross by 4 o'clock, and obviously there may be some re-examination, and I'm just obviously reminding myself as much as everyone else that Mr. Felton has got to be off at 4, and I need to know what the situation is.
Well, has another host been found, or is that just not possible? Mr. Feltham, do you want to come in and just explain?
Currently, no, but I do feel that I should be able to continue to host this, even if I'm not physically here, but moving somewhere else. What I might do just to make, in the eventuality that it doesn't work, I can make someone else a co-host. Doesn't mean they have to do anything, but if for whatever reason I sort of disappear and can't close it down, then somebody just has to close that meeting. So I don't see there being a problem. I know it's not ideal, but I haven't got anywhere so far with other resources.
Ma'am, can I just say, I think having a co-host sounds like a good idea. I'm assuming that it's not actually going to be particularly technically challenging to remain as a host until we need to effectively leave the meeting at the end of the day. So someone else hopefully would just be able to take on hosting and finish it.
It's a bit unusual, but I suppose it better be me, because it's meant to be the council who are hosting this.
Yes, I was just going to say it would have to be.
Looks like I'll be the only one left standing.
This is only if the internet connection doesn't follow me where I go. So I may be being overly cautious, but
I think it's right to be. I mean,
But-
frankly, if you're heading off to the M4, Mr. Feltham,
Mr. Burton, you would then have the power to kick somebody out if you wished, being a co-host. So maybe that's a benefit.
Well, yes. Well, obviously, madam, if I have to actively host, you can guarantee that I won't do anything without asking you first and really being your servant in terms of hosting.
I think all it does, I'm probably correct in saying this. If you look at your screen on the bottom right, I have a red button which allows me to end the meeting, and I think nobody
That's
else
what it does. Yes.
would have that.
Everybody else just leaves.
Yeah, so everyone else just leaves. So that I think is the only change from being a host or not being a host. So
and having the power to mute and etc. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I haven't had to do any of that. The only thing I've had
Obviously,
to do
no.
is start the meeting and end the meeting. So it has been a fairly simple from that point of view, because it's all being streamed on on YouTube. But as soon as we end the meeting, that ends the stream on the on the YouTube as well. So there's nothing to do from that regard.
Okay. Well, we will continue on the assumption that because we won't be finished by 4 o'clock. It's very unlikely, I would imagine, with cross-examination and then re-examination, and then if I've got any questions as well. And obviously we do need to continue until we finish with Mr. Lee. The other alternative is that we move Mr. Lee, we continue as far as we possibly can today, finish, and then it's just going to have to wait until later on. Madam, which is not ideal.
I think we all recognise the straitened time circumstances we are in, and it may be that parts of what I had planned to cross-examine Mr. Lee on, I have to take a different approach and make clear that matters are not in dispute, but the evidence is there, and we may have to just leave it. I mean, given the circumstance that Mr. Lee's unavailable next week, it would be completely impossible, as far as I can tell, not to conclude Mr. Lee's evidence today. I mean, I can't even begin to think about where that would leave us.
I think that's right, ma'am. If it helps Mr. Burton, I'm not going to be taking points on him not addressing every single point in cross-examination. I know the reality that we're in now, and I recognise that.
Thank you. Well,
may I ask? Sorry, but did Mr. Lee have a set of notes that would be better than what I attempted to type down there, or was it a misunderstanding?
He may have some. It looks as if he has some notes, but I don't think they're in a form which can realistically be sent across, Mr. Burton. It's more for his own purposes.
All right, I was doing my best, but
no.
Even these typing fingers are not up to every challenge. Yeah. All right.
Okay. Thank you. Well, if I can adjourn for now then, and I did say come back at 10 past, so if we come back at 2:10, that would be, so we've got about 50 minutes for lunch. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, lovely. I'll adjourn for now then. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Time's now 2:10, so I will resume the inquiry. Is there anything, any updates or anything that need to be said before Mr. Burton starts his cross-examination? No. Okay. Mr. Burton, then, please.
Thank you very much, Madam. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Lee. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
I can. Good afternoon.
Great. Very good. Now, as you know, Mr. Lee, I'm going to ask you some questions on behalf of the local planning authority. That's my role. I will, as I did with Mr. Price, who you may have overheard some of my cross-examination of him, I'll try to do it topic by topic, so you and Madam Inspector can follow, of course. Now, in terms of documents, we will have to look at some documents. Of course, I'll flag them up as we go along. Are you working, may I ask, electronically from the core documents? Do you have some in hard copy?
I'm working electronically, and I do have some in hard copy, but I'm happy to stick with electronic in the main.
Well, I rather hope the more you have in hard copy, the better, frankly, because it just seems to take a little bit longer to get to, although obviously Madam Inspector has to follow, but we'll see where we go. Now, let me begin actually by asking you, Mr. Lee, a question that I completely forgot to ask Mr. Price, despite trying to ask it of every expert witness, and it's about the split of your work as between local planning authorities acting as local planning authorities and developers, which could of course include local planning authorities, could include local authorities, if you follow.
Yeah, the majority of my work is acting for developers and investors.
Thank you. Now, first topic is it's the chronology as regards your involvement, Mr. Lee. Okay, I'll come on in due course to perhaps a wider chronology once I've understood. Now, in terms of what you tell us in your proof, not that much. Paragraph 1.6. You're familiar with the Tolworth Tower complex site and the surrounding area. Now, in terms of your active, if I put it this way, active professional involvement with the Tolworth Tower complex, when did that begin, please? And not just in relation to this planning application, if there's been more.
Okay, I first inspected Tolworth Tower in probably the mid-2000s. It's a building that has regularly had marketing events, and I looked at it with a requirement, probably must have been, well, is before the global financial crisis, so we're talking in the mid-noughties, and then subsequent to that had been to various open days, launch events at the building. So in terms of actually having any retained involvement on behalf of any of the previous landlords, I haven't had any.
Fine. Okay. So and you correctly anticipate that was where I was getting to. Your retained involvement begins, and for this, I'm sure we're going to be looking at an awful lot. I do have CD 129 in hard copy,
yeah,
which is the office viability report.
Okay.
In terms of understanding your retained involvement, you tell us at page 6 of that document, and have I understood correctly, Mr. Lee? This is para 3.1, that you first inspected in September 2018.
Yeah.
And is that, broadly speaking, coincident with your retained involvement?
That was when I was asked to inspect it for the purposes of producing an office viability report.
Yeah, sorry. So is that around the time your retained involvement, as you described, it commenced? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And at that time, I think you tell us, don't you? We put effectively we put paragraph 3.1 and paragraph 3.6 of the OVR together, and you tell us, putting them together, that when you first inspected on Friday the 14th of September 2018, that's 3.1, and then 3.6, the majority of the non-occupied floors in the building have been stripped out.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Okay, I've correctly understood. Thank you. Now, you say elsewhere, and if you just move on through the office viability report to what I think, assuming you're following electronically, I think is electronic page 12, but there's only one page difference with this document.
Thank you. I'm happy to go by paragraph numbers if that's
Thank
easier.
You. That's very helpful. Paragraph 4.7, Mr. Lee. In March 2018, Tolworth Tower was acquired out of administration for the second time in 10 years by the current owners, and work commenced to strip out the vacant office floors once vacant possession of the whole was obtained on the 31st of March 2019. Now, I've puzzled over that date, and I believe that can't be right. It must be, you must mean 2018.
Once vacant, I think the 31st of March 2019. Okay, when I inspected in September 2018,
yes,
there was some stripping out that had taken place.
Yes,
but there was also still occupation. They then got effectively vacant possession of the tower, is my understanding, in March 2019, and that's when they finished effectively stripping out the rest of the accommodation. Maybe.
Oh, right. Okay.
That is what I think the point I'm trying to make there.
Okay, you see my confusion there.
I see your confusion. Yeah,
I got you. Okay. So there were obviously still tenants in until March 2019.
There were, yeah. So in the report you'll see a picture. I think there's a floor there with occupation in.
Yes, no, no, absolutely. Yeah, I've got that. But the thing is, in terms of the chronology, in terms of your retained involvement and what you saw, as it were, strip out of non-occupied floors was underway when you went in September 2018, and obviously that continued. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd seen both floors. I think if you go to it's just above paragraph 3.7. Madam Inspector, you'll see two photographs. That's pretty much sums up what I saw. Some floors stripped out, some floors occupied.
Great. Okay. So that's the September 2018 position.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant. Okay. Thank you.
I then subsequently re-inspected because I'd written another report before at the end of 2018, which is why my inspection was dated 2 years before this report. This report was then an update, and I went and inspected that, I think, again in September 20 off the top of my head. I think I might have referred to it in.
Yeah, you say that. Okay, in 3 points. In 3.1. You re-inspected almost 2 years later.
Yeah,
a month earlier in August. Yeah. Great. Now, just an observation, but let's stick with page 7 or electronic page 8. Not helpful, is it, in terms of retaining existing tenants and attracting new tenants, that the owners stripping out the building like that?
Well, the previous fit out was not fit for purpose. I mean, if you look at the picture there, you've got linear dated, well, it's probably pre-Cat 2 lighting in those floors. So you were going to have to do some form of improvements on them, even if it was going to offices. You know, the building had fallen into a state of significant disrepair. So the logical conclusion was, rather than sort of leave the floors as they were, would be to strip them out, and probably in anticipation of a successful planning appeal. But either way, you were going to have to do something with the floors. You couldn't just offer them to the market looking like a 1990s or even a 1980s spec.
Right. Let's inject, please, reality, which I did intrude into your answer there, Mr. Lee. This strip out. So your client who purchased the the building, it was not stripping out in order to provide office space, was it?
I've never asked them why they stripped it out, but I'm assuming that they would need to, you need to upgrade the office space. It was tired anyway.
What? Yeah, you didn't ask them why. Okay. I wonder. Let's have a look at this. So you mentioned the previous administration. Now that was of that was the CNM Estates company, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, and that was the company that purchased, and I think within a very short space of time, I think they maybe purchased in 2014, and then within a very short space of time, they got a full planning application in 2015 to convert to an office resi split, correct?
Yes, maybe. I don't know. I'm not familiar with.
You weren't aware of that.
With exactly what the planning permission was previously. Sorry.
All right. Well, that's what they did, and it sounds like you don't know that. It looked like they, I don't know, failed in whatever negotiations they did or didn't attempt with Marks and Spencers to have them give up their car park because they wanted that for the public square. You were unaware of all of that?
I was unaware of that as well.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, put yourself perhaps in the shoes of occupiers in 2014, 2015, when all that's going on. And this application's in that's giving up the majority of the building as offices, and then roll it forwards to 2018 when your client, and we'll fill in a bit more of the chronology in due course, but then your client, who also doesn't want offices there, starts stripping out. Put yourself in those shoes.
Yeah,
that is not going to create a particularly favourable vibe in terms of retaining office tenants, is it?
Well, I mean, the leases were granted until 2019, until March 2019. So there was a development date in there, and so in 2014 you'd have 5 years of occupation.
Well, try. We'll make much faster progress if you answer my question and then caveat. Okay. So, having put yourself in those shoes, as I've described it, firstly, do you agree that that would not have created a favourable vibe in terms of existing office tenants remaining?
I think if you were being refurbished around you, if that was the intention, then that would not be favourable, no. If you were granted a lease for a period of time and it fitted in with your business plan, then it might well be favourable, because people want highly flexible leases. That works both ways. It can't always be that the landlord grants something into perpetuity and that the tenant says, well, actually, I only want 3 months. So if I was only looking for a short-term lease, it wouldn't bother me at all.
No, Mr. Lee, please, the facts. Okay, you're clearly not aware of all of
that is a fact. I don't understand really where you're driving me, because if I'm looking for a 10-year lease, then I'm not going to look at a building that's got redevelopment coming up, am I? But if I'm looking for a short-term lease, I'd quite happily look at it.
Hold on. We can get to the detail of quite how many, but there were various office occupiers in this building. We know, you've explained, up until the end of March 2019. Yeah. And those occupiers would have heard, no doubt, the new landlord entirely gutting floors, correct?
Yes.
And one can presume, given the history, that they would have been aware that those floors were not being gutted to bring them back into office use. They were being gutted with a hope of residential use. Okay. So,
yeah. So this is occupiers within the tower you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm now. So put yourself now, having put those facts into the position, put yourself in those shoes. That would not be a situation likely to be conducive to those people wanting to stay and extend leases and the like, would it?
Well, I would say that Frederickson is your example of 37,000 square feet that disagreed with you.
Well, I'm really glad you brought up Frederickson, and I don't want to be too. I'd only taken out of turn, but I mean, I'll deal with that immediately. Frederickson, of course, they re-geared. I think the word you'd use. They re-geared despite all of this going on, didn't they?
Yes, because they wanted they wanted to manage their exit from the building to a time that suited them, and working with the new landlords.
Yeah.
Because they were moving their facility from Tolworth up to I don't know where they went. I think it was Leeds, but it was certainly out of the near market. That's for sure.
In terms of getting new tenants in, this kind of environment where floors are being stripped out with a view to residential is not conducive, is it?
No, I mean it's not conducive if you're looking for it all depends on the length of lease and when that conversion to residential is going to take place, doesn't it? Really, I mean, I'm not trying to be obstructive here, but if you're only looking for 3 months and they're not going to start stripping out the floors or doing anything for 2 years, you could not care less. Doesn't that make sense? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult here, but if you're looking for a 10-year lease, yes, I appreciate you probably wouldn't be looking at a building that long term is going to go residential. Absolutely, you're spot on.
Okay. I think we've aired that issue sufficiently recently. Now, I promise you, I'll come back to the chronology in terms of marketing in due course. Now, I need to deal with policies with you, though, because I mean, what you do in your proof. After your introduction, you then get straight into section 2, which is the Tolworth office market. And I have to say, not actually said anything much at all, if a single word, other than citing the reason for refusal at paragraph 1.7. We then come rather abruptly to a conclusion at 2.11 regarding whether or not what you've set out sits with the objectives of the policies. Okay, so I need to go to the policies with you,
right,
and just see what we can agree. Hopefully quite a lot. So can we start, please, with the core strategy, which is CD5. And do you have that, Mr. Lee, electronically or in hard copy?
I've got it electronically.
Okay, so I want to look, please, with you at policy DM17, which is at page 157, electronic page 165, please. So tell me when you're there.
Yep, I'm there.
Great. Heading, of course, is protecting existing employment, land and premises. Now, in terms of the objective of the policy, would you agree it's pretty clear from the first line? The council will protect all employment, land and premises in the following broad locations.
Yep.
Yeah. And obviously there's no dispute, Mr. Lee, that this site is in B, correct? The B location.
Yep.
Yeah. And individually also, would you agree that the Tolworth Tower is also individually marked on figure 21, which is back a couple of pages? Are you aware of that as an other employment location?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So although, as it were, it's not necessary because it's in B anyway, it's also in E for good measure, as it were. And of course, we've got the text at the bottom of the page, which states alternative uses will not be acceptable within the areas A and E above unless it has been demonstrated by sound evidence, rigorous marketing over a number of years, up to 2 years, that there is no quantitative or qualitative need for a range of employment uses. And further detail, see the GLA's industrial capacity SPG. Okay. Now, just a few questions about this. Working actually backwards through that first sentence there, a range of employment uses. I mean, that is suggestive, isn't it, of exploring options?
Yes.
Beyond the existing, whatever the existing is. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And then sound evidence and rigorous marketing over a number of years, up to 2 years. Now, it's talking, obviously, isn't it, about sound evidence, rigorous marketing of the particular space that's the subject of, well, in this case, the planning application. Must be.
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, this term rigorous, well, these terms, sound evidence and rigorous marketing, presumably we agree that evidence won't be sound if it's out of date, a matter of principle.
I don't understand what you're saying in terms of
okay, sound evidence. Sound evidence. Yeah. Sound is a term that does crop up in planning policies, but evidence won't be sound if, to take an example, the evidence is out of date for whatever reason.
Right. Well, I can't comment on what out of date would be in terms of, you know.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Got to go for two.
I'm not asking. I'm level of principle. Okay, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I don't want you to answer, as it were, the different a non-topic question.
Okay.
As a matter of principle, evidence will not be sound if it's out of date. Now, whether something's out of date or not is another matter. If it's out of date, it won't be sound. Do you agree?
Well, I don't think sound implies, you know, a dating to evidence. Sound implies that you've gone through all the hoops to market a building fully. You know that it's been properly marketed, i.e., letting boards, brochures, mailed out. You know, parties have been shown round, space has been provided. That's what I would count as sound marketing evidence.
Okay, you forgive me. You're rather running the words together. You're saying sound marketing evidence. The words are sound evidence and rigorous marketing. Do you see?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just try one more time. I mean, it's always helpful to understand differences of approach. We don't have to agree, clearly. As a matter of principle, if evidence is out of date, would you accept it wouldn't be sound evidence?
I think that sound evidence is basically, you know, the demonstration that something has been, you know, fully explored and that there is evidence of that approach having been taken. The fact that something might be out of date, it's very difficult to put a date on it, because the office market is not a fast and dynamic moving beast. So in terms of looking at this, I was quite content, particularly when putting together the proof of evidence, knowing that there'd already been a substantial amount of marketing that had been provided by Catania Commercial, and evidence of that the building had carried a void going backwards for a significant number of years, so much more than 2. And I think that normally when it comes to this sort of approach, this policy is directed at where people stick up a board on a building hidden around a corner and produce, a sort of poor pamphlet. And is that sound evidence of a building being fully marketed? In my opinion, no, it's not. But this building, I would have thought would be almost the exemplar example of a building that has been marketed fully. There's marketing material going back over a decade. And it's not just willy-nilly marketing material. There's a board there that is huge, that literally was only taken down a matter of months ago. And prior to that, you've had a number of different brochures. I mean, brochure designers have probably made more of a return than the landlords of the building over the last 10 years. So I would say that this would be your classic example of a building that has been fully market tested, in my view.
Right. Okay. Now, thank you. Very interesting. Not obviously the question I asked you at all. We won't be able to make progress, Mr. Lee, unless you answer the questions. I know you're very anxious to get your evidence and say your piece, but we've got to have an exchange about my questions, your answers, if at all possible. Otherwise, we won't make progress. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Now, what, as a matter of principle, the words rigorous marketing imply, would you agree, is a within reason, no stone left unturned approach?
Rigorous, yes.
Yeah. Now, you said that the office market is very slow moving. Forgive me, but in your evidence in chief, you seem to be describing major changes to the office market over recent years due to Brexit and COVID. So which is it?
I think we're anticipating, my evidence in chief, we're anticipating significant changes on the back of COVID. But and I would say in the 20 years I've been doing this, it's the biggest jolt that the market has had over that period of time. But I mean, the rest of it, if you look at rental levels, if you look at take-up levels generally, it doesn't happen overnight. The nature of the market and having leases in place means that occupiers are tied to buildings, and also as an asset class, it costs far more to move than it does to move, industrial, a unit, for example, where you're just moving, picking up, racking and moving. Fitting out office space costs money. And so it acts as a bit of an anchor. So it is slower moving than most asset classes, I would say.
Sticking with the policy, what the policy is saying, if we come to these words, quantitative or qualitative, in particular, put them in their context, obviously. But what the policy isn't saying, is that if there isn't demand for the entire building, then get rid of all the office space. Not saying that, is it?
Not saying that, no.
No. In fact, the correct approach is if there's demand for some, but not the rest, then we keep the some.
If the building's capable of doing that.
Yeah, well, yeah. Now, I warn you now that the various points about is the building capable or not, services and all the rest of it, that may well be an area where I have to go short on cross. Okay, but we're not there yet. All right.
Okay. Well, from a technical point of view, I can't tell you that anyway. So
no,
that's not my area of expertise.
Indeed. Well, yeah. Well, you anticipate one of the very obvious questions, but I think you already owned to it, as it were, in your evidence in chief, quite rightly so. Okay. Now, London plan. Now we've looked at the M17. Can we please now don't close the core strategy yet? Okay. Keep that one open. But could you also open up CD53, which is the London plan, and could you go please to page 239, electronic page 254, which is E1.
CD5. Sorry.
5.3. It's 5.3. It's the one before.
Sorry, I clicked into 3. Apologies.
No, it's 5.3.
Electronic fat fingers.
I've been
just
there
loading
many times.
What was the page number, please, Mr. Burton?
It's page electronic 254. It's document page 239. That's where E1 starts.
I've got it.
Great. So policy E1 offices. And could we please, could you please cast your eyes down to paragraph E? Existing viable office floor space capacity and locations outside the areas identified in Part C should be retained, supported by Borough Article 4 directions to remove permitted development rights where appropriate, facilitating the redevelopment, renewal and reprovision of office space where viable, and releasing surplus office capacity to other uses. Okay, see that. Now, these words, viable and releasing surplus office capacity to other uses, obviously, Mr. Lee, they're as it were, the two sides of the coin. Viable or surplus, basically. Yep. If one is wondering what's meant by that, could you please just turn on to page document 242, but obviously electronic, a bit more than that, but it's the supporting text of this policy, paragraph 617.
Yep.
Great. And there we have, helpfully, this paragraph: surplus office space includes sites and on premises where there is no reasonable prospect of these being used for business purposes. Evidence to demonstrate surplus office space should include strategic and local assessments of demand and supply and evidence of vacancy and marketing at market rate suitable for the type, use, size of release 12 months or greater if required by a local development plan document. And it says this evidence should be used to inform viability assessments. Okay, now couple of points here, of course. Firstly, what it's telling us is, and it shouldn't be surprising, is that there is a test to demonstrate whether office capacity is surplus, and that should include evidence of vacancy and marketing, correct? And it also says, of course, that if a greater period of marketing is required by a local development plan document, and I know you're not a planner, but you probably know enough to know that the core strategy is such a thing, then that's what should be applied. So actually, long and short of this, what it does, E1E, is it takes us back into DM17, doesn't it?
Back to your 2 years, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And this is another example. There are others of the London plan, as it were, deferring to local policy where that's more onerous, essentially. Yeah. And there's no question again, when it's talking about existing viable office floor space, it's focusing, as is DM17, on the building in question or the complex in question, or whatever it is, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah.
There are couple of other paragraphs to pick up with you, and please tell me, Mr. Lee, if this is going outside your areas of familiarity, because I want to look at paragraph G and also paragraph H with you. Now, firstly, as regards G, we've got there obviously the need to take into account the need for a range of suitable workspace, including lower cost and affordable workspace. And in a sense, one could say, couldn't one, it's an echo of DM17 and DM17 asking for asking the questions in terms of a quantitative or qualitative need for a range of employment uses.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, as I say, if this is outside your expertise, please say, Mr. Felton made the point that this paragraph G is this is a change from previous London Plan employment policy. This new emphasis on lower cost and affordable workspace. Would you agree with that?
Whether it's different from previous London plans, I wouldn't have a clue.
No, that's fine, and that's why I made clear in my question. You might not know. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay. Well, I won't ask you about H on that basis as well then. Now, a last policy reference I want to pick up in the London Plan, please, whilst we're here, it is to be found at electronic page 488, document page 473, please. And that is the office guidelines, Mr. Lee. I don't know if you're familiar with these, that go with table A11. So electronic page, that should be electronic page 488. It's document page 473.
Electronically, it clicks through to it, which is helpful.
That is very helpful. Great. Okay. Right. So you're there by the sound of it.
I'm there. Yeah.
Yeah. And you see the way it works is a couple of pages on, and it is just a couple of pages on. There's the table of the town centre network, which is A1A.
Yeah.
And there's a column which is one in from the right, so it's the penultimate one over to the right, which is office guidelines.
Yeah,
with various indications in it. And as you go through the table, you'll notice that some of the town centres have nothing at all next to them.
Yeah,
in that column, and in fact, as you get through the table onto the third page, there's more blank than there is occupied, and so on as you go through.
Yeah,
but you will eventually find row 148 Tolworth, and you'll see that's got a C.
Yeah,
and you can go back to page 473 electronic 488 and see that means protect small office capacity. These centres show demand for existing office functions generally within smaller units. Okay.
Yeah.
And we can draw a contrast, as I think I've just pointed out, between the town centres where there's just a blank in that column, can't we?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. And so and of course the message from that is, that's not saying release offices in these locations, is it? Clearly.
No, it's saying protection should be afforded to small offices.
Yeah,
or it should be considered. It also says as well, which is interesting to note, that commercial growth potential is low.
Yeah.
Same line.
Good. Okay. And sticking with the theme, of what the plans say, or the actual development plan says, on point in terms of offices. Could you now, as I hoped you kept it open, go back to the core strategy, which is CD53, and go please to policy T1, which you'll find at electronic page 104, document page 96.
Sorry,
and it starts at page 90, the document page 94. Sorry, so I should have taken you to the start of the policy. Policy T1, Tolworth key area for change.
Yep.
Yeah. And then when you go 2 pages on, you'll find a subheading G, economy and employment and town centres. You see it?
I'm there.
Great. And the first bullet, the message is promote Tolworth as a business location, attract new businesses to strengthen the local economy, reduce the level of vacant floor space, increase job opportunities. See that?
Yes, I do.
So that's all about, it's about strengthening Tolworth as a business location, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And then the second bullet is seeking to strengthen the vitality and viability of the district centre, and it says through work with private sector and property owners to improve the diversity of shopping and local services, enhance its attraction and competitiveness, increase visitor numbers, dwell time and spend. And it says there are particular opportunities on the Tolworth Tower complex and the Ewell Road, Red Line Road corner for mixed-use development. New housing will also generate additional population and spend. I'm not going to go to the third bullet about the hotel at 12 Kingston Road, because I think we know what happened there. So now, just one brief stop here. It's talking about Tolworth Tower complex, isn't it, and not Tolworth Tower on its own.
It says complex there, yeah, and seeing as this is from 2012, yes, I should imagine only the travel lodge was in place then.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in actual, and you can look back through. If you go back through the policy, there are actually references to the Tolworth Tower. So sometimes it says Tolworth Tower, on the previous page, and sometimes it says Tolworth Tower complex. Now, if you just go on, please, there's a long table that deals with the different headings in the policy, and it introduces the evidence documents. And at electronic page 101, sorry, no, document page 101. I'm working from a hard copy, Mr. Lee. Apologies.
Don't worry, I'm getting there.
Yeah, document page 101. There's the economy and employment, and if you found it, you'll see that it refers to the Tolworth regeneration strategy as one of the evidence documents. Yeah. And you'll see, I mean, one of the justification is explaining, amongst other things, about the need for hotel accommodation. And I think you're probably aware that has been plugged, as it were. There's the Premier Inn by the station. Yeah. But that reference to the regeneration strategy, could we just turn that up, please, so we can see what it is, how what the policy was sitting on. And that's CD 511. And tell me when you've got it, please.
CD 511.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you go in that, Mr. Lee, please, to page 27, you should, and actually this is, the numbers are the same as the electronic, and I rejoice. If you go to page 27, you should find discussion of the Tolworth site. And have a look, please, over to the next page. And if you haven't, have you seen it? Have you seen this before?
I've never seen this before, no.
Okay, all right. So take a moment, or a long moment, just to absorb what's on those 2 pages. And I wonder whether we can agree that there are lots of opportunities identified, but so far as I can tell, none of them involve losing offices from the Tolworth Tower.
No, but in the same way that the hotel's been plugged, is to use your terminology, the office space provision, which could not have been envisaged when this was written, it's published 2010, now has the Lidl HQ, which is 200,000 square feet, of which 37,500 square feet of surplus accommodation is on the market. So I would say that the office, regeneration of Tolworth has also been plugged by that, in the same way that the hotel's been plugged by the Premier Inn, and that these policies were written a long time ago.
Can I just make sure you agree? Lots of opportunities identified for the site, but none of them involve losing the office space.
Back in 2010.
Yeah, well, absolutely. But I mean,
no, I'm happy with that. All I'm saying is, you said the hotel had been plugged, and I think the office has been plugged, and there's 37,000 square feet of lovely shiny new office sat there to be occupied.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you know, Mr. Lee, we have, as regards the Lidl HQ, we have quite a different take on what that signifies. We say that shows that actually this area can attract new offices, and it has, and you say, but that shows this area has got extra surplus new office capacity. I mean, yeah, anyway.
We all know why. I mean, if we're going to touch on Lidl, shall we clear that up for Madam Inspector now? I mean, Lidl did an exhaustive search of London. Their criteria was to come up with a site capable of housing a purpose-built office scheme as close as possible to their existing footprint. And after looking throughout the whole of the sort of southwest M25 market, they ended up here because it was closest to where their staff came in from, and being a Wimbledon-based company. And this was the only suitable site that could house, a 200,000 square foot purpose-built development. That part of southwest London's quite constrained, as I'm sure you appreciate. Yeah, for that size of building.
Yeah, but I mean, I presume it's not. I mean, presume it's not by accident that they came to a location with a railway line.
It's no. I think it's more closeness to Wimbledon. It was the closest site they could find capable of housing 200,000 square feet next to Wimbledon, and that was probably driven by and was driven by, to a certain extent, HR contracts and the like. The railway line was tick those boxes, absolutely. But so did the road, and so did the radius from Wimbledon where they were. Yeah, which is why in the subsequent document beyond this that we went through with Mr. Feltham, it said it was quite clear that Lidl had moved there due to specific circumstances, implying that would not necessarily be repeated anytime soon.
Yeah. Look, I mean, there's no question that Lidl had reasons specific to Lidl. Anyway, I'm coming immediately to, or almost immediately to, that doc. I think you're referring to the 2014 study, aren't you?
No, I was referring to the 2018.
Oh, all right, okay. Well, okay. It's the 2014 you spent a lot of time discussing in your proof, so I'm coming to that one. Rest assured. Yeah. In terms of, I mean, you had section 2 of your proof, the Tolworth office market, and I want to discuss this section of your proof with you, the first thing I need to do is make sure I've actually properly understood the information and the documents you're referring to. Now, in your paragraph 2.2, Mr. Lee, So you explain, first of all, you talk first about demand in the wider and more established office markets, more established than Tolworth, of course. And no, I mean, I should say, Mr. Lee, you won't find me or anyone at the council arguing that Tolworth is shoulder to shoulder with Kingston and Surbiton. Okay, so okay. Don't worry. In the wider and more established office markets of Surbiton and Kingston, and I'm skipping over the reference to your office viability report. You're explaining what's said there. Demand is estimated to average only 40,000 square foot per annum over the years from 2015 to 2020. So just so I've understood correctly, when you're discussing, when you're talking about demand there, is that demand from people looking for new space, new office space? Is that what it means?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now you then go on in paragraph 2 to your appendix 1 analysis provided by CoStar, of course, and you explain that and you're still it only 52,425 over the last 5 years has been transacted within a 1 mile radius. Now, can we just turn up the appendix, please?
Yeah.
So, and obviously, what one does see is up until it's actually up until October 2017, isn't it? Maybe most haven't actually totaled up, but transactions involving the Tolworth Tower, and we can see what's on the page. Yeah. Now,
the bulk of which is 32,763 to Frederickson.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you had that figure on the tip of your tongue, Mr. It spares you my something over 30,000 to Frederickson, which I'd come to without actually adding it up quite precisely. But as obviously we can see, and you've told us what's on the page, that there's a range in terms of areas being let. There's a range of sizes from just over 300 square foot up to many thousands. Correct?
Or up to the 8,000 maximum floor plate size in Tolworth.
Yeah, sure. Well, look, I mean, actually, in terms of Frederickson, up to, as you said,
32,000 in total. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that exactly. Now, now, just so I'm clear about this, in terms of Frederickson and the regearing. So these floors, third, what are they? The third floor, the 9th,
10th,
11th. Yeah, third, 9th, 10th, 11th. And if I understood you correctly, you said that these were all floors that Frederickson already occupied. Or is that right or wrong?
That's, as far as I'm aware, that's right.
Okay. Do you actually know?
Well, I know they were in a chunk of space, but whether the third was additional space or not, I don't know regarding the third floor.
Yeah.
But I certainly know that they were in the 9th, 10th, and 11th.
Okay, because that was what struck me about it. Actually, I was just thinking to myself, so it's a little bit odd that we've got these
Yeah, I don't know when they took the third floor. Now it could have been prior to the regear, or it could have been at the time, as it was a vacant floor, and I don't have access to that information at the moment.
No, okay, because I looked at the cluster of 9, 10th, 11, and they're all at about the same time in May and April, and then the third floor, not only is it a chunk later in the year, but it's obviously a completely different part of the building, as it were. Yeah. So that might have been additional space.
It might have been additional space. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a big chunk of additional space given for a short period of time, but you know.
Well, I mean, look, I mean, I heard what you said about them relocating, and obviously, from the council's perspective, I hope you'll understand that the council is looking at this in terms of an occupier like Frederickson, who are financial services, I think, occupier, who you know, are there in circumstances where the other floors, as we get into 2018, are being stripped out with a view to residential. Yeah. And I wonder, can you do you know whether or not there was any change to what the landlord was requiring of Frederickson over the period?
No, from what I understand, I did do a bit of background on this. And what I understand is that they had an office up in Leeds, and it was a business decision to shut down effectively the operation they had in the south, and to incorporate, you know, that function back into the Leeds office. It might not have been Leeds, it might have been Nottingham, but it wasn't within the southeast. So it wasn't like Close Brothers, which was an example of a business leaving Tolworth Tower to upgrade to modern accommodation in Wimbledon, which was done in, I think, 2013.
Yeah, sorry. What I'm asking you though, actually, Mr. Lee, is whether you know whether there was any change or alteration or anything of that nature in terms of what the landlord of this building, so your client who wanted to develop it for residential, was asking of its tenant Frederickson.
No, I think they were happy to accommodate them staying a little bit longer to facilitate their move.
Okay, well, a little bit longer to facilitate their move, but not too long, because your client wanted this for residential, correct?
Yeah, but they were, yes, they did want it for residential, but Frederickson were already moving. They'd signaled their intention that was what they were doing with the office. Because if they were staying down here, wouldn't they have emerged in another market like Close Brothers have done with Wimbledon, for example? You can't say that our client was a horrible landlord and drove them scarpering up to Leeds, can you? but you can't, though, can you? I mean, that's. I don't think that's what you were implying, but if it was,
can I just ask if scarpering is a technical term?
Sorry, relocating.
No,
sorry, Madam Inspector. It's Friday afternoon.
No, obviously, Mr. Lee, I think you understand the general point that I'm making on behalf of the council about the kind of vibe that it induces when floors are being stripped and everyone knows the owner wants to turn it to residential.
I don't think that had any bearing on Frederickson, is what I'm saying. I think you know where I'm coming from.
Now, I mean, I should point out, of course, that if it is right, and the pictures perhaps is becoming clearer, but if it is right that Frederickson took a new floor, then I mean, you're a surveyor. Transactional evidence is the gold standard, isn't it, in terms of testing the market? So that
absolutely, which is why I've included it in here.
Yeah. Well, of course, yeah.
And I've included the whole regear figure because I wasn't entirely convinced about which was which. I thought I'd include the whole lot, which I would hope shows the spirit in which, I've approached the transactional evidence before me. Because otherwise I could have just stuck with 19,000 and said that was a re-gear. 19,689 square feet, which would have only left an average of 3,900 per annum.
Well, but it would have been quite improper to do that, which is why you didn't do that. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we could strip out. We could go back and strip out the re-gear bit, and I could sort of, agree that at a later date if we wanted to get down to it. Or I'm quite happy to move on with the 10,000 and which is what I did.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you understand, given your evidence in chief about the re-gear, why it's important actually just to see whether in fact it was all re-gear, and we've peeled away a bit, and actually position seems to be actually there was a new floor taken.
Well, no, I didn't say that, did I? I said that floor could have been a new floor.
You said could have been.
I didn't know. I don't know on that.
You don't know. All right. Okay.
No, I did not say it was a new take up. I said it could be. I didn't know whether it was a re-gear or not. So just want to be very clear on that. I can find out very quickly.
You're quite right, Mr. Lee. Well, look, obviously, I'm not the person who's inside the mind of your client and getting instructions or whatever. That's why I'm asking you the question. Right. So could we please just look now at vacancies. Now, I just want to understand this. In your paragraph 2.2, which was where you introduced this appendix 1, you refer to vacancies in 2018 at 75%, correct?
Yeah.
Now, just in terms of where I can find the vacancies actually set out in any list form by letting agents or anything like that, I tell you what I've been able to find, Mr. Lee.
Okay.
There's a document that is part of the Cataneo commercial. It's the appendix to the Cataneo commercial marketing report, and that the Cataneo report explains is that's I think up to 2011, I believe, and certainly I can't see any date in it after that. That's at electronic page 42 and 43. It's appendix to its vacancy schedule.
Yeah, it's appendix to my office viability, not proof.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's an appendix to an appendix because it's an appendix to the Cataneo commercial office marketing report that you append.
But it's in my office viability report.
Yeah. Sorry.
So what was the electronic page?
It's 42 to 43. Yeah. And I'm just identifying where it is I find information about vacancies. So there's that vacancy schedule.
Yeah.
And clearly that, I mean, that comes from that's quite a detailed looking printout from, I presume, Cataneo. And then the only other thing I've been able to find, but what am I missing, please, Mr. Lee, is I suppose at a push, there's your appendix 2 to your proof. There's and what I have as I hope I've got these in the right order, but what I've got as the second marketing brochure, which is the one that looks a bit, I think you were slightly sniffy about it, but it looks like that.
Yeah. The more in-house style. Yeah.
It is a bit rudimentary, isn't it?
Yeah.
But what I noticed on the back of that, which has at the very bottom, it has a March 2017 I think, yeah,
Dates,
marked
yeah,
7
on the
dates
misreps,
on it, for misreps, and it's got an accommodation availability schedule, and in fact one of the floors is let, of course.
Yeah.
But now that's what I could find.
Yeah.
Well, is there somewhere else I should be looking?
Yeah, I was supplied with a tenancy document at the time of purchase, so that's what I'd taken it off, which I appreciate. I probably should have appended to.
Okay, all right. No, that's fine. I can.
I think we could submit that if you wanted.
Well, I can work with what I've got actually. Okay. So that. I mean, obviously, if it comes in later. I'll have a look at it, and I probably won't object to it, Mr. Lee. But a tenancy document at time of purchase, so that would have been what is that the mid 2018 date, or at time of purchase, or later?
Yeah, let me just find the document. And I'll tell you the date, rather than us trying to guess at what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I will obviously need to see this document, Mr. Lee, but you're giving evidence, so you can't. I mean, I'd have no problem at all if you want to pass it to someone else, and they can pass it, maybe.
Yeah, it's got to be wrong because it's unhelpfully dated 18th of September 20 on the top of it. But I'll. Oh no, that's not even the one I was looking at. I'll dig it out.
All right. Well, look, I've got to, as you'll appreciate, I've got to work with the information that I've got.
Yeah.
So, if you look, please, in the Cataneo commercial office marketing report, now, I apologise, but because I've got it in hard copy, I haven't actually got electronic page references for this. So, but it is page 9 of that report that I'd like to look at with you, please, first, and it's paragraph 5.3.
I'm there.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you just confirm which document?
So we're still in the CD 129, madam, but we're in the Cataneo commercial office marketing report appendix, and it's paragraph 5.3, which begins, and one needs to look up the page to see that this is talking about early 2011. At that time, there was 88,762 square foot of vacant office space. You see that, Mr. Lee? Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, and of course that was vacant office space, as it says, within the main building and the north wing at that time. Because there was still, obviously, the north wing had not become what it is now. Exactly. So that was a 44% vacancy rate. Then they say, I mean, I'm taking the figure as accurate, but necessarily, if one were to translate that into Tolworth Tower alone, that percentage would drop, because this was including North Point.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
And when we look at, I hope you still got it open, your appendix 2 and that brochure with the availability schedule on the back of it.
Yeah.
Again, I'm taking this as accurate, and given the number of floors in the tower, what that is telling me is that as at March 2017, a majority, I haven't worked it out precisely, but a majority of the building was occupied.
Yes, or as was the case, there were some floors that just weren't being marketed at the time because they had been, they weren't fit for market. been mothballed.
But well, okay, you don't know. By the sound
No,
of
but
it.
there was space within the building that wasn't fitted out as offices, so wasn't immediately available at that time. I don't know the quantum of it, but no, you're right. But that all that space was, yes, that all that space was available.
Yeah, but obviously what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is the vacancy, and I'm working with the information that I've got for this period in time, and it doesn't sound like whatever you've got is actually going to help us with this period in time anyway, because it came later.
No.
Okay, well, there we go. So we've got 2011 something less than 44%, whatever that is, and what we can see on the page in your appendix 2, with your caveat that you believe something wasn't actually available for letting, but you don't know how much.
Yeah,
and that's the information we've got. Yeah, okay. Now, back to your paragraph 2.2, and what you say about what the vacancy level in 2018 that you've now explained is based on a document that I haven't seen, but what that vacancy level shows us, and you say that shows low demand. Of course, whether something shows low demand actually depends on the marketing, doesn't it?
Well, this is take-up figures that I'm using here to just, to demonstrate low demand. Demand is actual take-up.
Yes, no,
availability is
understand
marketing.
Yeah, I do understand that, but if one has a hypothetical building that isn't being marketed, then because you've made a specific comment about the Tolworth Towers vacancy here, that in your paragraph 2.2, that's why I'm putting the question in this way.
Yeah,
if one's got a building that's got a vacancy, but it's not being marketed, or it's not being marketed sufficiently, then actually the vacancy isn't telling you anything about demand for that building if it's not being marketed sufficiently, is it? I mean, that's my point.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. I'm just ticking off some questions, Mr. Lee. Yeah. Now, I promise I will come on to the marketing evidence in due course. Now, you then discuss the supply side. We've already had a discussion about Lidl, so I won't go over that again. And clearly, you're not suggesting that Madam Inspector should ignore the arrival of Lidl. It's just we have different takes on it. Correct?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, Lidl would have filled up the whole of the tower, wouldn't they, if they didn't want their own purpose-built building?
And you talk, obviously you talk about Kingston and Surbiton again. I mean, can we agree though, what is happening in other areas, even of course what is happening in Tolworth itself is not answering the test set by policy, which is about sound evidence, rigorous marketing concerning this building. is it?
Well, it's an indicator of demand in the market at a time. I mean, you know, demand's important, surely. You know, that's an important consideration as to what anyone's going to do with this building going forward. You know, so that's an important consideration, is to look at demand in the market, and is the building suitable to match that demand? Demand's different to marketing. Marketing, yeah, right, totally.
Yeah.
Where does the policy go to that? Well, I'm slightly lost, because I think demand's a key part of the policy, of which marketing is one way of proving or not demand.
Well, careful. I mean, we stick with the policy wording, sound evidence and rigorous marketing, don't we? Other things, not disputing that they may or may not be relevant, but in terms of what the policy is asking for, it's asking, we agree this, don't want to go back over the ground, but it's asking for sound evidence and rigorous marketing of the building or the complex in question, isn't it? We've gone over that.
Yeah, it separates it, doesn't it? Rigorous marketing and sound evidence. I would interpret the sound evidence as the market in which it sits in and the demand that's there. So, you know, sound evidence of what demand is in the market.
Okay, you're actually
now you have rigorous marketing.
It's interesting, Mr. Lee.
I've managed to understand policy, I think.
Well, no, I think what you've done is you've just actually, sorry, but I think you've changed your answer to suit, because what you said earlier is that there's got to be sound evidence of rigorous marketing, didn't you? Do you remember?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's been sound evidence of rigorous marketing, but you you know, so there's been sound evidence of rigorous marketing. There's also sound evidence if you're leaving it, if you're putting a comma in there, which there isn't, but if you're putting a comma in there, then sound evidence is also surely the demand and supply that's happening within the market.
Yeah, well, you just said it, which there isn't. I promise I'm coming on to the marketing evidence. Okay, I'm going to get there, but
well, I'm talking about the market though, in terms of, you know, there is plenty of supply.
Yeah.
And also part of the policy is proving you know, the loss of the office space will be felt, and if there is a significant supply around of office space, then that surely should be considered.
Can I just put this to you though, Mr. Lee? One reason why one has, or perhaps the reason why one has policy drafted in the way that DM17 is drafted, and of course I took you to the explanatory text to the London plan, why it's drafted in that way, is because the best evidence of whether or not a piece of employment land office is or isn't needed, the best evidence is always going to come from marketing it rigorously and seeing what happens. You must accept that as a surveyor.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And this building's had 10 years of it and has always carried a substantial void, as you've pointed out, by going back into the Catania.
Hold on, because I'm coming to. I promise I'm going to come to the marketing, but please don't take it as read that we're on the same page about the marketing. Okay. The very substantial evidence that you've produced about demand elsewhere, about your thoughts about whether or not this is a good building or a bad building, and so on and so forth. Ultimately, and put yourself in the shoes of the planning authority now, a Madam Inspector, perhaps. there are many different perspectives on things like that, which is why we come back to the hard evidence from the marketing, isn't it? I mean, that's why it's referred to gold standard and so on and so forth. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, I think I mean, I really don't want to take up much time with what you've done in section 2, therefore, but I do need to put some points to you about the 2014 economic analysis study, because you've picked out a lot of bits, Mr. Lee, and I just need to take you to the document so we can put those in context. Okay, so it's CD 78, please.
I'm there.
Okay, now there's a long way and there's a short way around this, Mr. Lee. At your paragraph 2 you introduce the document at paragraph 2.4, and then at your paragraph 2.5 you start quoting from it, and you quote first from the key findings number 11, and the quote you've set out in your 2.5. And I want, please, to start, if you wouldn't mind, can we start at the top of the key findings in that document? So I want to start with finding 1.
Yeah.
Because I do, Mr. Lee, want to look with you at what you haven't quoted, okay? So finding 1 includes these words: declining industrial employment over this period has been offset by office job growth. You see that?
I do.
And that is plainly relevant to what we are considering here, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. And then finding 2, that includes these words. The borough's business base is dominated by SMEs. Is there a greengrocer with average levels of business startup and relatively low self-employment? It continues, the Kingston's businesses tend to be concentrated in and around the key town and district centres of Kingston, Surbiton, New Malden and Tolworth. And would you agree that is relevant, clearly, because Tolworth is in there?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Finding 3, Kingston's employment space is dominated by commercial office and distribution uses. The borough has one of the largest stocks of commercial office space in the sub-region, although this has eroded away in recent years. Office space tends to be concentrated within and surrounding the key town and district centres and rail routes. And it continues, the borough has seen minimal amounts of new development over the last 11 years, with notable losses of office space and the recent introduction of PD rights accelerating this trend over recent months. Now, again, agree that's relevant.
I can't agree that's relevant now, because the market is changing, and as I've put in my office viability report, there's significant newly refurbished office stock available within the town centre.
Okay, all right, no, that's okay.
And there has been new development since this took place.
Okay.
Or since this was written in 2014.
Yeah. All right. Okay, but I mean, just bearing in mind what you've quoted, of course, at 2.5, is the ability of Kingston centres to attract significant new office occupiers is likely to be less strong in the future than in the past, and the scale of ambition should be relatively modest, at least over the short to medium term. The requirement for office space in future will also be for better quality modern space and to cater for smaller and startup businesses. The key challenge the council must therefore seek to manage is the shift from older outdated space, providing new space which meets upon business needs and supports other core strategy objectives, such as the role of Kingston Town Centre as a metropolitan centre. Now, what you've quoted, and you'll see as we're going through the findings, you've quoted, as it were, a rather downbeat bit of text. But what I'm taking you through, and we can continue, is other text that's talking about office job growth, and will come, there's been a loss of office space, which we'll see as a concern.
I don't take that as downbeat. What I take that as saying is actually what's probably been borne out by what's happened is that, there's been a transition from older, outdated office stock to modern stock. That's what's happened, and that there has been a difficulty in attracting significant new occupiers with older stock. Absolutely, where older stock has come to the market, it has struggled, whereas new stock has attracted significant occupiers. You can take Lidl being one and Unilever being the number two. And that's a significant amount of space. Unilever being the latest to sign up after my office viability report was produced. But that was in the town centre, Kingston town centre. Yeah. Again, there are reasons for that, but it still shows that the desire is for modern business accommodation.
Yeah, and don't worry, I'll come on to what this document has to say about that specifically. Okay, so just continuing down the findings, 4, we've got reference to steady demand driven by local firms focused on Kingston's town centre, and there's a comment about the notable, make your points about new office development, but it's talking about constrained supply, and you've made your points about constrained supply, but characterised by steady demand. That's relevant, isn't it?
Yeah, this is looking at a whole borough wide.
Of course it is. It's a borough wide study.
Yeah.
And findings 8, moving down now, because there are paragraphs I think about industrial, but get to findings 8 and 9, and there's what's being expressed there is that the council needs to plan to accommodate, it needs to add stock to accommodate the labour-based requirement, as it's referred to, correct?
Which paragraph are you?
I was just reading 8 and 9 together because they seem to be, they seem to come as a pair, and they seem to be explaining that the council needs to plan for something additional. I think 14.8 hectares is what's referred to. And
that's combining offices and industrial, isn't it?
Of course it is. Of course it is.
And we've seen huge, significant demand for industrial in London, which has been borne out.
Yeah. But there's a message of provide additional for office and industrial, as you say.
It doesn't split, doesn't differentiate.
It not in the key findings anyway. And then of course, we get to finding 10, and of course that's saying the demand varies across the borough centres, councils to be realistic, and short to medium. There's a distinction drawn between short to medium term, and also the longer term. And of course, longer term, it says there may be scope to identify new allocation sites and opportunity areas, potentially as part of wider programmes of regeneration across the borough's key areas of change, including Kingston Town Centre and Tolworth, which of course is plainly relevant to what we're discussing, isn't it?
It is, and so is 10, which you sort of skipped over, which says
no, I don't want to skip over anything. So please, let's come back. What have I missed from 10?
Well, it says it'd be inevitably driven by the competitive commercial viability of the private sector to bring forward new development and capacity. So again, it sort of puts the emphasis that it has to be viable and will be driven by that viability.
Yeah. I think it says comparative commercial viability, doesn't it? Yeah, well, absolutely. Now, so what I think what we can take, I mean, from the sweep of those key findings that we've got up to until which now takes us to your one section of key finding 11, is there is a message of demand and of a need for more. I mean, that is two principal points one can take from that, correct?
Yes, of which industrial is mentioned, and I think that is significant.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. So you'll appreciate, Mr. Lee, I felt I had to do that because by just picking as you had the one you did, we might have missed quite a bit of the story. Okay. Now, paragraph 2.7. I mean, 2.6, you talk about outdated space. I'll come on to that. 2.7. You present a couple of quotes from chapter 4. The first one, obviously, being that Kingston is the obvious focus for new office development, and no dispute about that. But I mean, as discussed, DM17 is focused on the existing building, not where new is to go. Correct.
Correct.
Yeah. And then you go on to quote 4.26, but you don't quote the whole of it. You quote the bit that says Tolworth is a lesser commercial area, and I mean, just obviously that's a paragraph. It's talking. It is talking about where the survey respondents were based, isn't it? 4.26.
Yeah, I'm just getting there. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I mean, as I say, no one's disputing that Tolworth is a lesser commercial area than Kingston and Surbiton. But again, that's not the test posed by policy. What you don't pick up is what's at 4.39. Thought we could look at that, please, which is what's said specifically about Tolworth by the respondents.
Yeah.
And it says this: while fewer responses were gathered from businesses located in Tolworth and New Malden, respondents in these areas did cite good accessibility and proximity to customers as principal reasons why they were located there. And then there's a line about New Malden. Okay, so I mean, and that obviously that's what the report says. We're taking it at face value. I mean, that's obviously relevant to.
Yeah, it's not particularly helpful, is it?
Accessibility, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't split out which one's Tolworth and which one's New Malden, or sort of how it's apportioned. It's a sort of very sweeping statement, isn't it, really? So I didn't really know what to make of that when I.
Well, does it need to split them out? Because it's telling us that respondents.
It's telling us that there are a few respondents and
in Tolworth and New Malden cited good accessibility and proximity to customers. I mean,
it sounds to me like it is the classic 0 to 4 person business, and that sounds very much like that sort of response, close to customers, you know, I think that is characteristic of the Tolworth market. Absolutely.
Well, clearly, we're not going to ignore. No one's going to ignore the fact that there is a train station with regular service into Waterloo, and there's good road access.
Yeah,
that's the case. Yeah, then your paragraph 2.7, you continue, and you say it describes the Tolworth suburb in paragraph 5.25 as one of the lower performing employment sites in the borough. You see that, due to its suburban location. Yeah. Now, please just go to 5.25, please. And that's
sorry, where are we?
So you've quoted para 5.25 from this 2014 report in your para 2.7, yeah?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and if you go to 5.25 in the report, just to orientate yourself, and could you go back up, please, to figure 5.1, which is at page 61.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I think you've misunderstood, Miss Lee, because Tolworth suburb is not our area, is it? That's a different place.
No, it surrounds it though. But I mean, Tolworth isn't huge. Let's face it. So you know.
Well, no, it doesn't surround it. Hold on. Look, no, this is why I'm saying you have misunderstood, because site 17 is Tolworth suburb, and that is marked on the figure, and you can see it over to whatever distance it is from the district centre.
Right. Okay.
Do you see what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
An easy mistake to make, but it's actually the way the document works. Okay. And because what you said then in your 2.7, based on a misunderstanding, is given this was when Tolworth Tower was being fully marketed, it accords with your observations. Okay.
Right.
But we established that's based on a misunderstanding. Okay.
Okay.
And then your paragraph 2.8, you've quoted some bits from paragraph 540, but can we look at 540, please, and look at the whole of it, because what you haven't quoted is the whole of these words. While the Tolworth Tower provides a large, relatively modern office development, vacancies have historically existed in the site. This is where your quote picks up, resulting in part of the available floor space being redeveloped into a hotel a number of years ago. Okay.
Yeah.
And it says Tolworth is an average employment area that relies on the Tolworth Tower for its provision of commercial floor space, strong reliance on the car use, potentially attractive to protect occupiers. But this comment about the tower being a relatively modern office development, which you have missed out. Now, this is, I mean, clear, and this is one of my examples about how people can have quite different views, because the authors of this report clearly don't share your view about this tower being obsolete. I think was functionally obsolete was the word you used, or the term you used, do they?
No, I mean,
no.
You know, if they're describing a 1960s building as modern, then no, they're clearly at polar opposites to me.
Well, look, I mean, we mustn't for a moment, must we, imagine that this building had stayed in a state of stasis and perfect preservation untouched since it was built. I mean, it had been reworked internally, refurbed, whatever the correct term is, hadn't it?
I think refurbed rather than reworked.
Sorry, refurbed.
You know,
yes.
Reworked is what it needs.
No, but it had. I mean, it had been refurbed. I'm
yes,
sure you'll.
So you've had cosmetic, fairly cosmetic refurbishment to it. The fundamental bits, as I've put in my report, is that it doesn't provide what the modern office occupier needs. Despite these refurbishments that it's had.
Yeah,
such as raised floors, such as
we're going to come
provision.
Well, we're going to come back to our debate about what marketing's been done and what that shows, and so on. Now, and you then go on to talk about 2.9 future requirements for office space, but as discussed, we're laser-like focus on the policies, and that's asking us about this space and whether it should be released. Okay. Now, obviously, somehow, Madam Inspector, and really, I think you very helpfully drew our attention to it, Crystal. Madam Inspector is going to go on site into this building and find something that's been gutted, I think, on just about every floor above whatever it is, level 2 or something like that, or maybe even be level 2 as well, I can't remember. So it's going to be not necessarily an easy task to imagine what it would have been like, but it looks like some of the best material we've got, or maybe is the best material we've got, is the photo that you took when you first went in, I think in September 2018. Now, I think there's one other bit we need to pick up in 210, your paragraph 210. You've got some quotes from para 7.29 in the study. You haven't, of course, picked up on what's said regarding, towards the bottom of the paragraph, the areas identified as a key area of change in the core strategy. There could be scope for demand and rental values to increase in the future, and so on and so forth. So I need to point that out to you, Mr. Lee, as something that you have missed from what you're reporting of this study. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, we get to the marketing, and hopefully we can take this, reasonably quickly. You make various comments about the marketing in your section 3 of your proof, which I think is the centerpiece of where you discuss the marketing evidence. In terms of what we've got, you said in your chief, you referred in your chief to a decade of marketing, I think. Is that right, what you said?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a decade between sort of what I've put forward in my proof and the office viability report. There is, huge amounts of material still going back further. It's, the buildings had a void in it for a substantial period of time since the mid-90s. So there's probably 2 decades of marketing material that's out there.
But of course, what we're looking for, mustn't forget, is what the policy requires: sound evidence and rigorous marketing. Okay. Now, I said we might come back to what's meant by rigorous marketing, and can we agree? I mean, this is the world you work in and have worked in for many years. We're looking, aren't we, for advertisement across a range of media, so various internet sites on the internet where everyone advertises office space, local papers, if there are local papers. Is that right? Okay, this is where you can help me. Am I so out of date?
The days of the Estates Gazette and local papers are long gone. It's it's the likes of Rightmove, CoStar, Reala,
Great.
letting
Okay.
boards, and sort of, I mean, in Catania you have the Kingston Surbiton Specialist, and their website. So and obviously sometimes a building's website, such as there was at the bottom of the brochure in Appendix 2.
Yeah. Okay. That's helpful, and that would have been the case. I mean, that I know one's going back, but looking on websites or advertising on websites would or wouldn't have been the case in 2011. I mean, you would have been advertising websites then, but would you have also been advertising in the papers, as it were?
I think Estates Gazette adverts probably died
Yeah.
off pretty much at the same time my career started. So I'd say the early noughties was probably the last of the, you posted sites that you sold, but not to let. Details in the Estates Gazette.
Yeah.
Or certainly not local newspapers.
No, sure. Okay. So stick it up across all the property websites. Presumably you'd send emails to whatever your list of mail shot, and then some more targeted stuff to people you thought really might be a prospect. The
good thing back in those days was you didn't have data protection, so yes, you could be
well indeed. And you'd be looking for some responsiveness as well on price point and all sorts of fit out and so on and so forth. This is all I mean, this is your world, but this is all, when we're talking about rigorous marketing, these are all the things that we're talking about, aren't they? Yeah. Okay. Now, the Catano commercial office marketing report, if we look, please, at paragraph 5.6 in that report, at page 9 of that report. I'm sorry, so what they say, and actually, I think we remind ourselves that Mr. Armiger, let's just go back to page 3 so we can just see how it begins. I should have done that. Mr. Armiger is writing this report. Paragraph 1.1 tells us to assist Indigo Planning with supporting documentation for a full planning application for the redevelopment of Tolworth Tower with a comprehensive mixed-use scheme. Okay.
Yeah.
And now come back to page 9. It's under the heading Marketing of the Offices from 2011 following administration. Now, the reason he starts here, he explains at the very top, because Stevener Investments had been placed into administration in January 2011, and so he'd now be reporting to joint receivers. And the reason that that's all relevant, and it's written with a, I have to say, commendable candor, is 5.6. He says this: it was clear from our initial discussions with Stevener receivers that, having considered the poor office letting market conditions, they were not prepared to make an outlay of improvement costs for the building or to meet any meaningful marketing expenditure to attract tenants. Okay. Now, as I say, it's remarkably candid. But it's as clear as day. He's complaining, isn't he, that the receivers were not putting him in funds for what he describes as a meaningful marketing expenditure.
Yeah.
But what you and I might say, putting the language of the policy on it, he's not being put in funds for a rigorous marketing campaign. That's what he's saying, isn't it?
Well, he's saying meaningful marketing expenditure. I mean, as he attached to the back of the documents, there was still the basic principles. Yes, he probably wanted a lot more. He probably wanted mail shots and other material, but he's got a website. He's got his own website. He's got the property details there, and there's a board up, and he's set all that out at the back of the details. He probably didn't get all that he wants, but there are, ranges of spend you can have. You can still have a low cost, rigorous marketing campaign.
Well,
it doesn't need to be high expenditure to make it rigorous. You can equally have a high expenditure marketing campaign that's not particularly rigorous.
See, the thing is, Mr. Lee, I've got to go on what Mr. Armiger, what Mr. Armiger is telling me, and my impression from your evidence is that you don't know any better because you weren't doing this and he's the one who was.
All I can see is what I knew that was coming out at the time, and the marketing. There are brochures, there are historic brochures that I've have access to,
Yeah,
that show that there was a marketing campaign.
yeah, absolutely. That shows that marketing was done. But we've got, and as I say, it's so candid. We've got the person that the agent himself saying he was not put in funds.
He's saying he hasn't got a huge marketing budget there, is what he's saying.
Well,
is the way I read it. And look, you can still be rigorous with your marketing. Trust me, I know Bob Catania and I know Andy very well. And if they could find a party for Tolworth Tower by hitting the telephones or any means to get a fee, they would do it.
Well, Mr. Lee, we've got to go on the evidence that's before us, and Madam Inspector has to go on the evidence that's before us. And Mr. Armiger,
and at the back of that report is a substantial amount of marketing evidence.
Well, we'll come to what there is. Because this is so important to actually look at whether we've got the sound evidence of rigorous marketing and just understand what's happened. Now, he goes on to say, our role was to continue offering office space at Tolworth Tower from any newly received inquiries based on the point that being the leading commercial agency practice that should be in the area, we should receive all potential inquiries for offices. As such, we had to rely on existing marketing literature, continue to use a website which had been specifically created for Tolworth Tower offices several years previously. Okay, now just pausing there. This is all a complaint, isn't it?
This is a complaint, but we're looking over a decade here, because he then goes on to talk about a marketing board, and the appellant has only just taken down a marketing board that was presumably not paid for by them, seeing as they were stopping marketing the building, which is huge, which is the one that's at the back of the brochure. So he must have suddenly found a few more pennies behind the sofa after he'd written this.
Mr. Lee, we have to deal on the basis of the evidence. Okay.
Let's go to appendix 2.
Mr. Lee, you agree, as you have to, that he is continuing to complain here about what he had to work with. And he goes on, and this is what he says. In addition, an agency board was retained on the first floor car park above the retail unit facing Tolworth Broadway Shopping Centre, and a further agency board was placed at the front of the building in large stilts overlooking the A3 Kingston bypass. Now, no dispute, Mr. Lee, that the boards were there and were there for a while, but you've agreed with me, rightly, of course, because this is your world and you know what happened, that marketing isn't just rigorous marketing, is not just about putting a board up, and it's not just about putting a board up and advertising on websites. It's about mail shots, it's about contacting, actually proactively contacting people. Mr. Felton, whatever you're doing, it's
Mr. Felton, yes, your mic's on, Mr. Felton.
Sorry.
I think that stopped. I think. Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Lee. No, it's still going, Mr. Felton.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, switch microphone off now.
Right. Thank you very much. Mr. Lee, you've agreed, rightly so, that rigorous marketing is about more than just the board or even advertising on website or brochures. It's about mail shots and it's about contacting people proactively, isn't it? And actually, what Mr. Armiger is giving us is when we go over the page, he contacted existing tenants, 5-9. They declined. So he contacted them to see whether they would require additional office space, but they declined, citing ongoing management issues.
Yep.
Now, ongoing management issues, that's a complaint about the landlord, isn't it?
That is
the way to read it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there's that, and then we've got 510. We contacted many other leading companies in the surrounding area without success. Now, the way that I suggest one has to read what Mr. Armiger is telling us in these paragraphs is, as I've said, it's actually complaints about funding, and even a complaint about management being unhelpful. And we can't possibly say, given what he's telling us, that this is hitting the necessarily high bar of rigorous marketing, can we?
At that particular time that he's referring to in that part of the report, no. But also, if you go back to paragraph 4, shall we go there? Since 1990, Cattaneo had acted for 3 landlord owners at the tower. Between 1990 and 2000, he's acting for Hermes, which is a major UK fund, of which they dropped rents. They would have had, marketing material on that. They dropped rents to try and drive demand. It was the only way of driving demand back then. So this is a long-standing historical problem. And yes, during the period of administration, undoubtedly he's going to have some issues. But if you go to the back and in the appendices, there's oodles of marketing material there. I mean, I don't know what he's struggling with, because he doesn't need to pay for listing on CoStar. That costs nothing, just his time to put it in. There's brochures there showing the building, and which he admits he was using. He was using older, dated marketing material, but it's still relevant. The buildings look the same since the 1960s. So there is still plenty of marketing material there, including a large board. So there's no definition of rigorous in the policy. So you're going to come at it from one angle, I'm going to come at it from another, and we're still going to be here in a couple of hours' time. But that's fine.
Well, I hope
I'm saying he's got enough tools to market the building there rigorously.
Well,
and he would only be due a fee once he gets rid of the space. And they're not paid retainers, agents aren't. So we all want to market our space, and we'll be as resourceful as we can and use what we have at our disposal to do it.
Sorry, you've said this again about him being paid a fee. Honestly, I simply don't understand where you are taking that from, given he is saying at 5.6 that they weren't prepared to make an outlay
for marketing expenditure
to meet any meaningful marketing expenditure to attract tenants.
But I would presume that he would have a contract with them to market space, and if he found a tenant, he would be in line to be paid for doing that. That's his job. That's the basis of what he does, and they're very successful practice. So I should imagine he would have done that. He wouldn't be doing it out of the goodness of his heart, pro bono.
Look, we've got to be terribly careful about presumptions and the like.
Okay, but I think it's realistic to assume that he would be going to this trouble because he would get some form of remuneration for that. I don't think that's stretching the truth too much. Do you?
But look, I'm focusing on what he's telling us about not being put in funds. You see, and you telling me, look, he may well. I mean, what do I know? It doesn't tell us one way or the other, but he may well have bid on a contract that would have given him a success fee, but that doesn't disguise. It can't disguise the fact that he's complaining about not being put in funds from meaningful marketing. Can it? I mean, you can't.
He's complaining at that point in time during his long involvement with the tower, which during his long involvement with the tower, it has consistently had a vacancy and an uptake, a demand problem. At that particular point that he's describing there, after the administration in 2012, presumably up until C&M Estates, who clearly obviously did pay for some marketing, as evidenced in Appendix 2 of my report, he at that particular snapshot that he's referring to in the paragraphs that you've chosen to read out there, yes, he was experiencing difficulties. But did that stop him rigorously marketing it? I don't think so.
Well, don't worry, Mr. Lee. I'm not going to cherry pick from this section of marketing, chapter 5. I assure you. And can I just remind you that Mr. Armiger, the way he structures his report is he gives us an introduction to his instruction. He tells us something about the Tolworth Tower. He tells us what he considers are key issues. He tells us the ownership background. And section 5 is where he tells us about marketing. Okay, that's how
following the administration.
Out. Sorry?
Yes, following the administration in 2011. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if he meant any other part of this report to be read by a planning decision maker as telling them about the marketing, he would have put a title on it. And he has put a title on it, marketing of the offices from 2011 following administration, hasn't he? Okay. Yep. Now, I want to pick up where we were. We got to paragraph 5.
Can I just ask, Mr. Burton, we have been going for 2 hours now.
2 hours, yes.
Can I just ask when would be a most convenient time for a break? Because I don't know if Mr. Lee needs it, but I do.
Well, madam, if you need a break, then we should break right now.
Is that a convenient time, Mr. Burton?
I mean, no, it's not. But no,
I'm happy to continue as long as it's not too long. If you want to get to a more convenient point.
Okay. I'm grateful, madam. I will get to a convenient point.
Great. Thank you.
I'll aim to get there in. It
was just a reminder about a break, yeah, Mr. Burton. That's all it was. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lee, we've got 511, which is frankly another complaint, because it's a complaint about the Stevener investment representative stopping attending meetings. So updates were then by phone. And he then tells us in 2011, no new lettings other than 2 small serviced offices on the 19th floor, fully inclusive rental, small office suites. And 2011, existing tenant dissatisfaction became more noticeable, with the possibility we would lose tenants. Spring 2012, reduced the quoting rent to generate interest. Now he says, interestingly, that was helpful, but didn't generate any more material interest. And then, of course, there's the Close Brothers bombshell, which is obviously not good. But
nothing to do with marketing.
That's nothing to do with marketing. But look at what he says in this paragraph. He says at the bottom of that paragraph, now it was the building close that it thought the building was too dated and wasn't the right image for that. But he says, furthermore, the ongoing management issues made occupation difficult, too many disruptions occurring during the working day through mechanical and electrical problems. So, I mean, something is going on, and the working day is being disrupted because things are needing servicing, as I understand it. But obviously, that wasn't good news. Close Brothers leaving, and then we get to 2014, and he tells us he's telling us still about Close Brothers, and this is why this is how I get to a date period of 2011 to 2014, because now we're up to date, as it were. He's talking in the present tense. Close have been carrying out a phased move from Tolworth Towers. And the decision we see to sell the property as a mixed-use investment. You see that, 518. Yeah. And Knight Frank come on board, and they're marketing. Of course, they're not marketing to prospective office tenants. They are marketing as a mixed-use investment opportunity. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And what he says here, let us not mistake ourselves, about marketing is all about that as a mixed-use investment opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's all the way to the end of the paragraph. So, now, and as I say, that's what he's told us under his heading, his marketing heading. That's what he's told us about the marketing. And you have, I think, if I may say, Miss Lee, very fairly accepted that we were talking about the earlier paragraphs, and you said, okay, for that period, not rigorous marketing. But you'd have to agree, wouldn't you, that based on what he's telling us, that period, 2011 to the building actually then being placed on the market for sale for mixed use, that was not a period actually of rigorous marketing, was it? Based on what he's telling us.
There was not a huge marketing budget based on what he was telling us. Did he rigorously market it? I'm assuming yes, he did. I'm assuming he continued to plug away as best he could to achieve the objective of letting the building, which is what he was, ultimately employed to do. Did he, what was he constrained by a poor marketing budget? Yes, he was. And then what we see towards the back of the brochure, and what continues into my appendices, is from CNM buying it. There wasn't, certainly a marketing budget, because there's boards, brochures, all produced. And that was in 2015. So through 2015 to 2017, over a 2-year period, there was certainly rigorous marketing with probably an expenditure to match it.
So I mean, it shouldn't surprise you, Mr. Lee, that I mean, you know our position. And I hear that that's as far as you're prepared to go. But our position is actually, when one actually reads what Mr. Armiger has said here, it's not rigorous 2011 to the end of his paragraph here. And then when you talk about 2015 to 2017, let's look at what we have actually got, and consider what we haven't got. We haven't got, have we, any evidence about mail shots or targeted contact, have we?
No.
We haven't got, unless you can see things that I cannot, and I apologise if I missed it.
Sorry, I take that back. If you go to page 58, electronic copy.
Oh, the pro forma.
No, I'm not talking about the pro forma. I'm talking about a copy of the letter that they send out to people.
Yeah, sorry.
The building. That's evidence of mailing, isn't it? That's why it's been put in there.
Sorry.
58.
Well, where do we see? And sorry, I don't. Where do we see anything about who it's gone to? About
Oh, we don't. No, you're absolutely right. We do not see who he's gone to, but clearly there is evidence of, you know, that's what that's included to show.
Where's the? I mean, what?
It's an example of how they respond to requirements that come around the market.
Where's the date, even?
No, it's the template letter that they use to respond to requirements that come in. That's what it's demonstrating.
Yeah, inquiries that come in.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you just make my point. It's not that there isn't any evidence. Let's go back. Let's see. You retracted your agreement. Let's now see if you actually want to maintain your agreement.
Okay.
We don't have evidence of a mailing list being contacted, do we?
Not of a mailing list, no.
All right. We don't have evidence of particular prospective folk being contacted in a targeted way, whether by email or telephone or an old-fashioned letter, or heaven forbid, someone going and knocking on the door, but that seems very unlikely. But we don't have any of that, do we?
Well, we have evidence of the letters, the standard templates that they write, that they use. They're not going to include every correspondence they've written to it. It is showing the context of how they market the building to someone. That's what that's demonstrating. That's telling you the floor space that's available. It's telling you the competitive rental level that's available, and then it attaches the availability in the tower. So they're saying that's what that's demonstrating. That's demonstrating how they convey to an interested party what is available and at what price in the tower.
Okay.
That's why it's included, isn't it? I mean, why else have they included it?
We have a letter that you have said yourself is the letter that they would send out on receiving an inquiry. That's all we have.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. That's an example of what they were doing there in May 2012.
Yeah, but do you see, Mr. Lee, a letter that one sends out on receiving an inquiry, that's not the same thing as sending out letters looking for interest, sending out emails looking for interest, is it?
No, but that's how the majority of commercial inquiries, certainly of the size that you're talking about here, are driven by, you know, their agent-led inquiries, and particularly for floors. Yes, for the smaller space, no, but these guys have a monopoly on that market. If someone's looking to move in Kingston, they'll be on their books, and that's how they respond to it.
I'm looking at the
blanket mailing hasn't worked in a number of years. You send out to 1,500 people who haven't got the opportunity to move a nice shiny brochure. It ends up in the bin. It's not particularly sustainable, and it doesn't work like that anymore.
I'm looking at the evidence we have and we don't have, and no one is telling us. No one has told us anything about. I emailed on a blanket. I emailed on a direct basis. How are they?
No, but they are showing you how they respond to requirements.
That there is a we can all see what it is,
okay.
and we can also see that there's there are some brochures, and I mean, I don't.
Brochures going back to 2008, and and marketing material on the website in various different forms.
I mean, what have we got? We've got a brochure. I mean, let's just go through this. After the pro forma response letter, there's a schedule of areas May 2012.
See
available suites. Yeah. And I mean, even I can see, Mr. Lee, that these numbers mean that must mean that, and of course not all floors are listed here. Many are not listed, but of the ones that are listed, what have we got? Second is listed, the fourth is listed. I haven't totaled up the square footage.
Which one? Which one are you on here? Which of the myriad brochures?
No, I'm on the. There's a table with available suites. The page immediately after that pro forma.
Yeah, the 2012 one. Yep, yeah.
Yeah, there's the 2012 letter, and then there's the table. Yeah. And I think we have represented here the second floor, the fourth floor. That must be all of the fourth floor, because that's a floor plate size. Yeah. The fifth floor, the sixth floor, the seventh, the eighth, 13th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. So, I mean, one can presumably extrapolate back and count up all the floors that aren't there. But there we go. Then we've got an EPC. We've got a brochure that I mean, it's terribly difficult to make out the date on it. I think it's back in.
Yeah, it's.
I think it's 2008.
Yeah.
So that's. I mean, that's got nothing to do. I mean, yeah, I'm going through that. That's obviously got nothing. That's got nothing to do with 2015 to 2017.
No, but I mean, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Because remember, that's what we're looking. We're looking for 2015 to 2017.
But over a huge amount of time, you've had, lots of different marketing campaigns on the space in Tolworth Tower, and there's always been space in Tolworth Tower, and there's always been, a lot of space in lots of itty bitty suites and everything else like that. This demonstrates that there's been an inordinate amount of marketing associated with the tower. I don't think I've ever seen a scheme with such a history of marketing.
Mr. Lee, keep the focus, please, on the marketing evidence that we've been considering and the rigorous marketing test we've been through from 2011 onwards, which is where Mr. Armiger starts his marketing tale. We're looking to 2015, 2017, which you don't forget. You're saying, well, you won't quite accept that 2011 to 2014 wasn't rigorous, but you didn't have a huge marketing budget and so on. But you say 2015, 2017, well, that was certainly, that was definitely rigorous. So we're looking. That's what we're looking.
I'm saying there's a marketing budget there. We can't dispute there's a marketing budget. I'm assuming that there's been an agent appointed to market this space, and at times a joint agent, and that during that time they'd be rigorously trying to market it in order, to make a living.
Yeah, and I'll say to you, Mr. Lee, that's a lot of assumptions.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, we're continuing our trawl through. We get to one marketing brochure that has at the start last two suites, and I'm not sure if that has a date on it, because I've got a feeling that the misrep is actually cut off on that one.
Yeah, it is. It's not particularly helpful.
It's not terribly helpful. We've got a picture of the board. We've got a website page. I can't for the life of me find a date on any of these website pages.
No.
You can't either. And then we've got some Google shots, and there's no dispute the board's been up, although I think one's got to keep a bit of an eye on there are a couple of these with a banner on, but if one peers very closely, one sees that they're all before 2015, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I mean, obviously, Mr. Lee, no one is going to dispute. Let me assure you, no one is going to dispute that there has been a history of vacancy in the Tolworth Tower. It's a huge amount of office space, isn't it? As you've said, and everyone says. But as we agreed, rightly, the way the policy works, of course, it looks for the sound evidence, rigorous marketing. But if the conclusion is there's demand for some but not for all, that doesn't mean you get rid of the all. Correct?
If there's, sorry, say that again.
If there's demand for some but not for all, that doesn't mean you can get rid of, release the all.
I think you have to look at if the building is going to attract demand now and in the future, and if not, the policy doesn't go some or all or whatever. I don't think it's as explicit as that. But what I would say is that if you keep Tolworth Tower just for one or two small suites, it's going to fall into even further, dilapidation and everything else, because it struggles to be fit for the purpose it was, it's currently constrained to be, and therefore it needs to change, because the demand that is there in the market is going for more modern and either purpose built or new build or substantially refurbished, or buildings that are capable of hosting the small demand. And there is going to be workspace here provided for small, flexible providers. There's going to be sort of, over 5,000 square feet of that, which I think is sufficient.
And obviously we're going to come back to the marketing, and we've gone through the marketing, but based on what we've seen, based on what is actually before the inquiry, I of course suggest to you that the evidence before this inquiry is that for the period 2015 to 2017, there is not evidence of a rigorous marketing campaign. I focused on the evidence, not assumptions.
Well, I've included in my appendices to my proof the marketing brochure from 2017.
You have, yeah,
2 of them, and therefore, and I've also in Appendix 1 shown the results of that, where there'd been a letting or two small lettings. So I would say there has been a rigorous marketing campaign that was unearthed to lettings in Appendices 1 in 2017. 1 to Telkin International and 1 to Fine Foods.
Okay. Well, obviously we disagree clearly on that point. Just in terms of what was unearthed, we mustn't forget, must we, your fair caveat to your re-gearing point, that actually one floor may well have been a new let. Yeah, but you don't know. Yeah. And of course, in terms of a dating, March 2017 of the brochure seems to be the last one in terms of what I can see on the dates. Obviously
it's dated when it's produced, and then it runs forward.
We've got the date on the document.
It's not an expiry date. I just wanted to make that clear.
No,
it's not like what you get at the bottom of your yogurt pot.
Yeah. And the next event is your client comes in and starts stripping out in mid 2018, whatever that is. And we've had our discussion about that. But I mean, in terms of that's the sequence.
That's the chronology.
Yeah. Now, and we've been over what's happened in the area. We've discussed Lidl. We've noted the Premier Inn. I suppose we haven't noted the arrival of almost 1,000 residential units on the Hook Rise area just to the south of the A3, but you're aware of that, I take it.
Yeah.
We've briefly touched. I mean, you've mentioned COVID and Brexit, but particularly COVID. You mentioned column inches. I mean, the column inches have, of course, included a lot of column inches, haven't they, about whether suburban areas are going to see a rise in office use because people basically, they want to be out of their home, but they don't fancy commuting anymore. And I mean, what's the position? It's too early to tell, isn't it?
Too early to tell. I mean, there's every base covered.
Yeah. Of course, if that came to pass, Tolworth might be, given what it's got around it in terms of all this residential, might be a more attractive office location, but we don't know.
No.
Yeah. Now, in terms of the marketing that Cataneo described, and in terms of what that led Mr. Armiger to conclude, his conclusion, of course, was that what should be done is not get rid of all the offices, but it was retain, I can't remember, 4 or 5 or 6 floors of offices and have service departments and residential, wasn't it? Yeah. And that was the 2015 application. And I think that is an appropriate moment to pause, madam. Thank you very much for letting me go on to reach that moment. I really appreciate it. I'm checking how much I've got left. My best guess, Mr. Lee, just so you know and madam knows, is that I have less than an hour, probably more than 40 minutes, but maybe I might get it done in 40 minutes.
Thank you, because I really do not want to, and I'm not going to go beyond 6 o'clock.
Yes.
So that means that you're finishing, Mr. Burton, and re-examination needs to be done before then.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I mean, it might be helpful that if Mr. Linus could give us any indication of how much re-examination he thinks he has at the moment.
7 or 8 minutes.
Okay.
Which is very specific. Thank you.
Well, I'm looking at a minute a question, so maybe less, maybe more.
I
would suspect no more than 10 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, that sounds doable then, finishing by 6 at the outside. Can I suggest then that we have a 10-minute break? There's no need for any longer. We just need to crack on with this. So 10 minutes, just a quick comfort break, grab a drink, and then come back. So I will adjourn for now. If we can be back then at 10 to 5.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll resume. All back. Yes.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Now, could we please, Mr. Lee, now turn to the Montague Evans report? That's CD 24. So that's the Montague Evans.
I have that.
Report and valuation in respect of Tolworth Tower. Of course, this is something that you acknowledge in your proof more than once, but the first point is in your chapter 3. Now, just a few points on this. The page numbers are, I believe, identical electronically and internal. Page 5, first of all, it tells us that it's been prepared in accordance with the so-called Red Book. Yeah. And of course, that is that's the gold standard, isn't it, of valuation work? Yeah. And because you may be aware, sometimes one does see in planning cases reports prepared by surveyors that actually make clear that they're not a Red Book report, but that's not this. And I mean, you know, of course, better than I, but this has to be evidence-based all the way through, doesn't it? And when you may not have been here for his viability evidence. Mr. Scott gave some evidence, but when surveyors talk about assumptions in reports like this, that word assumption it's a term of art, isn't it? In that when one makes an assumption, one's treating that thing as fact, and then one has to distinguish, as it were, normal assumptions from so-called special assumptions.
Yeah, I mean, it's the facts upon which the valuation is produced. Yes,
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I mean, you put it better than me. Now, could you turn to page 30, please? Obviously, Mr. Scott, you've seen the report, you've read it because you commented in your proof, and it's about valuing the Tolworth Tower. And they do it on 2 scenarios, and it's scenario 2 that we're interested in, of course.
Yeah.
And so when they're saying following the refurbishment works, we have assumed that individual floors will be let on average at 3-month intervals. On this basis, we've assumed that floors will be let up over the course of a 33-month letting period. Because this is a valuation report that someone's entitled to jolly well rely upon. That is something that they are treating as the fact that the report is based on, because they've got a certain level of confidence, correct?
Yeah,
exactly. And something that's interesting. As we come down, first of all, they've allowed for a holding cost budget, which we can see of £1,350,000 to cover off empty rate service charge shortfalls. And that's presumably a sensible provision, and a sensible allowance. Yeah. Sorry, you need to say yes as well as no.
Sorry, yes. Sorry, yeah. Yes.
And then we get to the third bullet point. And this, on the mothballed floors, there is an argument that these floors could be removed from the rating list as long as they were stripped back to a shell condition. This being said, we've allowed for an extensive empty rate service charge shortfall allowance of approximately 9 million to cover the holding costs associated with these floors. Now, that 9 million is, as it were, being contrasted with the position that might have been taken if the other argument about the floors being stripped back to shell had been preferred, isn't it? You see what they?
Yeah. Sorry. The question is, sorry.
Okay.
I didn't understand the question. Apologies.
Okay, no, that's it's my fault. The allowance that they've made of 9 million.
Yeah.
For the so-called the mothballed floors.
Yeah.
That allowance is to be contrasted with the position that would otherwise have been reached if the other argument they refer to in the first sentence of that bullet point, the other argument about removing the floors from the rating list, just take them out and completely stripping them back.
Yeah, you can only take them out the rating list. You can't sort of take them out the rating list indefinitely, because then the local authority would serve you with a completion statement saying you've got to complete the floor. So you can't leave them. You only get 3 months relief.
Okay, but they and stripping them back to shell. I mean,
Yeah.
they are. There is a contrast being made, and what they're saying is they've allowed for this £9 million.
Yeah,
and you will again understand better than I do, but the effect of that £9 million allowance is, of course, to depress the value of the Tolworth Tower. Correct? Yeah, great. Okay.
Well, because it's a cost that has to come off
exactly
whatever you're making on the bits that you've made the fact-based assumption that you can let.
Yeah, exactly. And they describe it as an extensive empty rate service charge shortfall allowance to cover the holding costs. And of course one wouldn't do that. One wouldn't do that if there was thought to be no prospect of bringing the floors back in to back into use.
No, they are saying they're mothballing those floors because they've got the others.
Yes.
There's only sufficient demand to cater for the floors that they've assumed, because scenario 1 looks at the whole lot.
Yes.
Scenario 2 acknowledges the fact that demand is limited, and that the maximum demand they could anticipate is floors 11 to 21, and that therefore the rest of the space is to be mothballed.
Yes, to be mothballed with this £9 million allowance, but not stripped back to shell and removed from the rating.
How? But you can't. I'm sorry. I tried to explain why you can't strip it back to shell and remove it from the rating list. Because if you strip it back to shell, you still have to have an intention to do something with it. And after a certain period of time, you can be served with a completion notice. So if you're going to bring it back to offices later, which is what they would do, they would get served with a completion notice, because otherwise there are a number of buildings that have sat on the market for donkey's years that poor old landlords have had to fork out for, and they just strip them out if it was as easy as doing that, where there's no prospect of letting it or limited prospect of letting it. That's what they would do.
Yeah, but
business rates doesn't allow you to do that.
There is what the report is doing. Okay. I mean, sticking with the approach that these valuers are taking, it's contrasting the 9 million holding allowance with what's in the first sentence, isn't it? That's all I want you to see if we can agree on, Mr. Lee.
I'm struggling to see exactly where you're going. Sorry. So the first bit says, following the refurbishment work, we assume that the individual floors will be let on an average at 3-month intervals on the basis. We assume
at
the
the
floors will
third
be
bullet.
Third
read it all if you want. Sorry, I've been
on the mothballed floors. There is an
Yes.
argument that these floors could be removed from the rating list. Well, only for 3 months is what I'm saying.
there is an argument that these floors could be removed from the rating list as long as they were stripped back to shell condition.
If they're stripped back to shell condition, or if they're stripped back to shell condition, they would benefit from 3 months rates relief.
That's as it were. I mean, Mr. Lee, I'm not going to get into an argument with you about what would happen. I'm working on the basis of what's in the report, and they are saying there's this argument that they could be removed from the rating list, but we, in fact, have allowed for an extensive empty rates, as I've just been through, of the £9 million. Okay, so they are clearly doing that for a reason, and the reason I suggest to you is because, whilst I absolutely agree, their conclusion is there's demand for the top, essentially top floors, but they're doing that because they're not ruling out the possibility of some later demand coming along for the rest. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm reading into that.
All right. Okay. Okay. Now, you've given evidence about what you see as the essentially the risks with the Montague Evans strategy, and clearly, this is a situation perhaps a little bit like the 2014 report and the description of the Tolworth Tower as modern, which you don't agree with, but I think that was Nathaniel Litchfield, that report. But I mean, this is a situation where it sounds as if you don't agree with Montague Evans here. You think that strategy that they've set out, they've based a positive valuation on, actually, no, is your feeling about that. Is that fair?
No, I concede that under under a circumstance like this, you could potentially generate some demand that is, as I sit here, unforeseen. What I would say, and what I'm struggling with, is I don't necessarily think that the open market would adopt this approach. I don't recall ever seeing people mothballing huge chunks of a scheme, and I think that the modest returns that are coming out of this would not justify the risk of the significant capital expenditure. Okay. So yes. So for the purposes of getting a value, I agree with the methodology that they've adopted and the approach. Whether that would happen in real life, I question whether a developer or an investor would have the appetite to adopt a scenario 2 approach.
Well, that's really helpful, Mr. Lee. Thank you. We agree, don't we, that this Red Book valuation report is Montague Evans telling us what, in their professional opinion, this is worth, and so short of in the hierarchy of valuation evidence, short of the gold standard, which is actual transactional evidence, the valuation, a professional Red Book valuation, is the next rung down, isn't it?
Yes, I mean it is evidence, absolutely. What I'm saying is that, my view is that someone, but the returns are so modest. I don't think if you were to take this out and test it in the market in this scenario, ignoring any hope value, because that's what they've had to do on in terms of mothballing the lower floors. There's no hope value that you can do anything else with them, because it's an existing use valuation. So it is constrained here. That basically, I don't think anyone would, in this market in particular, with uncertainty regarding offices, invest in this building with this sort of limited return.
And you see, this is why, like I say, Mr. Lee, you clearly disagree with Montague Evans, because this is them saying, based on their appraisal of the market, isn't it? It's meant to be their appraisal of the market. This is what we think this is worth. So in their view, there is a market. In your view, there isn't.
In my view, I don't think a developer would adopt this approach.
A developer, well, that's a different.
Or an investor, or anyone wanting to put money into this would adopt this approach. I think that could you justify the demand on the basis of what they say and arrive at this? The building has got to have some value, hasn't it? I mean, it's a significant lump of real estate in West London, and they have adopted a methodology of getting there to it and getting to a value, which I broadly support some of the assumptions. I just don't think in reality it'd be delivered out this way.
Look, Mr. Lee, no one's going to disagree with you in terms of the reality, because we all know the reality is that the investors who've been circling around this building over the years are not interested in an office only use for this building. And we know that the reality is that until the market has the clearest possible message, no, this is office, approach it on that basis. That may not change. But the exercise Montague Evans have done here, which is office use and thinking about the office market with, as it were, those blinkers on, is absolutely correct, isn't it? We've got to put the blinkers on and work on the basis this is office. People can't come in and use it for other than office. And on that basis, they ascribe, based on their assessment of the market, a positive value.
They do.
That's how it works. Yeah,
that's what they do. And I disagree with the fact that someone would actually come and make this approach.
Yeah, but you've explained why, because you disagree because you are seeing this, and I don't, and of course you are seeing this on the basis that someone would not be looking at this and thinking office, correct?
Yes, given the reasons we've been discussing earlier.
Okay. Now, of course, one of the points that you make, as it were, against the strategy that underpins this valuation, which is the strategy at bullet one, or through all the bullets, but the strategy at bullet one, individual floors let on average 3-month intervals and so on, and this is cheaper demand, is, I mean, you say, so we're looking at, as I understand it, so you'd be looking at smaller tenants.
Yes.
Now, we will disagree on this, I'm sure, but I point you to the evidence from the last point in time at which we have any marketing evidence, 2017, and the fact that indeed there was some small letting.
There were small lettings, yeah.
Yeah, okay, there's evidence of some demand, and I won't reopen our dispute about the adequacy of the marketing, okay? Now, whether or not Montague Evans are right here in the strategy they set out, which they clearly believe in, otherwise they wouldn't have written it down, a 33-month letting period, and you are skeptical, but they are not, otherwise they wouldn't have written it down. It seems that we are left with essentially a clash. It's a clash between two surveyors, both of whom have, of course, been instructed by your client, you on the one hand and Montague Evans on the other. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think there's an element of tension there, yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, and of course, as you know, the council says the council says this is good evidence, further evidence of demand, and I presume you disagree for the reason you've given, that you don't ultimately agree with Montague Evans.
I don't think the approach would be adopted to manufacture the demand, which is what they've done there. So yeah, that's my position.
All right. Now, let's move on to I think the final subtopics, actually, Mr. Lee. So we're really in the home straight. You make in your proof, and you cross refer to your office viability report. You make a number of points about why you consider that the Tolworth Tower is, I think, functionally obsolescent, just not up to snuff in terms of accommodation. Now, we would be here for a very long time discussing those, and I've no intention of being here for that very long time, because can we agree that ultimately the question of whether or not a building is up to snuff in terms of its ability to attract people to come and occupy it is best answered by the results of a rigorous marketing campaign as per the policy? That's the best answer to that question.
I think that I think that you are able to advise on something, because that is what we are generally asked to do a number of times before a landlord would embark on significant expenditure of dividing up the building into, say, small suites or whatever it is. They would ask our advice as to whether, people like me, whether we think it's lettable, and so therefore, I don't. I think the building has a number of physical constraints that make it very difficult to satisfy the modern office user for the reasons I've put in my proof.
All right, let's gingerly explore them, but try to be brief about it. Okay. Now, the first one is this question of ceiling heights. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you've obviously been into the building.
Yeah.
Sorry. Obviously, as it stands, one goes in and one sees just stripped floors.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they're stripped floors. I mean, I'm not sure whether have they all had their suspended ceilings removed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what, as you know, Mr. Maguire has done, and I didn't hear him challenged on this, is he's looked at what was said in the 2015 application, which is for the mixed, that's the office and resi scheme, of course. But he's looked at what was said about the residential floor heights there, and those are said to be 2.5 meters.
Yeah.
And by now for whatever reason, there's no statement about the heights of the offices, but we do have a statement about the heights of the resi, which Mr. Maguire picked out. Now, there are, firstly, I mean, there are all sorts of things one can do to run the necessary services in that don't involve big raised floors and big lowered ceilings, aren't there? I mean, that's within the realm of design possibility, correct?
Yes, I mean certainly you can have exposed services in the ceiling, which would has been used successfully in a number of buildings to get over a poor ceiling height. What you tend to have though is either one or the other. So you tend to have a raised floor, because if not, you have to get even if you've gone completely wireless in an office, you still need to get power to desks, and that's, you know, saying that still technology has not mitigated that. So you are going to have some form of trunking running around and through, you know, either a ceiling or a floor, and if you did it through an exposed ceiling and had a solid floor, you'd have plugs hanging down from the ceiling, which wouldn't, you know, work. Or you'd have trip hazards under a desk. I mean, it is a challenge, and it's something that, if we go back to the Catania report, is mentioned there.
But what's interesting? I mean, the 2015 scheme. There's no suggestion that the flats would have exposed services or anything like that. And I mean, the simple point is, if you can get 2.5 meters for the residential, then one way or the other, you can get it for the offices. I mean, it's that simple.
Yeah, but most residential dwellings don't have raised floors in them.
Well,
because you don't need power in the middle of your floor in your living room. I mean, you might want it, but
when Madam Inspector goes into the building, as she will, Mr. Lee, and I don't know, have you measured? Have you actually measured?
I've been provided with measurements of the slab to slab height, and I know how much a raised floor goes in. It takes to go in there, and then you're going to have some form of ducting and air conditioning units. So even if they are exposed, all that gives you is the impression of height. The trouble is, with a long, narrow floor plate like this, you can still feel quite tight. And this is a repeated feedback that came out of the Catania report. And I'm afraid that office occupiers haven't changed significantly since 2015.
Yeah,
they still require power, and they still don't like to have poor floor to ceiling heights. And the BCO guidance is still that floor to ceiling height should be 2.4 to 2.75. So yes, you can have 2.5 with no raised floor in the residential. Absolutely.
Mr. Lee, where do I find anywhere the clear floor to ceiling heights?
I'm assuming that they would be they might be in the architectural piece, but if you haven't found them, then no, they're not.
No, you must have worked from something to be giving any evidence about this. So what is it?
I've asked the architects to provide me with the slab to slab heights, which they've done.
But you can't tell me what they are, how you've worked it out.
Let me go back to my proof.
Yeah.
The most helpful bit I can do at the moment without sort of going through several documentations to go to 3.5 of the Catania proof, where it says, furthermore, the floor to ceiling height is restrictive with an approximate floor to ceiling height area of some 2.35 meters, which prevents the inclusion of a raised floor without diminishing the height levels further. The lack of a raised floor is a factor that has prevented many potential office tenants to consider Tolworth Tower for their occupation.
Sorry, I'm asking you for a clear floor to ceiling height. What have you just given me? Sorry, I didn't even hear your reference.
I moved off that, but it's a 3 point. What was it? 3.
Yeah, it's 3.5. That's not a clear floor to ceiling height, is it?
No, but it's that is relevant and pertinent, though, isn't it? It's furthermore, the floor to ceiling height is restricted with an approximate floor to ceiling height of, which is still substantially below the BCO guidance.
Now, Madam Inspector is going to go in, going to see, and I don't know if Madam's probably not going to, may not take a tape measure, but these things are going to be pretty readily ascertainable. I would be rather surprised if the conclusion is that is the clear floor to ceiling height, Mr. Lee.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that that'd be the finished bit if you were to put in a raised floor, which you would need to make it suitable for modern office accommodation. And I put in my I put in my proof at 5.4 in order to facilitate 100 mil clear void, which is typical of what you need beneath a raised floor. You need 125 millimeters to 150 millimeters.
Yeah, well, this is also in. I mean, this is also in the office viability report, isn't it?
Sorry, yes, sorry, I meant the office viability report.
I think that's what you meant, isn't it? Yeah.
Sorry, that's exactly what I meant. Sorry.
Yes, exactly. It's 5.4 in CD 1.229. Yeah. Now, I mean, it's frankly, Miss Lee, it's a bit of a struggle to see how it is these figures stack up, but can I just make this suggestion? If it really is the case that one couldn't put a raised floor in without falling below BCO standard, then why wouldn't you just have power poles going to desk clusters? I mean, why wouldn't you do that? If that's an issue, and we're talking about relatively low cost office space, aren't we? This is not, we're not in the City of London, as you said. So why wouldn't you do that?
It's not. Again, it's a compromise that a tenant would have to make. Whereas if they could go to better space, they would.
Well,
this is not the only space that's available in Southwest London. We've got to assume at the time. If it was, then I'm sure it would lead up with all sorts of compromises. But occupiers are not looking to compromise to that extent. Well, they want to be able to move around. So when you go to move around, you've got to take your poles down from the ceiling and move your desks.
People want to move their desks around?
Yeah. Office occupiers do, reconfigure their offices.
Well, sure, not on a kind of daily basis, though.
Not on a daily basis. No. But that's pretty attractive to them, the proposition and the capability to do that, which is why we have raised floors in the first place.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, all right. I mean, look, quite clearly, the floor to ceiling heights. They didn't stop there being substantial occupation of this tower all the way until
no, but they were
all the way until your client said, right, vacant possession, off you go.
No, they were a noticeable and observed point from, as you said, a very well written report by Catania Commercial. He makes it very clear in there. He repeats the floor to ceiling height problem at least twice in that report. And you've already said how well that report was written, and it gives tenant feedback on it.
I think, Mr. Lee, we might be coming right back to the nub here, which is what might or might not be desirable or undesirable about this building. Is of course it's relevant, it's interesting, but the absolute test is what does rigorous marketing show? I mean, that's what we're going to keep coming back to, isn't it?
Rigorous marketing has shown over a number of years that there's still a void in there.
Well, and we're not going to reopen our dispute about the rigor of the marketing. There was another point. I don't know if it's your point particularly, that there was a point that was made in opening by my learned friend about modern ventilation requirements presenting challenges. And Mr. Maguire gave some evidence about that, and he didn't see that as an issue. Do I need to explore that with you, or are you happy to defer?
I could save you a bit of time. I know absolutely nothing about ventilation.
You know nothing about that. Yeah, good. Okay.
But office occupiers do like it.
Ventilation.
In some form, yes, apparently.
Sure. I think that's fair enough. You know.
But I don't know. Look, I'm not an expert.
No. Okay. I mean, and the same. I mean, the same. Look, all these services points. Yeah, I mean, all the services points you've got to defer, obviously, to a building services engineer. Now, there's a point about the secondary nature of the entrance.
Yeah.
And what we do know, don't we, is that I think there are 2 points really, and I need to address them both. There's the point about the secondary nature of the entrance, and there's also a point about shared lift cores. Now, clearly, there's only one core to this building, and that's plain to see. It is clearly, as this scheme shows, and I think actually the 2015 as well, but don't quote me on that. But certainly, as this scheme shows, you can put in stairs from Tolworth Broadway up that undercroft, and you can put a lift in as well, actually, at that spot to get you up into the building in a much more, well, frontage facing way, can't you?
Sorry, I don't.
Can I just ask you just to show you this, Mr. Lee?
Yeah.
So if you go to the CDs and CD 1.4, where you'll find the architectural drawings.
Yeah.
And if you go to the proposed ones, if you go to proposed level 1,
yeah,
it's really nice and neat and clear there. The stairs. Can you see them?
Hang on a second. I'm zooming in on it. It's the first time I've seen this. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, yeah, leading in and then taking you up into effectively where the orangey red, Martian red type.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously because it's taking you up to the next floor because it's a double height undercroft, isn't it? So but my point is, if you want to,
you still got to get to the other core, so you're going to lose a lot of net lettable space in getting people through the building to the far end to then access the same core and have the same issues.
Well, but
still going to be greeted with residents in, I don't know, anything from their pajamas to office workers with a suit and tie on, such as there are still a few about.
Hold on. First point is what the plans show is that it's possible to, and can you see the lift as well? There's room for a lift as well.
There is.
Yeah.
But does that run up throughout the whole of the tower without me opening?
No, I can't. Well, sorry, I say no confidently. Surely not. I think, but
so you've got basically a disabled provision to lift you up to that first floor level.
I think you've got something to bring you up
through,
and then you'd have to go through to get to the lift course. Absolutely, but it shows us, doesn't it, that there's a way to have another entrance here. Firstly, I mean, also, if you want it, yes, it shows us you can have a way in for residents and a way in for office workers, and they don't have to be the same, because you can have two, one on Ewell Road side and one on Tolworth Broadway side. That's what it's
so they're
showing.
going to meet at the same point. They're still going to be sharing the same core.
And then there's the core issue around the lifts. Now, as to the lifts, one thing that did come out from the fire roundtable, and you may be aware of this already, Mr. Lee, but it is that, and were you aware, it's not the case that all lifts serve all floors. Did you know that?
I didn't know what the lifts are programmed as doing, but I can assume that yes, you can definitely segregate lifts off, so they don't have to go to all floors. You can have key cards that mean that they only open on certain floors.
Yeah. Well, look, the way, I mean, it sounds like you didn't actually know, but the way these lifts work, it happens that some of the lifts only serve the bottom half, and then some of the lifts serve the whole, but not all of them stopping at every floor. So obviously they stop at the bottom, of course, but then they there's a jump until the middle of the building, and then they start stopping. So bearing in mind, we're talking about low cost space, that it's not the case, actually, if one split the building, say, that one would be, and we're now talking, I'm conscious we've lapsed into talking about the office to resi split, but it's not the case, and I don't know how that happened actually, but it's not the case that you'd have to be sharing the same lifts, because actually, if there was a split, then you wouldn't get in a lift.
How do you split the lift lobby?
Well, look,
and also you're getting low cost, and you're talking about eating into a huge amount of net lettable space in the building. You're talking about completely reconfiguring a reception. Who's going to pay for this if it's low cost?
Yeah, and sorry, this is why I'm saying, Mr. Lee, we've got perhaps caught up in the office to resi incorrectly, and I don't quite know how that happened. I'm slightly blaming you actually, but the point is, can I come back to my point, which is that how did we get there? The plans for this scheme show that it's possible to have an entrance off physically possible to have an entrance off Tolworth Broadway, and they've worked that through, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now your point is you'd lose some space getting from there to the cores.
You'd lose space doing. I mean, you'd lose a huge amount of space on the floor that you're doing that on. What are you going to do with that space? You're creating a ginormous sort of long, thin, long, low level reception area. I mean, you're not improving it. You're changing the access so that you're going off Tolworth Broadway, which is fine. You still will be parking your car in the car park. You've got to come all the way down out the car park, walk round the front of M&S, and then into the building. You won't. The only benefit you're getting then is, yes, a bit more prominence on the Broadway, but then you are and not fighting with the M&S delivery lorry. But you've still got a pretty elongated way of coming from the car park. If you are coming from the station, yes, it's far easier, but then you're still not being hit with an overwhelming reception area, having gone to that expense and sacrificed that floor space. You're going to have a single story, which you've gone up to then go in. I've had complaints in a building where all you had to do is go up some escalators because people don't like escalators. I mean,
well, I mean,
office occupiers are discerning when it comes to their entrances, I'm afraid. So as nice as that looks on a plan, I don't think it would work in practice, is what I'm saying.
Sorry, so I mean, look, you've obviously you've raised the point. The entrance is a secondary. It's around the back entrance.
Yeah.
I'm showing you the plan shows this is the proposal for this scheme, in fact, which you didn't seem to be aware of, that actually there would be a way up in this scheme from the boardway. So it's possible. Now you then say, oh well, that you'd have a funny low ceiling reception area there. Look, what I'm perhaps demonstrating, Mr. Lee, is that whilst one can always say, well, there's this, there's that, there's the other. I mean, the same thing is true about the services. There are things that can be done, and that's just the reality, isn't it? There are things that can be done.
They have to be viable. There are things that could be done. I mean, you could probably take the whole core out and bolt it on, the side of the building where it should be, and give yourself a clearer floor plate and get rid of the floor plate issues. But there comes a viability point with all of this.
Yeah, no one is suggesting that. Now, let me.
I didn't know where you were going.
Let me.
Sorry, you changed the entrance that are taking us through the whole of the floor and sacrificing a floor. So I thought, well, at least you're not eating into net lettable space by sticking a core on the outside of the building, and that has been done on buildings.
Well,
but it's costly.
I wasn't suggesting going that far, Mr. Lee, but I'm seeing what happens when one considers some of the obstacles you've raised. Now, we've discussed floor to ceiling height. You're not going to go near, rightly so, all the question of services. We've discussed the secondary entrance question. Okay. And I should say services, of course, we're including drainage in that as well, aren't we? That's the whole shooting match, correct? Yeah. Now, let us then consider the office to resi option, as it were, which you have considered and said, no, that won't work. Now, firstly, it's right, isn't it, that the office and residential split was the subject of a full planning application, not an outline, a full planning application, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the C&M Estates 2015 application.
Yeah.
And as we've also touched upon, that was the option that was advocated by Cataneo Commercial, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. That proposed office below and residential above, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. If one were going, I suppose, to take the Montague Evans valuation report that has office above and mothball below, that would, as it were, turn it around if one said residential below and office above, correct?
I think it's very important to realise that was for an existing use valuation.
Absolutely.
So
yeah,
it's only assuming
absolutely.
one use.
Yeah.
You wouldn't necessarily assume you'll get the same rental level if you're putting residential below it. So I think while we're mixing them up, can I accept the principle of, yes, offices at the top and below, yes, but can I then accept that will have, won't affect the value that they've generated for the commercial? The answer is no. I just want Madam Inspector.
No, there's no dispute about that. But sorry, your criticism of the office to resi is very, as I understand it, it is very much about how would, if you had office below and resi above, how would you run the services?
No, it's not. It's not entirely that. That is one bit, and particularly when I looked at the resolution to grant scheme that had a number of risers going through the floor. That horrified me because effectively, if you were to accommodate the risers in that way, it just simply wouldn't work. If you were to accommodate them in a chimney, type effect, i.e. putting them all together, as I think Mr. Maguire suggested you could do, then you're still going to, have a further intrusion on the floor plate. But that aside, let's leave that aside for 2 minutes, because that's services, and the art of the possible when it comes to technical stuff is there for all to see. So yes, that can happen. What I'm saying is that this is very much designed as a single use building, and I do not think, and I disagree with Catania and I disagree with CNM. I do not believe that it works as a office and residential scheme. I think that you compromise the values of both to the detriment of both by having a shared core, if nothing else, even if the services are magically stuck on the outside of the building.
And thank you. You've jumped ahead, Mr. Lee, but that is ultimately what it's all about for you, isn't it? You disagree with them, and your disagreement is about the shared core.
So it's about the shared core and the perception of offices within residential blocks when everything isn't done to make them feel separate. So, for example, as I took the Shard, everything, you go to a different point, you feel like you're going into a different building, albeit you're going into the same building.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's right that just so you can see what, in terms of the services point, that you're rightly, I think, not perhaps going so heavily on anymore. But if you go to CD71C,
Yep.
Yeah, and if you see the page, what is internal page 35. So this is design, should say it's a 2015 scheme design and access statement.
Yeah.
Internal page 35, electronic page 36.
Yeah.
What you should be able to see there is that the sanitary ware is against adjacent walls and columns. So presumably the services would drop down.
Yeah, but they're not going to drop through the column, are they?
But do you see what the plan? Yeah, the plan would have been?
Absolutely. So let's have a quick look at A1202. Can we? You've got a bath there, and that's not against the column. You've got a WC that's against the bath in A1201. Again, that's nowhere near a column. The column is where it says A202. So that would be, there's got to be a riser there. Either it goes straight down or it comes and bolts onto the column. Do you see what I mean? They're floating in midair. They're not against the column. They're against an inbuilt wall, which of course they're going to be. You're not going to sit in the bath in the middle of the room or the loo in the middle of the room.
Yeah, but the point is that this has been done on the basis that you can drop in, must have been done, new risers.
Yeah,
it wouldn't have been done.
But where does it show the effect of those risers? Because that.
Oh well, I mean, look
on the office floors.
Well, I mean, and for that, well, I defer to Mr. Maguire's evidence, which we've had, and which, as I say, hasn't been challenged. So, I'm not going to go into building services stuff in any kind of detail with you. I'm just showing you, okay? Right.
Yeah, I didn't understand really what you were showing me there, but
all right, okay. Now,
sorry, Mr. Burton, can I just remind you there are 15 minutes left, and I am finishing at 6.
I know, madam, and
thank you.
The good news is that is my final question for you, Mr. Lee, because I think I've ticked everything off. So thank you very much for bearing with me, and thank you for sitting late. obviously to you and to Madam as well.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Thank you. Mr. Linus, then, please.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Right, Mr. Lee, can we just go back to the beginning of your cross-examination? I'm going to pick up just a couple of points in the order in which they were raised. Just one theme which began, which is the strip out work and the alleged the chilling effect that it was alleged to have on occupation. Can we just explain, or can you explain, please, for the inspector, first of all, the departures from the building in relation to the vacant possession that was being taken by the landowner? Can you just explain to the inspector what the reason for the departures was, please?
Well, I mean, Frederickson's really the main one that I know. I'm afraid I don't know the I don't know the smaller ones, but there was effectively leases put in place to a date, and those dates broadly coincided with March 2019. Some came back earlier, some came back later, at which point the appellant started stripping out the floors. Frederickson were always going to go, which is why they haven't popped up anywhere else. They were leaving the area. Close Brothers, as we've seen in the Catania report, fell out with the management, but also they moved to more modern accommodation in Wimbledon Bridge House, far more modern accommodation.
Thank you very much. And Appendix 1, we don't need to go to it in the interest of time, but the inspectors note we have the take up that was going on at the time, round about the time of the strip work over 18 through to 21, including 2019.
Yeah.
How, in your view, was the market operating at that stage around the time of the strip out works taking place?
Around about so around 2018.
2019. What was the market doing in Tolworth, please? What state was the market in?
Not a great deal. You're having sort of under 3,000 square feet of take up in its entirety each of those years.
Thank you very much. Next, please, or some ask questions about policy. Can we just take out, first of all, please, CD 5.3, which is the London plan, and go to paragraph 6.17, please. 6.1.7, it's on internal page 242.
So what was the paragraph?
6.1.7.
On PDF?
No, internal page 242, might be 250 something.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Got it. 6.1.7.
It's quite a way in that. To internal page which?
242.
242, sorry. Yeah, I'm there.
6.1.7. Surplus office space, and it goes on, includes, and it says evidence to demonstrate surplus office space should include strategic and local assessments of demand and supply. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Local assessments of demand and supply. What information is there in front of the inspector about local demand and supply, as far as they're concerned?
I believe I've put together the supply that's available in Tolworth, Surbiton, and Kingston, and I've also done analysis on the demand in terms of take up in Tolworth in Appendix 1.
And to what extent does that indicate surplus or otherwise of office space? What view do you take?
Oh, particularly between doing the office viability report and my proof of evidence, which was a period of over 9 months, there was very little change at all to the supply in Kingston at the time.
Thank you very much. And again, to what extent does that demonstrate?
Demonstrates that there's low levels of demand.
Okay. And as far as one asks the question, surplus office space, how would you answer that in respect of this site, bearing in mind that assessment of demand and supply that you've undertaken?
Well, given that there's 37,500 square feet available coming out of a brand new building at Lidl that still hasn't had a commitment despite 18 months on the market. I don't think this space has been missed while it's been stripped out.
Thank you very much. Then, as far as the core strategy is concerned, CD54, policy DM17, internal page 157. I think it was put to you at one stage that the absolute test of DM17 is rigorous marketing. Can we just look at DM17, please? It says, alternative use will not be acceptable in the areas 80 above unless it has been demonstrated by sound and rigorous marketing over a number of years. There is no quantitative or qualitative need for a range of employment uses. If one's asking what the absolute test is under the policy, what view do you take about the test within the policy?
I think it's important to consider supply and demand.
Thank you. And why is that when one reads the policy and the words quantitative and qualitative need?
Because supply and demand show the balance between what's there and available and the demand for it, and you know, sort of that is fact because it's happened. Whereas you know, anything that is yet to happen, such as in the future, is not necessarily a fact, is it?
Thank you very much. And then moving on quickly, again, without taking it out, we've seen policy E1 in the London plan refers to existing viable office floor space capacity and releasing surplus capacity space. And questions were asked about the use of small space coming under London plan policy. Again, can you just confirm to the inspector, please, you asked questions about policy E1. When one applies that, particularly to the viability of using the tower for small space occupiers, what view do you take?
Yeah, well, as I've said, I think you lose a significant amount of space in reconfiguring the floors to small office accommodation, and also how many small occupiers do you need to absorb 160 odd thousand square feet of office space?
Yes, and the viability of expecting that to happen, please, Mr.
Well, I think you'd have to carry significant void for well, potentially forever, because you know the nature of this demand is that it comes and it goes, and you know they you know, small occupiers do not tend to take 15-20 year leases. So you'll perpetually have a void, even in a small amount of space, I'd have thought, let alone you know, a 160,000 square feet.
Thank you very much. Now, just bearing in mind the time, ma'am, I think there are a couple of other questions I was going to ask, but I'm content to leave it there. I know there's a difference of opinion on marketing in particular and the quality of the building itself, but I think you have a fair idea of the differences between the parties, and I can pick that up in closing. Just one final question, please, Mr. Lee. If you take out your proof, we'll go to paragraph 3.8.
Yep.
There you say you acknowledge the Montague Evans valuation report. You say the tower has attracted some demand in the past on a similar basis to that scenario. Cheap, flexible accommodation, acceptance of a running void in the building. Such it could be argued that it could do so again. But then you go into this demand here is likely to be for short-term, highly flexible space, and any further deterioration in the market, the mothball park, you see this disappear, making this a high-risk strategy and only a short-term solution at best. Again, if this inspector is considering what the long-term future of this building should be, bearing in mind what you said in that paragraph, how would you summarize what your advice to her would be, please?
My nervousness on that is that the valuation is very precarious anyway. You know, i.e. there isn't a significant amount of value to play in there, and if demand drops off, or if you have a number of small occupiers failing and void ticks up, then you're left with a significant holding cost on top of your mothballing costs, which would have a a big impact on the value, which is why I believe the risk would put off developers doing this in what I call the real world.
Thank you, ma'am. A couple of minutes to spare.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. I appreciate that. Thank you, gentlemen. You'll be pleased to hear that I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Lee. So I can release you from the witness stand and from asking from answering any further questions. So that's it for yourself. Now, obviously, we are back next Tuesday at 9:30. On Monday, I will issue a revised programme. I have now received it. I haven't had a chance to look at it, but I have received it. So I'll have a look at that and issue a revised programme. Anything else that I need to be made aware of before next Tuesday?
I hope you have a copy of the draft conditions now. I know you asked for those by the end of this week. They aren't agreed yet. We had been hoping that the council was going to indicate the extent to which these were agreed or not agreed. We're not sure the extent to which that has been done, but come what may, you have a travelling draft.
As long as I've got the draft is really useful. Thank you. Obviously, on Tuesday, I would like to have a discussion about potential dates as to when we are going to be discussing the planning conditions, because it could be that if we're not doing that until just before closing submissions or the week before, then I may be able to give longer for an agreement to be made.
Yes, as I say, Mr. Burton and I can liaise on that before next Tuesday. I suspect it may be too much expected to do that this evening, but certainly before
not today.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
No.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been trying to follow whilst I've been cross-examining Madam, so I'm afraid I haven't entirely succeeded. Various internal communications about the conditions between my members of my team. So I can certainly see that particular conditions are being discussed, and they're obviously not agreed.
Well, if you can give me an update on Tuesday morning, I recognise that if I have received something, so I'll check in a minute. I will obviously note that those are draft and they're not agreed in any way, but at least it gives me an indication. But if I will raise that again on Tuesday morning. So if you can give me an update then, and it could be there is no update because you're still working it through, then that's fine. But at least if I can have a date or potential dates for when we're going to have the roundtable sessions on planning conditions and obligations, that'd be really helpful.
Yes, Mr. Linus and I will take that offline, Madam, as it were. So I think everyone knows what's coming. Could Mr. Linus tell us? I've completely lost track of who's meant to be starting and continuing into Tuesday and Wednesday now.
I'll start with Ms. Shilston on Tuesday, followed by Mr. Donegan.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Linus, is it Ms. Shilston?
Oh, I think it is Ms. Let's say Ms. for now. I'll double check and make sure that by Tuesday I'm not committing some huge faux pas when I introduce her.
Okay. I have it in my head. It was Ms.
When I asked, it was Ms.
That's what I thought, Madam. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good.
Okay.
Right.
Well, unless there's anything else that you need to make me aware of. No.
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this week. I will now adjourn until Tuesday morning at 9:30.
Thank you very much,
Madam.
Thank you.
James, just to be clear, I can end the meeting, so you don't need to do that.
I could see that. Thank you very much, Toby.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Cheers.